Hey everybody! Yes, the crash to black has happened. The Innkeeper has gone off to take a well-earned break. It is now, what time is it for him? It's something ridiculous like 9:30 in the morning for him. He's been awake all night. He's slept. Thank you for those that have come over and hung out with us. Hopefully Lesbianetti comes over as well. I think she may just have arrived. I did send her the link so she could come as she felt like it. Hey Jen, talking about you.
Hi.
That was that was the Innkeeper, bless him. He's tired, isn't
Quite tired. Yes. Yes. He was getting very, very distracted by cats.
he? Was. And yes, I have an OK street sign up the top there, Aaron. I stole that. Sorry, I rescued that from the corner of the street, the OK Street in Charleston, where Robert Jordan lives.
I wonder how many people have rescued that sign.
I don't know, but it's the only green one in existence. Because we went back a year later and it had not been replaced. There was still no street sign.
Oh wow.
Yeah. However, you're getting this angle because you're on my laptop.
Okay.
My computer decided to just crap out. So
Well, that's unfortunate in time for this event.
yeah, it was basically as soon as the Innkeeper said, "Hey, I'm gonna need you to take over soon," I was like, "Sweet, I'll be there by 5:30." Like 5 minutes later, it just went, "Nah, I'm not having it." Right in the middle of rendering my 303 reaction video, so always helpful. But never mind.
Okay,
we'll figure that out. It's almost there. When it's doing its reloading thing, it's almost there. So like,
okay, good. I'm just like, oh, I would be panicking. So
I know the raw file is there, so I can just re-edit if I need to. So it's okay. So yeah.
Okay.
But Jen, how you doing? It's obviously you've been at work, and then you've come home and done your reactions.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Yeah. I'm off work, so that was it was easy for me. I just got up at 6:30 and fed the cat, and here I am.
Nice.
While it's saying 100% there. Keep your computer on. It's doing something. So
good.
I'm curious what you think the best episode of the 3 was. I did hear you say that having previously seen the shredding, it took the winds out of episode 1.
Which is not the right. I feel like that sounds like it's bad, but it wasn't as exciting, obviously.
I agree.
Like I was waiting. Like if it had been pure, like if it had been my first time, it would have probably been overwhelming, right? But the entire time through the shredding, all I kept thinking is soon, I'm not gonna know what happens.
Yeah.
And so I
was. Did you watch the screening last weekend?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So okay, I'm just gonna say this because I don't know how to talk around this. I did get screeners. I've only watched the first 3.
No, me too. Don't worry, I'm the same. I didn't get nothing.
Okay. No, I want everybody to praise me because even like when I got them, I did not. They actually sent them to me twice because they were like, "Why didn't you watch them?" I was like, because I don't want to. I don't want to watch them.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't. You did get them.
I did. I watched I had filmed my reaction before watching but I have not watched past the first 3. And I had to because I don't know how else to talk around that, like because I was at work all day and how have I watched all the episodes?
Yeah, totally fair. Totally valid.
Doesn't make any sense. But that's how I did it. And I did ask because the screeners they sent expire tomorrow and I had to send them like, can I please ask you to send them like last year you sent them weekly. That was much better.
Yeah. So honestly, they're giving you praise in chat right now for having the strength not to watch the entire season in one go. I actually had this discussion with a few folks, and I was like, I don't know if I could have resisted if they'd sent me the whole season, like they've clearly done to a lot of people.
It was horrible. It was horrible. Like Bodhi, he's being a dad right now. I just sent him a message, but he was like getting the brunt of my. He's like, I don't want this. I didn't ask for this. What did you do?
Yeah. So it's a lot to take on. So all credit to you for resisting that. So what's your favorite episode so far, would you say then? Like out of the 3?
I think this gets such a hard one because there's moments in each of obviously like the quarterstaff fight, which I forgot to bring up on Matt's live stream. And as I was leaving, I was like, oh my gosh, Easter, like why? That scene from episode 3 is incredible. But I think the episode that had me the most like like leaning forward and guess like was episode 2, like because it was just from the jump was like what whoa, like there was just a lot of that going on in
Yeah,
that episode. Yeah,
I agree. Like, I don't know what, having watched them today, I'm like, are they already merging together for you? They're kind of already merging together for me. I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah,
wait, was
yeah,
that 2 or 3 or was that 1? Now, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Um, oh god, I absolutely loved just you mentioned the fight between Matt and the boys. Um,
Mhm.
I thought that was brilliant because
Galad is a douche.
he is a douche.
He's such a douche. He's such a douche. It's just like this Galad slander. I feel I it's fine. I'm not for the I'm not angry at it, but also I'm just like, but he's my boy. Galad's my boy.
but he just like he's a dick, like he's so
Thank you. I can
arrogant.
use these words. I don't want to use these words on the Dusty Wheel.
You can use those words here. This is okay.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, it's just he was so just obnoxious to Matt, and it was like the
And
perfect build
to
up
the
to the
women.
and to
It
the
was
women as well.
like
This true.
just ignoring like Nynaeve's like, I don't need your help, and he's like, excuse me, milady, I'm like not gonna listen to your words because I'm gonna boom boom boom. I'm a big strong man. Like
Yeah,
oh
it was like
crap.
mansplaining how she needed help. So,
Yes.
which is just ridiculous.
Hmm.
But yeah, it was for me. It was a better build up than just this cocky betting thing
Yeah.
that happens
Yeah. Yeah.
in the books. Not that it doesn't work with what's in the book. Help if I type my password on the computer right.
It probably
Um,
would. Yeah.
there we go. But it
Mhm.
does in the way the show's built Matt to where he is. I think it fits really
Yeah.
well. So
Yes. Yeah. And like it was, I see Brigida in chat saying it was satisfying. It was incredibly satisfying. Like in the books, it's satisfying because you want Matt to win, because you're on Matt's side. And in the show, it's I'm on Matt's side, but also I want these two to get hit in the head. Like I
yes.
just don't like either of them. They're awful. And also the etiquette. The tower needs more soundproofing. It really does.
Oh! It needs so much soundproofing. Oh my god, that moment! I was like, my reaction. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
And
What is happening?
I thought it was like maybe one of them, and then he's just like, on that side it's
No.
Galad, and then on that side it's
This
Gawyn.
one,
I was like,
Gawyn.
oh
Oh no.
no, okay, it's both of them.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
yeah, I wasn't watching Dusty at that point, but
Mm.
I'm curious. I'm curious
Yeah.
what their faces were like when that was
Me too.
happening.
Me too.
That would have been very
Wow.
entertaining, I feel like. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, that was not something I expected.
Nope. Nope.
And then, but like, that just makes you think of Matt when he's, expecting company, and then he's just like, oh, okay, let me just, undo the dress, the
Yes.
top a little bit,
Okay.
little brush down of the chest, I'm like, what are you doing, bruv?
Yeah, that is my question for the gentlemen, people with chest hair. Do you neaten your chest hair
I mean,
before? Like, I was just like, is that a thing men do? I don't
is that
know because he was just
we need to save that as a poll in chat. We'll bring the Matt scenes up. My computer is slowly loading things, so in the next few minutes, I will switch to a better setup, folks.
okay.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's not something that I have, I thought was a thing, but you never know these days. Like, who knows? So it's crazy. But he was hilarious, and
Yeah.
I
Donal
really
is
loved
such
him.
a good Matt. He's like he's such a it's I said this I think in my reaction or maybe in like one of my breakdowns. I don't know where I said things. I have
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day, but also like every second that I've not been at work, I've been editing videos. So it's just like everything is merging in my brain.
Yeah.
It's weird to me how there are things that Matt is doing, like for example, bragging about the horn and flirting. That's opposite in the books. In the books, he doesn't want anybody to know. And yet it feels accurate to his character. So it's opposite to the book canon actions, but it feels accurate to the book canon character.
It does. It really does. You are quite right. I don't know how else to describe that. So, all right, 1 second. It's going to be weird for a moment while I just traverse screen.
Okay. Oh, look at me. I just zoomed in and now I'm back to not being zoomed in. Hello, everybody. I'm in charge now. I'm the captain now. Look at me.
Oh wait,
I can't do. I have no control over anything else. Damn it.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I was trying to organize a coup, and then you returned. So. Oh, but he's still busy. Okay, everybody. Let's. I'm trying to think what I would do to rebel against Rob.
What would you do?
I don't know. Like on that stream, I would like start slandering Lanfear.
I mean, that's fair. That would work.
Yeah, Malkier. No, it doesn't. Except certain parts of Malkier suck. Like they're weird.
Certain parts of Malkier suck.
Certain parts of their culture need reforming.
Fair, valid. Yes, I'll give you that one.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's okay. Right. So here we are, folks. We're getting going now. Shall we stop giving me updates? I just want to watch Prime. Come on. What do we want to kick it off with? Where would you leave off on Dusty? Because obviously I was doing computer chaos at that stage.
Yeah. Well, I know we were just talking about Matt, so I guess we could start with something with Matt. But
okay.
Because I totally forgot. The reason I'm talking about it with you because I realized as I was leaving his stream, like, oh, I completely forgot to talk about Matt. Like completely. And Donal is just he's eating it as Matt. Like it's just so good.
He is. Do you know what I have? It's probably the best fan service moment that I have seen, and that just might be me saying that. But I loved it in episode 1 where they're all it's near the end, they're all like, parting ways and all that sort of stuff. And he goes, "Has anyone noticed like half the tower is just shaped like a giant?" And it's like, all right, dude, we're done.
Yes. Yes. And it's not even like in the books, we've thought that for years. Like he made a vagina island and then he put a big cylindrical tower in the middle of it. And like the show just was like, yep, and we're gonna give it balls.
Oh yeah, so, we're gonna own that and have fun and do it, and you'd be like, yeah, okay, cool. And it's a thing. So yeah, look, here we go. Look, technology is working now. Woohoo.
Yay.
But yeah, this fight scene. Let me turn the sound off. We'll just run it a little bit. It sounds already off. Perfect.
How long can you run a clip for without? I'm just so worried for your stream.
Oh, it'll be. I'm not going to play hours, but I'm just like I just want to do the intro where he's like,
oh yeah, where Galad's being a douche.
Yeah, where Galad's being a douche. I think I need to jump a little fraction of a head further. Yeah, here we go. Oh no, okay, I've gone too far.
No, you've gone too far. Yeah.
This bit where he's just like, I'm going to pop it off and find it. But where he is, come on, come to me.
Yeah.
Let me run it for a second. But it is just like you say, the way that Galad's just like, let me show you how you're being not looked after. It's just brilliant. And Matt's reaction is perfect.
Yes. It's so satisfying. You just want to ponk him in the head.
Really do. And I love his faith in Nynaeve in this moment as well, where he's like, I don't think anyone else can heal me. So
I found that almost healing because he's so antagonistic towards her in the books. I was just like, yes, please hug. I want to like It's
really so sweet. And he's just been like, I can't do anything right now. And he's like, no, but I will take you 2 on.
Yeah.
Do you know what I don't like? Or not what I don't like, but what I was kind of like right at the end a little disappointed about? That there wasn't some aged warder of some kind or elderly figure walk in and be like, and what was the name of the greatest swordsman who was bested by a farmer with a shovel or something stupid like that?
To explain to the reason they lost. His stick is longer than yours, you morons. He doesn't have to stand that close to you. Like that's it. That's the reason it's like obviously Matt, awesome, cool. Swords are dumb. You have to get so close to somebody to poke them with it. Like spears are better, quarterstaffs are better. If like granted, you need to know how to use them because short swords are sharp, so they're but if you know how to use them, not having to stand so close to somebody while you hit them is a huge advantage.
It's a massive one. And he really smacks it around a little bit, these two sometimes. It's quite impressive. So I'm a huge fan of this fight.
Sorry, Max Silva. Rima, she lived.
Yes. Oh, that's good. Who just put that in?
Max Silva. It's the last comment, I think.
Yes. Rima. So
Rima's alive.
Which is
she had different hair, so I didn't recognize her. And then
I didn't either,
her name.
I was like, thank God for the captioning because I did not pick it up at all.
I was just thank God for Nynaeve saying Rima Sedai because I was just like, oh, don't change people's hair if you want me to know who they are.
Yeah, I know, right? That was in episode 2. I've just scrolled for episode 3. I don't think it was in there.
Yeah.
Looking at it, unless I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong there, folks. But yeah, like Rima living, that's really cool. I know they talked a little bit like how did she get rescued or whatever, but it happens off page or off screen or whatever. Like I don't think
I'm okay. Like the Shan-Chan got trounced. They got
so they would have rescued anyone who was still free, you know.
I'm assuming her Soldan died, and yeah.
So Knuckles Mustache says, "Is it canon now that Matt's stick is longer?" I mean,
yes, that is.
Seems
that is canon.
Seems appropriately canon to me. So 1 second, I'm just trying to hop over so I can put a poll in chat. And I
just thought of another Easter egg that I should have mentioned on. Well, I'll mention it here. A moment that just delighted me. Leandrin's accent changes, which is book canon.
Whose does? Leandrin's?
Leandrin, yes. In the books, when she's in Tenchiko in the books and she's talking with the servants, she starts using like Tenchiko speak. Like I can't remember exactly how, but she feels ashamed of it. When she goes into the house, like that first, goes into the house, her accent becomes much less posh.
Oh.
It almost becomes I'm not British. I mean, I technically am British, but I'm not British in a way that I know which accent it is, but it sounds northern to me.
I would have to go and check that. What scene
which is
that?
like I said, that's book canon. It's book canon that when she's dealing with people from people say other people are saying it's northern. Woohoo! Look at me. I am British. I take it back. I technically am. I was born on a British island.
It's borderline Scouse, Andrew? Oh, okay. Right. What episode? This is episode 2 she does this in.
I think it's episode 2, yeah.
Right. Okay. No, I don't need inside. I just need to change the episodes. Episode 2. Right. So it's before they go mad at whatever wedding moment is happening.
It's like right when she literally she opens her mouth and when the first thing she says, I was like, oh, different accent. Book canon. I love it.
I do not remember that moment myself. So I'm glad that you knew that because I certainly did not know that.
Well, I'm more British than you then. No. I'm
actually I didn't mean the accent being British. I just meant her changing accent. I wasn't.
Yeah. But no, it's from one British accent to another British accent is what it is.
Oh, right.
And the fact that you didn't notice.
No, but I mean, I wasn't paying attention to accent. Where is this? Because it's got to be episode 2.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's in episode 2. It's before she, literally rips someone's heart out.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was they're a little graphic this season so far. We've got like head pummeling. We've got hearts, hearts being removed. We've got a lot of gore. I cannot find this to save my life. Does anyone have a timestamp? Help me out, chat.
Okay, I'll try. Oh, will I be able to open it up? Hold on.
All right. One thing I will put on that I didn't notice. And let me skip ahead a little fraction here. And I know you talked about this, but it really did take me a hot second to pick up on it. And that is right. Pause there and get back 10 seconds. Put this on.
Yeah.
First Prince of the Sword.
Okay, so we've got the boys being introduced here.
Lord.
And then she has no idea who. And then she looks at him and be like, Lord, I did not pick up
Prince. You didn't catch that?
No,
there's a hesitation. I caught this one, but I didn't catch the one with Elayne.
Yeah.
And so when I didn't catch it with Elayne, I actually was confused. You also notice if you on a rewatch how soft her voice. Everybody else she introduces with this voice, and then it's Lord Gabriel.
Right. Yeah.
Like it's just so soft.
Well, see, weirdly, okay, it is 3 or 3 people are telling me. Weirdly enough, I did pick it up with Elayne.
Okay. I didn't pick it up with Elayne at all. That's wild.
Not like the exact moment where she meets him and goes, "Oh, hi." It was more like suddenly they were sitting and they were buddy, and my brain went, "But I know now, thanks to the cold open, they've been out for a month."
Right.
So how is the buddy in the history and like blah 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 blah? And I was just like, "Oh, he composed her in that second. I was like,
Second,
because
right?
initially I was like, when has he seen her to put compulsion on her previously? And then
Yeah,
it
yeah.
occurred to me, no, he composed her in that very moment when they first walk into each other. I was just
Wow.
like,
See,
oh,
because I didn't notice the hesitation and she was so friendly with him, I immediately was like, are they changing who Robin is? Like, is he going to be just a dark friend? Is that what he is? Like, I never thought he was going to be good. I was expecting a heel turn, but I was not expecting, like, I didn't, she was so friendly with him. And like, they had this history and I didn't.
yeah, like they're getting drunk together, which I love, by the way.
Yes.
You know, even though she's drinking with, you know, a Forsaken, chosen, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. I love that Elayne drinks a lot.
I know. Thank you, Kelly and Meg, for the episode and the timestamp. Turn it down a smidge. Let me go.
Hachiko looks so good, though.
It does look so good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Today you become husband and wife. You become his.
Did anyone else think that this was going to be the Aragorn doors opening moment?
I was wondering the outfits didn't match. Yeah, so yeah, just listen to her voice.
Who are you?
What's your name, boy?
Jacques Lunault.
Lunault.
Like, even the way she said Lunault.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
right.
That is a touch shy of being Scouse, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
So kudos, absolute kudos. I don't know. I forgot that she changes her accent in the books, and I just heard her say the name like Lunault, and I was like, oh, she just rolled with that, and they liked it. You know, it's the only thing.
No, that's okay. But in the books, it's a little different. They're doing it differently in the show, but I don't think they could do it in the show the way it's in the books, because in the books it comes out in moments when she's losing control, and then she feels shame. Right? But you only know she's feeling the shame of it because it's in her thoughts. So you can't really do that in the show. So they're just having her change accents.
Yeah. Apparently a few people are missing the compulsion. So I'm going to ask chat. Here we are. I'm impressed because a lot of you have probably hung around from Dusty, because there's 100 people here. So
I know.
Kudos to everyone who has hung around. I do have other people that will book to arrive in the next sort of 5-10 minutes or so. So we'll see. Jess, Aaron Study is probably running late. Started late watching. But did you catch the compulsion, which I probably spelled wrong, from Gabriel? All right, let's put that in there. I'm using not three devices. I have 3 screens today, people.
You are a tech god.
I don't know. Oh God, that's an exaggeration. I'm just like, if I'm going to be playing a lot off the screen here, I was like, I want chat in front of me on the other side. So I plugged in my laptop as well today. So
yeah.
So that's in there. Vote on that, folks. If I could, I would be picking maybe, because I got it on the second one. So I love this. Someone said 24 hours and I showed up. Nice. Yeah.
Nice.
I want to talk about the end of this episode. Something that you mentioned, which I loved, and I'm like, yeah, we want to talk some more about this. Where is it? Is it the end of it? Is not the end of this episode, but it's in this episode. Here we go. This moment where Lan is being a fucking best wingman.
Yes, careful, because there's boobies in this shot.
I know. Yes. That's why I was like, where do I pause it? Oh, that'll pause it there.
I just know because I had to blur them. I had to blur them in my edit.
Oh, I will find that out.
Ever have to go through something for nipple watch and be like, okay, blurring the nipples.
Oh my God, seriously?
Sometimes, yeah, because you can't have nipples on your female presenting nipples on your channel, and YouTube will be naughty.
Yeah, fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Anyway, yes.
It's so silly. Anyway, I love how, let me hit mute and play a little bit of this. Turn it down, play a little bit. I love how he's struggling with the heat. Yeah, but he's like, this moment. This is a callback.
No, we am not.
It's such a callback. There we go. We'll stop it there, just so I don't catch anything else.
I didn't catch it was a callback. You're right.
Yeah, it could be warmer. And she's like, and then it's just more rain. Who's being like, they're making it hotter. You know?
Yes.
And I'm like, it's.
Go ahead.
I'd be like, it's a barely dressed Rosamund Pike, it's a barely dressed
Mhm.
Daniel Henney, it's a barely dressed all the other people
Everyone.
in there. I'm like, it's pretty hot already, like
Yes, it's pretty freaking hot. I never even caught that it was a callback because I was too busy laughing because I also hate saunas for that reason. And like the way, like at one point, one of the other IEO puts water and they like flash to Moiraine and Lan and they're both just like, oh, like shuddering in agony. It's so good.
let's people are asking for spoilers in chats. So let's go. No spoilers past do my spells.
Okay. There's another call, another Easter egg here. Although I don't, I'd have to go back and watch season 1. But one of the IEO calls Moiraine child, and you see Moiraine get really affronted at it, and I was literally like, "Stings,
Really?
Moiraine, doesn't it? Stop calling Nynaeve child. She doesn't like it."
No, I'm gonna play it now. See if we can find it.
Yeah. It's when she asks about Ruidian, and then one of the IO goes, "Don't they teach manners in the wetlands, child?" And Maureen's like, "What the fuck?"
Fair enough. Well, I'm going to bring in a couple more guests. They have arrived. So let's please welcome one of let's the first one. Sorry, of my wonderful guests. Please welcome Charlie. How are we doing, Charlie?
Hello.
Hey, Rob. I'm good. Hey, Jenny.
Yeah.
I am doing pretty good. Yeah. I have come to support women's wrongs. I have come in my red. Rob, I need to congratulate you on being ahead of the trend, because when we first met, you were accusing me of being a dark friend for no reason other than that I was wearing red. And guess what? Very popular. Very popular this year to be
very
doing
popular. That. Yeah, it's very popular. Sorry. Let's ask my other guests what they think of that. Please welcome Camille as well to the party.
Camille.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey.
Rob, I think you don't fit actually in this panel. Can we just...
I was just thinking, I've loaded this first segment pretty well, haven't I? So should we go to a scene in episode 1, perhaps?
I mean, there's a couple. The sapphic tension between Moiraine and Lanfear. There's like a look Lanfear gives that is just very horny but scared at one point. Or not Lanfear, Moiraine gives when Lanfear's like whispering in her ear, and I'm just like, I also would be like that.
Also, we got Lan like suggested to Moiraine that maybe she should get a hookup. So,
excuse me, she is married.
I mean, what is this?
They are having a fall out some sort, but
I just
Lan was like, maybe it's time for you to move on.
He was wingmanning her so hard. He's like, "Come on, you don't forget how it works."
Yeah.
Oh my god, Lan.
that was a great line. Yeah, you don't forget how. Yeah. That was. I kind of wanted her to like reverse that line on him somehow, but I couldn't think of anything funny at the time. But it was a great line. You mentioned the child comment just before. I actually just pressed play, and the next comment came up was this line here from this is Elayne, isn't it? I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And then like look at Maureen's face after this. Like there's no boobs in here.
Yeah. And she's like, what?
Why me?
Yes, it's like seriously, stop calling Nynaeve child. It stings. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, amazing. Okay, so Camille and Charlie, you've watched all 3 of the episodes that have dropped today?
Yes.
Yep.
Lovely.
Up to date.
Up to date. Awesome. Where would you like to start? We've been talking mostly Matt, the quarterstaff fight, and now obviously we were chatting about the land wingman moment. But would you like to go anywhere specific? It's going to be very organic for the next 9 hours, folks.
Yeah.
We could talk about more gays.
Yeah?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Any particular moment?
Got some wrongs to support.
That if you're supporting wrongs, yes. Stabbing children in the neck. Let's support that wrong.
Oh God, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, what a cold open, right?
So much has happened. So much happens in 3 episodes that you forget about some of it already.
Yeah, absolutely. This was my reaction to this was brutal. Like, because first off, she's like, well, I won.
I forgive
so
you.
I
That was
forgive
that. I
you.
love that line. Yeah, the war's over
Yeah.
because I won.
Mhm. It was like just so brutal. But then, yeah, she kills them. Like, wow. Charlie, support these wrongs.
I think it's going to be so interesting to see. I don't think Elayne knows about this for a start, but I think that Elayne's mum has brought her up constantly saying, I did a lot to make a safe nation, a safe seat for you.
Mm-hmm.
I made this stable. I made it safe. You are going to continue the line. We are not having another succession war. Absolutely not. And so Elayne's been brought up with all this pressure.
Yeah.
And it's back in season 2, quite near the end, Moiraine says to Lan that she would let 1,000 innocents die to protect Rand al'Thor. And I think Morgaze would kill anyone to protect her daughter.
Yeah.
It's possible she even sees it as protecting the whole nation. She says, okay, I'm gonna kill 3 ladies here. Ladies, one of them's a kid. I'm gonna kill 3 ladies here. That means there's definitely not gonna be another war. That saves thousands.
Yeah. It should be done. She doesn't do it. The men behind them who are dressed in their same house colors does it. Which made me wonder, were those men like the equivalent of the first Prince of the Sword for their family? Like,
is that what happens?
The little girl literally says brother. They're all being killed by
brother.
They're all being killed by people from their own houses.
Maybe I won't leave that particular image on screen there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wow, killed by their own families. I did not pick up on that. Also, I'm glad it's all off screen. I've just looked at it properly. It's very gross.
It's very gross. Yeah.
Before I take down my poll, I'm going to ask me and Charlie, did you pick up on Gabriel's channeling, like his compulsion, for when he met new people?
I mean, when he first showed up, there's something weird. Like Swan was smiling way too much. I'm sorry, that was suspicious.
She was simpering, too much. I think I think in that moment he was a little bit too slow with Lyanna. Lyanna was a little bit slow introducing him, and I think he was a bit slow catching her. And he overcompensated on Swan, which was why it was way too much on Swan.
Yeah.
Oh, do you not think maybe he did Swan first and then Lyanna? And that's why she was a bit slow.
It was too much. What?
I mean, sure, could he not do? Maybe he can do 2 at once. I don't know.
Oh, he can do multiple at once probably, but I do think it's probably Lyanna first because Lyanna was the one introducing him, so it's fine if Swan has a bit of a delayed reaction to that.
Or maybe he doesn't know how things work. Maybe he's only been out a month. Maybe he doesn't know how things work, so he was focusing on the wrong person and messed up.
That's
but you're absolutely right. It was way too much for Swan, wasn't it? She would not smell at a man like that.
Yeah,
no,
it's true.
No.
Also, I just saw this comment back before Queen of Hearts off with the head. Actual trippy. That was very, very.
I mean, that was very much the vibe we were getting.
It was, yes. I mean, the outfit goes with that.
The outfit,
Yes.
All right. So, ending the poll, 63% of people said yes, they did catch the compulsion the first time. I'm one of the 37 that got it only when I realized why is he friendly with Elayne? When did he see her? But let's do this new poll.
So when we saw Gabriel at the end of in the episode 2 in general, I was very curious whether for people who haven't read the books, whether it was obvious and when it was going to be revealed to Chauvier, and then it got revealed like literally in the cold open for the next episode. It was like, okay, so we're clear on that. This is gross. This is weird.
You're all smarter than me. You're all smarter than me because I was I like I said, I caught it with Lyanna, and then Elayne threw me off, and I was like, I guess they're changing who he is. I don't know. I'm so confused.
Yeah, Elayne threw me off, and it made me think that maybe this was a man who had been here the whole time, who had been, killed and
or something. Oh, I see. Oh, that I didn't go there, but that would have been smarter than my idea, which was just like, I guess he's just a dark friend.
I honestly,
you're still smarter than me.
I think when he came into the tower, I think for like half a second, I considered, I'm like, has he just like disappeared for like 20 years? and he's reappeared, and now they're like, "Oh, it's you because you look 20 years younger last time I saw you." You know,
right?
But I kind of dismiss that. I'm like, no, it's something I'm just not paying attention to.
I wish we could have had a week between episode 2 and episode 3 to
wonder. Yeah. See, they need to do that for all of them. So, and not only so that we can fight about it and argue about it, but so that it can last longer.
Do you know what they should do? If they want to do 3 in a single week, they should do Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Ooh, even that would be good. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be good, actually.
Or they could do 3 in a week and then also give us, I don't know, like 12 episodes.
They could definitely.
Yeah.
I'm not even asking for 12. 10 would be great.
Yeah.
Hey, as long as we give me 8 seasons, we can add episodes as we go after that. You know, so I don't know. That's
for me, for Gabriel, it's just that there's a repetition of like this half a second delay for everyone, like for Lyanna, for Swan, and then for Elayne again. So it's like once can be just a weird editing thing. Twice, already suspicious. 3 times?
See, I didn't catch it with Elayne at all until I was rewatching, and then it is, as you said, a weird editing thing. Like if you don't know what you're looking for, it looks like an editing mistake. Like it looks like they held on this for too long, for like just a fraction of a second too long.
All right, so at the end of the 9 hours, I have at least 1. Hopefully 2. Cody might show up, but Cody might show up actually in an hour's time. But she might show up at the end. She wasn't 100% sure. But I'm going to have at least 1 show-only watcher coming. So I hopefully I'm saying this right. Is it Geek Girl Chick? No. Anyway, Aisha, I think her name is. She's like she does reactions to Wheel of Time. I got in touch with her. I invited her on, and she's hopping on at the end.
Wait,
so she's got
Aisha.
There we go. Aisha. Yes.
When is she coming on?
2 hours before the end ish, 2:30 Pacific. So what's that? 9:30 here. So that might be okay. Jen's doing time math right now. Anyway, only watch
time math because I really like her. I watch her a lot.
I also. Bree actually recommended her like as someone to watch, and I was like, I reached out because of Bree, and then Bree was like, I can't come on when she's coming on. But
I might be
hopefully,
asleep and I'm mad.
Sorry.
Why don't you organize your streams around my sleep schedule?
Look, Amazon have only just arranged a European-friendly showing, so you know it'll work it out eventually. Right. So, did you pick up on should I just say on Gabriel and then get her sort of ideas on that, and I'll just put in my own notes there like compulsion. And what we'll do over the next few hours, we'll get a collection of questions together for show only watchers to be like, does this work for you? So I'm excited to have them on anyway. So
I'm just mad at you, but that's okay. I'll forgive you later.
I'm sorry. Matt, go to bed.
Go to sleep.
Seriously, Matt.
Sleeping is important.
Yes. And you're right, Rand. It is half European friendly because a lot of us had to work. So can you tell me what time she's on it just again? Maybe I'm just going to do some time zone math. 9 a.m. You're going to do some time zone math. Okay, one second, because my schedule's on the other page. She will be on at like 9:30 my time tonight.
So UK.
Yeah, by 9:30 p.m. in the UK.
So it's in 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'll definitely be, unless I like wake up for some stupid reason, I'll definitely be asleep.
Sorry. Apologies. Okay. So we've had murder in the palace, which is kind of split. It's sort of approximately sort of 40-60 saying no, she was not right to kill off all enemies, but it's, that's one of the closer polls. Yeah.
I feel like that. And again, if you watch my reaction, I will talk about this at the end, but I feel like what they were going for with that, because at first I was like, oh, she's a villain. But then I think what they were going for was pragmatic to the point of cruelty. Like she will just do what needs to be done and she doesn't care. Yeah.
which we've seen,
and of course she's got Elida whispering in her ear. So
yeah,
and pragmatic to the point of cruelty is something we've seen from Moiraine already this season.
Mm-hmm. Well, yes,
yeah. I mean, they are making some decision, all of them, like Moiraine with the kids in episode 1. I think it shows as much about Morgase that it shows about Elida. So considering like the tension in the White Tower with Elida right now, it gives us a specific opinion also about Elida. I did notice that Galad and Gawyn are there. Gawyn is very young, but Galad is like 4 or 5 years old. Probably remembers that.
He might remember.
Yeah, probably. It's the show is definitely more brutal than the books on that side, but it's also because I mean some assassination happened definitely in the books. It just a lot of them were off screen.
Yeah,
right. Like Morgase is kind of a woman who's I mean, her boyfriend basically murdered the husband of like the father of her children. So
he deserved it. We didn't like him anyway.
Yeah.
I wonder. The thought I had, because thinking about Galad remembering, I didn't like if you remember from Robert Jordan's notes. One of the things I'm glad didn't end up in the books, but that he was toying with was having Galad have a certain resentment against Morgase because she had boyfriends, and that was dumb and stupid, and I'm glad he didn't do that. But I could see them bringing that into the like Galad having a resentment towards Morgase because like when he was 4, he watched a bunch of people die in front of his face, and so he's mad at his mom. Like I could see that being something there.
I mean, that's a little different to your mom having boyfriends. Like,
it's very different. But
committing murder in front of you is a little more traumatic.
Worse. That's worse.
It's a legitimate reason to have resentment against your mother, as opposed to like.
Do we think that Galad is hers?
That question that's Max Silva's question as well. I don't know what they're doing with that because he ran up to her and called her mother.
Right.
And he's young enough. Like running up to her and calling her mother means that he's been in her care for a fairly significant amount of time, right?
He's also young.
Yeah.
But like when they introduced Galad and Gawyn to Tarvalon, they call Gawyn Prince Gawyn and Galad Lord Galad. And Gawyn is what's the title of Gawyn? First Prince of the Sword. So there's still definitely a distinction between Gawyn and Galad. I don't mind a kid that young not making a distinction between a stepmom and a mom.
No,
that's actually he's got.
No, I don't.
It's something I like seeing because step family exists, and we shouldn't make such a distinction between parents in that situation. So
no, that wasn't my thought about like that. If it's his stepmother, it's just that means that she's been in his life. Like if she's a new stepmother to him, he's not running into her arms and saying "mom." So it just that gives us a timeline for how long.
It's true.
Like.
Megan's asking about baby daddy. Could it still gonna be Targaryen since she didn't have the crown yet? Like, because obviously,
probably,
yeah, I would imagine.
I hope it's Targaryen because I want more Dama drama.
Dama drama? Oh, why have I not heard Dama?
I want more Dama drama. We had Umber. I think Umber's gonna come back. I want more of this interconnected thing going on. I am sad that Elayne has not called Moiraine auntie yet.
I was about to say that. That's my only disappointment of episode 1.
That never happened in the books either. Nobody ever just pointed out, hey, by the way, hey, look, Moiraine, you're related to everybody. Like,
everybody.
Rand should be calling you Auntie Moiraine. Like it's just.
It feels like it sometimes, doesn't it? You know. But it is great, and we did get at some point later on, didn't we get mention of Tigraine? So I feel like we will get mentions of, you know, the extensions that go around the royal family and how things work, because when she's talking to Elayne, she mentions the last, you know, queen running off or whatever it was she was at that stage, like didn't work out well.
It's book 4 where you put that all together, right? Book 4 is when the family tree comes into focus.
That feels right.
I think so. So
something
that
like
makes sense. That
Yeah,
this
I
seems to
think
be-
I think for readers it doesn't for Rand until much later. But
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah,
readers it
but
does. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Moiraine, does Moiraine has a last name until book 4, book 5, or?
You know what? I have no idea. You know, it's a problem. Like when you've read the book so many times, I have no idea when I get information sometimes.
This is why Two Wise Wells is such a marker for the book readers when we do shows like this, because it's like, oh, I just know big bits before that, you know, and I don't. Was that book 6? Was it book 7? Was it book 19? Was it book 2?
No
like
idea.
who knows? But I know where in the story it is. So yeah, it's wild. I don't think she does actually until book 4 or 5 or something.
Yeah, I think her name is dropped in The Shadow Rising because she has a Damodred name and she's meeting Aiel, and there's a wall, like her uncle starting the war with the Aiels. So that's when her name become important. But before that, we don't know her name.
Yeah, it's just not necessary at that stage, I suppose. But yeah, speaking of like name drop, go, Charlie.
I was going to say about Tigraine. If you are a show-only watcher, you have not heard the name Tigraine before, but you might have seen it in the X-ray.
Yes. Yeah.
But
I think even in the not the subtitles, but yeah.
I don't think it's in the subtitles either. I think it's only in the X-ray or the credits. So depending on what kind of show watcher you are, I imagine most, I'm going to say normal people, not that we talk to any normal people, but most normal people will not know the name Tigraine. Some people might, though. Some people might know that pregnant fighting lady is called Tigraine.
I'm curious whether that's going to be something Rand will learn in Radiant or something. I don't remember when Rand learns about that. I know, like, the wise ones do tell him that his ancestry within the Aiel is not through his mother, but through his father, and his mother was a wetlander that came to the Aiel Waste. So maybe people, like, if it is mentioned in the same way, maybe show only will start making connections. But maybe it will be revealed this season too. Who knows?
That would be pretty awesome. Yeah, because Rand figures it out. Like, he finds out, like you say, from the wise ones, and then when he's back later on, he just, through, I think, the situation, realizes that, like, oh, this history of Andor came about because this chick went running off, and you know, hold up, that kind of aligns time-wise with when, you know, like, oh, my mum appeared. Like, okay,
and are we cousins? And how close cousins?
Yes.
I mean, important question. Let's be honest. So,
it's actually, since we are talking about Andor, I do find it very interesting that we got Elida mentioning the foretelling about the Andor blood. I don't remember exactly what she says, but how she had a foretelling about the Andor royal line being important for the fate of the world. And I mean, book readers know that it's more about Rand than about Elayne, but it kind of fits for both.
Yeah,
I think she said something.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you go.
Okay. Well, she said that the royal line of Andor would be important or whatever. But then she said, so she helped Morghese win. Like, she thought, oh, I have this, and so I'm going to use this to steer the ship instead of going, I should wait to see where the ship goes and see, like.
And then you get the argument of, like, is it worked out that way because you heard and then made that ship go that way, or would the ship have gone that way had you not done anything? In which case you wouldn't have got. Yeah, it becomes a whole.
Yeah, but she she put her hand like she tilted the scales in that case, which is the opposite of what Min does. Min's like, I'll talk about this in another video, but Min. Oh, I love that, the queendom. Yes. Min has had so many visions that at this point she's just like, that's my vision. I'm not going to try and do anything about it because I know whatever I do, it doesn't matter. Whereas for Elida, it's go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Kate. I was going to say, she says queendom in the books. It's royal line of Andor. In the show, she says the queendom of Andor is going to be important, and that's almost a little clue to us that she is misinterpreting her own foretelling. It's like a little hint, maybe. I don't know. Also, her saying later. So it's in episode 3, isn't it, where she's saying to Min, "Oh, you know, I don't just see the future; I make the future happen."
Yeah.
that sort of brings us back to thinking about, well, how much of Morghase's ruthlessness is like driven by Elida encouraging. She's there whispering, saying, you've got to make it secure. You've got to do everything you can. You've got to make it safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. It does. It would. I'm getting vibes of Game of Thrones with like Mad King and having someone whispering in his ear now type thing.
Yes.
But
you
know, it does.
Or
sort
Lord of the
with
Rings with that guy who talks to
Wormtongue.
Wormtongue.
Yes.
Yes. Oh God. Wow.
Yeah.
Lighter Wormtongue at a dinner party. Jesus.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And then Gandalf and Moiraine come striding in together. Wow, I had not made that full connection just yet. Like they really are set up against each other. Like, yeah. Anyway, I love that. I've totally forgot what I was going to say now. Oh, she's so ruthless because Elida's so adamant that like this is the journey I've picked. This is the ship. This is the direction. Like we have to be ruthless to keep it going. Because I've put my eggs in your basket, so I have to make you ruthless to stick with it. So that I'm right.
The impression I got was that she was like, she had this foretelling and then she looked at the candidates and was like, I can get more influence with Morghase, so I pick her and I'm going to steer the ship towards her. Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
It's like Moiraine casting the big golden dragon. She's like, he will be banned across the sky in fire. Okay, guess I'd better do that then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is true. And the scene, I remember talking about it when I was recording my reaction. When they're talking to each other about their different ways of seeing things and blah, blah, blah. It just, how else could you do easy exposition like that with, if you didn't have both characters being seers of various types?
Yeah.
Like, because they have a conversation about, how it works for them. And in the process, we get the exposition. It doesn't feel like someone's just sitting there reading off a big word heavy script, Yeah. And it felt really easy. So,
yeah. They actually paired Min with two people that I guess I never thought about. I mean, I think I had thought about the comparison between the way Elida has her visions or like her foretellings and Min, because they just have such a different way of dealing with them. Min is just very, it's going to happen. I don't care. Like, not I don't care, but I can't do anything about it. So she just lets her visions happen. But then pairing her with Matt made me go, I never thought. Matt is forced to see the past and she's forced to see the future. And never thought about that. Like, and that makes them such a.
Max had a very interesting comment regarding Elida and how she's a catalyst for Min and Matt to encourage each other to be their best self and to embrace their gift. It's kind of fucked up that it's Elida who does that, but it's also interesting that Min and Matt has this relationship regarding their gifts that they can't control and don't really want.
What does Elida do for Matt? Just out of curiosity. I think
she's a catalyst for Min, and Min is a catalyst for Matt.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I thought I'd missed something between Elida and Matt. Then I'm like,
they don't have any scenes.
So,
but
yeah, it's very, very cool. I like the fact that they didn't make up. Going to Matt and Min for a second, didn't make up instantly. That was
there was a little bit of tension.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's another Easter egg. Sorry, it just made me so happy. Min is in a disguise, but it's not a cringy disguise. She's just in a disguise. She's not flipping about. Like she's just,
she's not Elmindreda or whatever her name is.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
But
honestly,
which is right.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't realize that's how the servants dressed. I hadn't paid attention to it. So when she rocked in, I'm like, oh, I like that white pantsuit. I'm like, that looks good on you.
You know, she look great. That.
Yeah. And then they're like, oh, this is a servant's outfit. I'm like, well, you dress your servants really well in that case, because you're killing this. It looks amazing. What was
dressing your servants
giving face. There we go.
Yes,
dressing your servants in white is really showing off as well.
It is actually. It is a little bit.
It's saying we are so rich, our laundry is so good that we can dress our servants in white.
Right. I'm assuming that the whites actually have some sort of magic laundry weave, because they're also always in white and their whites look fabulous.
Yeah,
so they must have some sort of. That must be like
magic
when
laundry.
their magic specialty weave.
Yeah. Yeah, the blues can call ants and things like that, and the whites, well, we make whites really white, so
yeah, exactly. Yes.
with the laundry Aisha, no, that
Well, I mean, seriously, what else do the whites do? We're off here talking about logic, which is really helpful and useful to the tower.
This is true. This is
I don't think being useful is necessary for Aes Sedai,
That's true.
No, outside of the last battle, not really. No, they, that you can have segments that just chill and do their thing. So
there's a question in the chat that I want to address, which is what is up with Elida's hand shaking?
From
I had two thoughts, and everyone in the chat is talking about one of them. So I'm going to do the other one first, and then we'll talk about what everyone else thinks. Which is, this might be partly because of previous thoughts about Shora, but Elida's hand is shaking, and she gets angry and sweeps things off of her dressing table. I was wondering if she's old. I was wondering if she is old and ill and worried about whether she is going to make it to the last battle and whether all of her plans are going to come through. She is determined to, have the world survive the last battle. And my first theory was maybe she's worried she's not going to make it. Because we don't know what it looks like when Aes Sedai get really old. We don't know what that looks like.
I mean, maybe
maybe she's ill, maybe she's deteriorating, and maybe she's really worried that, the White Tower and the world is not going to hold it together without her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Old as in Cadsuane type age, we're talking.
Yeah.
That is what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah. My theory about the shaking was because Min, when they're meeting, mentions her bracelet. And then, they highlight it. So she's like, that bracelet, is that part of the foretelling? And Elida says something. I can't remember exactly what Elida says, but I'm pretty sure we see the bracelet as well when her hand is shaking. So
we do.
There's no reason for them to mention it if it's not important. And so I'm in my brain just connecting those two. Not quite sure how, but I'm connecting them.
Maybe we should ask another guest. So why don't we ask Bodhi?
Oh,
hey.
In a
Hello.
with his fabulous background there, must be calling us for vacation, clearly. Bodhi, why is Elida's hand shaking?
Oh, now I've been influenced by whatever you were talking about, and I'm like, oh. But I just want to say I'm so in love with Elida. I am literally rooting for her to do a coup.
Oh, and that's all the time we have from Bodhi right now. So thank you so much for joining us.
Oh no! Drunk with
I'm part
power.
of the Elida Stan train now.
Yeah, no, that's not me. That is not me.
Oh man!
Hey Camille and hey Charlie. I think this is the first time I've seen Charlie, but I've always seen Charlie on Discord.
Yes.
Hello, this is me.
Hello.
Yes.
It's all good.
So
Jess
what's
is still
your
trying to get here as well. So yeah, carry on. Sorry.
I was going to ask Buddy because we've all given I think most of us have given our favorite. What was your favorite episode? Favorite moment?
When Matt was beating his dick on. Oh, I mean, when he was beating his stick on those boys.
Buddy.
I mean, beating his dick on those boys, that means something completely different. I'm sorry to say. And we did not see that.
It was way longer than their swords. That's
way longer. I don't know why they keep everybody thinks swords are better, but yes.
Yeah.
I think I kept saying in my reactions, I was like, I swear to God, please, someone, I hope this happens. I hope the beating happens. And then it happens was it almost the last part of episode 3?
And they again, you'll see this when you see Maria. I literally at one point yelled out, "The show is cock blocking me." I was so mad. I was getting so mad. It was like, just you put the stick down.
There were a few occasions where it felt like they were going to fight, and then they didn't, and you're like, "What are you doing?" What are you doing? Yeah.
Because he's holding the stick and then he puts it down at one point, and I was just like, no, no, don't do that. It's not okay.
It's so it's funny because we actually got to talk, like with the quiz time, we got to talk to Rafe about that scene. Well, he talked about that scene, and apparently he couldn't care less about Galad fighting Matt in the books. So he had to ask, okay, why does this scene matters to you? And after seeing Gawyn and Galad for like those 2 episodes, you're very happy to get to see Matt beating those up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're such a prick.
They
Such
are.
pricks. I do want to go into the book and just hug book Galad and be like, no, it's okay. I still like you. I still like you. You're fine.
Yes, I like
You're
book
fine.
Galad.
Your show counterpart is a douche. You're gonna need to teach him a few things. But I like you. So
And
if a character starts bad, then there's a potential for character improvement.
that is true. That is true.
that is very true.
I am on record. If the show tries to make me like Gawyn, I am going to sue someone. I don't know who, but someone's getting a loss. Yeah.
Perhaps we should get some advice from the Amazon herself.
Ooh.
Jess, if we end up liking Gawyn,
Oh
who
my
should we
god.
Yes. Hey.
Hi. Obviously, we are suing Rafe Lee Judkins for making us like Gawyn.
Yes. So
I feel
far,
like
so
that's
far
a
he hasn't
foregone
done it yet, so we're okay.
conclusion.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to?
Although he
liking
has a very
Gawyn?
punchable face.
Very.
Like, I feel bad for that actor because I just want to slap him. God, I don't even like his face. I'm like, ugh. Perfect face for fucking Gawyn, I guess.
I'm going to ask chat.
Yeah.
Are we going to end up loving Gawyn?
No. I mean, the coup is coming too fast, so we'll see him taking bad decision from the start, and we'll be like, it's bad decision all the way down.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, come on. From where he's standing, why would you not be Team Elayne from where he is?
In Dickhead Town, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. No.
The moment he was introduced, I was like, oh, okay. So I hate Gawyn.
Yes.
I hate this guy.
Yes. And then Galad opened his mouth and was just like, milady, what may I do for you, milady? And I was like, oh no, Galad slander. I was
Like,
You know
oh
when,
no, he's the fedora guy.
Yeah, he's so formal. He's just like, just this, like his
Yeah.
cheeks, like we're just like, Whereas Gawyn turns up and he's just like, hey, and it's
yeah.
I still think the funniest scene of, I think, episode 2 was when Matt was just trying to sleep, and there's one brother banging on one side and the other brother banging on the other side. That was the best part of all.
Someone needs to
And then
turn that
someone
into a
looked-
GIF. That needs to be a GIF for when any of us have insomnia, and we'll just be like, me right now,
You can label either side like work troubles versus like family troubles and things that are keeping me awake at night, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just like make it a very editable one. If that one has to go into the next Valkyrie meme off, we just had that picture.
Yes.
That would be great.
Yes, I have been in Matt's situation of hearing the neighbors bang and awkward.
Okay, both your home and the White Tower, as we said before, need soundproofing. It's very, it's just
soundproofing is important.
How are you supposed to tell any secrets?
Well, they're not sex secrets.
As far as you know.
This is definitely not the discussion that they had on Dusty when this came around, I'm sure,
The number of time in this show where characters get into a room and start talking about something important and don't close the fucking door.
I actually said that at one point when they were walking down the hall and Elayne and Nynaeve are talking, like, this hall's really echoey. Like, this is not where you want to have this conversation.
And like, it's around turns. You don't know who's there.
Yeah,
exactly.
Farron and Alana. Leanna. I think,
Yeah.
and fucking Elaine's there, just like, oh, got caught. You know,
She
like
needs to work on her stealth. She rolled a 1. She rolled a 1 there. Like, that was
Yeah,
really
her
bad.
stealth check was criminally bad.
Swan talking to Elayne and Nynaeve about the Black Aja hunt. The door was still fucking open. I don't know if anyone noticed, but watch it
I
again.
didn't.
The door is still open.
I didn't notice that. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I didn't notice that at all. If there had
I
not
thought
been
you were gonna
railings, I would have noticed.
I thought you were going to say when Swan was talking to the kids in the inn and saying, get back to the tower, etc. And there was like, not even a wall, just like a cupboard or something.
Yeah.
And they were just standing there on the
yeah.
other side of the screen. And it's like, oh, there you are. There you are.
Yeah.
There's your wife.
Yes,
You going to
yeah.
go in and say hi? No.
Yes.
Yeah, but at least
They're
that thing, like, they have
divorced.
guard in the door, so I'm assuming they know who's in the inn more or less. But yeah, like you're in the Amerlin seat office and you don't even know whether someone's listening.
Yeah. But yeah,
You
you
know.
gotta shut doors, people. You know, you gotta.
Well, apparently it's very hard to get close to that office because
True.
Elida got turned away for not being a
Yeah.
sitter.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God,
It's,
that
it's
was-
not sisters, it's sitters.
Sitter,
And
yeah.
past one.
Yeah.
The pettiness
was-
here.
That was
Did
a
we
very
all
Baron
notice
moment.
Baron-
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, did we all notice Varen's extremely airhead moment there?
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
just her
Yeah,
like,
was that right?
I'm like-
Is that right?
I've been away so
Yeah,
long, I
so
don't
good.
really remember it. I'm sure
Yeah.
you don't either. You know, like.
That was so Baron.
Yeah. It's amazing. Andrew, I love this comment for Andrew. It's funny that we complain about too much oversharing of information now compared to the books, but they never talk.
Hey, you can share, but
Good
yes,
point.
close doors. Don't talk in echoey hallways. Like,
just a modicum of
Of awareness,
Discretion?
you know. Yeah,
Oh,
discretion.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
even think of the word discretion. That's the word. Thank you.
There we go. All right, Jess, we're asking everyone when they come in. Jen beat me to it with Bodhi. What was your favorite moment of these 3 episodes?
That
Not
is
to put you on the
so hard. I don't. God,
It's a good problem to have, isn't it? So,
It
it
is.
is a great problem
Yeah.
to have.
mhm.
Like,
I don't think I've
I
said
don't
mine.
know.
Actually.
Oh, actually,
the
yeah.
cold open. The cold open of episode 1 is still way up there for me.
Okay.
The
Shredding
fight
is-
in the hall, that was
Mhm.
that kicked ass. The cold open of episode 2 actually
Is-
savage.
Savage.
Red wedding
talking
shit.
about that, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I was like, God damn, she's
Mhm.
fucking all right.
Yep.
I mean, she did what she needed to do. But
Yep.
yeah. Fuck, I don't know.
Camille, do you have one? And Charlie, did I ask you? Because I thought I had. No, I asked you, Charlie, and then I didn't. Camille, is that right?
I don't remember honestly, but it's just I just keep laughing at Elayne and Avienda having some where everyone is fighting for their life. It just this idea
That's
just
true,
makes me laugh
that's-
so much.
Oh, true. That is so
Oh.
true.
That's true. They are getting it on when everybody else is like dying.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they don't come to anyone's rescue. They're that engrossed. They're just like, I didn't hear nothing.
Some
you
get
know?
a little death and some don't.
No, some get a little deaf and some get a little deaf, you know? So
Maybe. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
that was
Yeah.
so good.
I'm going to
I don't
assume
know.
it was because it was very loud wherever they were. You know, they were. We've heard the sex noises in the show. They are somewhat loud. So
Yes, they are, you know,
I
yeah.
mean,
they're, you know.
You know, the girls might be chill and quiet. They don't all have to be noisy.
that's how my head canon is one of them. I'm not going to say the sentence I was about to say. Never mind.
I want to hear the
No, you
sentence.
said
What was
too
the
much and not
sentence?
enough.
Oh no, there's a private chat in the group here. You can just put it in there, Jen, and the rest
Please
of us.
put it in the private chat.
That was a big win for the Sapphics, though.
That was
Big
wasn't
win.
it?
Yeah.
Like,
It was so
That
fucking perfect.
and Lan like saying that Moiraine should hook up, which confirmed that
Yeah.
Moiraine is more or less only
He
interested
really
by women.
He's wingman.
he really said you should get laid. Like, he
Yeah.
You
really
should get
said
laid,
that.
girl.
He really said that. I'm like,
He's like, there's
Happy
nothing wrong with
queen
being
all
happy
around.
for an hour, for a night or an hour even, It's like just go get some,
Yeah. You don't forget how it works. That line was like, it was just I said this on the studio, but there's so many movies and shows and books and whatever with gay men, straight women. I liked seeing the other dynamic. It was just like, that's so refreshing. I love it.
It's true. You'd always see like a woman with a gay best friend. You never see, you never see the opposite setup. And here we do, and it's brilliant. All right, I'll say, Jenny, that's brilliant. I've just seen it. She did go and put that comment in the private chat, folks, and it is a great comment.
If you want, I can say it. I don't mind. I have no shame.
Yeah, we better talk about this.
Go ahead, Kimmy.
I know it's kind of fun to see his live chat right now at the moment. So,
I mean, I feel like it's Elayne.
Okay.
So the question is, the comment was one of them is a screamer, and I asked, but which one? So apparently Elayne.
Right, not
I
Andor,
think
because she's an Aiel. She knows how to be stealthy.
This sounds like maybe this is a poll question considering the group I have on right now. So
Who is the screamer?
let me end up the current poll. The current poll: are we going to love Gawyn? 67% of people say no, we are not going to end up loving Gawyn. That was the last poll.
Yes, you are. Yes, you
You
are.
mean there were 33% who said yes?
Apparently so.
33% of them are dead to me.
Which one is the
It's gonna happen.
Gross.
And then we're gonna put. I can't believe this is a poll check.
Look, I was very discreet. I put it in the private chat. Y'all are the naughty ones.
I thought it was going to be so much worse, Jen. I've got to be honest.
It was about noise, is what it was.
There we go. Let's go in a live chat now. This is the quality content you've come here
Trying
for.
to decide why they didn't hear. That's the reason.
Yes, that is actually, Kimmy, what you've just put in the chat there. That really should be a Quiz of Time episode title. Like Elayne is royalty, Elayne should be on top.
We had quite a lot of options for season 3, episode 1, and that's not going to be the one that's going to be picked, but that was definitely an option.
It was a contender. I love it.
She
So
did so good. Climb on top. I was like, oh, okay.
I think if you
Some
asked your
questions.
hosts, I think if you asked your co-hosts, was this a Quiz of Time episode title? At least half of
They
them
won't.
would say yes.
at some
They'd
point,
be
they'll
like,
probably be
yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like something we'd put
I
up
mean,
as a
it
title.
sounds like something we'd say, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should definitely be like a quiz time quiz at some point when you reach like a milestone. You're like, we'll have a celebration party. Someone should break out like old episode titles and then put in like random ones like, is this or isn't it? And see how much you remember. So that would be great.
I don't have my mug there, but James at Last Jordan Con made us a mug with an episode title, like with a title card for each of us, and mine is "Please don't fuck the cat." So whenever sometimes I'm in work meeting and I look at my mug and I hide the mug.
Yes.
That is brilliant. That is brilliant.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, so
That is good.
going on with the wingman moment, we got with Lan. Let me scroll. There we go. What do we think about the introduction of Melindra?
Yes. Scroll past the boobies.
Yes, yeah. We'll
I
have
mean,
to.
there's
When they're outside, there's no boobies. When they're outside.
Yes, outside is safe.
yeah, they were there though.
Oh, they were there. But
I only
YouTube
know because I had to go blur them out. So I was just like, okay, gotta find every nipple and blur it out.
I was just like,
yeah.
Hey, girl.
Well, thank you for reminding me to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Things
I
you don't think about as a content creator.
I think that was actually a really clever way to introduce not only Melindra, but also the concept of like
The Malkier people.
Yeah, the Malkiri people being scattered and Lan being the reluctant king.
Yes.
I really like that. And then like we're also positioning Melindra in a way where, oh, I don't know, does the thing that Melindra does that happen before or after Dumai's Wells? I don't know when things happen.
I think that's
Before.
before. I think it's
That's before. Yeah, you're safe. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it's setting it up for us to be kind of invested in her a little bit as a person for when she turns and we find out that she's a dark friend. So, I think And it really was a very succinct way to introduce the whole concept, or I guess reintroduce the whole concept of the Malcury people being scattered and, you know,
And
what
I like
it means to other Malcury that Lan is around. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's something I kept thinking in this season, like these 3 episodes. They've done such a good job with world building. Like the way they are able to just through a few lines say so much that that would in the books took chapters to explain. They're like just covering in a couple of lines of dialogue. They're doing a really good job. Yeah.
Yeah, like really excellent, succinct exposition, important information that you really should have. Like, yeah, I think that they're doing a great job with that. I was thinking the whole time I was watching how great they're doing with adding those little world details. Like the one that really stood out to me was Swan and her box on her desk where she keeps her papers and then she has it locked with the power.
Yeah.
I was just like, that is such like a minor detail that they didn't need to put it in there, but they did. And I was like, oh, yay.
Yeah, another Swan moment that I thought, oh, that was such a smart way to explain the dynamics of the world. They spent all this time with more gays coming in with all this pomp and circumstance and all this introduction. And then she talks to Swan and Swan's like, in this hall, you have that ring. I'm your mother. And then immediately goes, oh, okay. Like you immediately understand where like, the dynamic in the world. And that did not take pages of dialogue. It took like one line.
Yeah.
But then also the juxtaposition of that with when she and Morgaze are talking in private as not only like world leaders who know each other, but people who know each other on a personal level. Like being a little bit more honest with each other. You know,
it felt like they were contemporaries, even meaning
like
they
equals.
might have been novices at the same time. Like I don't know in this timeline, but probably
this
not.
Timeline,
Sorry. No. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just remembered the whole Moiraine sister thing. So never mind.
No.
Different timeline.
Swan shows that again. Swan shows her skill in speaking to people in the correct way when she's talking to Matt as well. That she can be all these different people.
The word that I kept using in my notes every time, I kept trying to think of a different word, but I was like, no, deft. It's deft. She's just so deft. She knows how to talk to this person, how to talk to that person, and how to talk to that person. So you're going to hear that a lot. That word a lot.
Yeah, she really does.
Yeah.
The only person she doesn't know how to talk to is Nynaeve. She does not know how to talk to Nynaeve.
Nobody knows how to talk to Nynaeve except
this is true.
like the boys.
Yeah. Okay, so about 50 of you watching have voted on the Screamer poll. And it is very heavy in the Elayne choice. 86% of you reckon that Elayne is a screamer. Now, what I need is for someone to soundbite that out, clip that, and somehow get that to Kira Coveney. So we're no. I just knew you would all be like, no, Rob, no.
I'll do it. I don't give a shit. I don't know her.
No. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I know your faces would just be priceless. All right. So yeah, this is going back to Melindra. I love this tattoo. Who else wants this tattoo?
Yeah,
that is a stunning tattoo.
I need a better definition of it.
Yeah,
I don't see it much, but
we need to brighten it up and like. Yeah, but yeah, I'd get that tattoo. Maybe not on my back. I'd want it someplace where I'd be able to see it. But yeah, I'd get that.
Yeah.
In fact, now you've just inspired me. I think I'm going to actually, let me pop it off screen and see if I can snip out that photo and we can do some writing and such on it. So
this is completely unrelated to what we're talking about right now. But when they went through when they came out of the ways in the Two Rivers and how it was different, it was the doors and he had
and the Sexuality.
Yeah.
And Loyal's like, this is so much better than that channeling crap. I'm like,
it was.
Well,
it was sassy. I think I lost my mind when I saw those doorways, to be honest.
Yeah, it was nice.
So pretty.
Nice.
Yeah, they didn't look anything like I imagined, but they were perfect. And I also feel vindicated because I'm like, everybody's like, oh no, you have to channel to get in the ways. I'm like, you can do it both ways. I bet you can do it both ways. Yeah. And I was right.
And Kay, did you notice he put the he put the leaf in his
key
pocket.
back.
So
Yes.
I'm assuming then like Ogier just have like they just carry a key around with them, which then begs the question, Moiraine, you had him with you. Why did you do that?
Why? Yeah. Why did you not do that?
Well,
I
they
mean,
probably
it was
just had
season
special
one.
effects. Yeah, but they didn't have the special
I think
effects.
we have
budget for such a pretty game.
hand wave a lot of stuff
Yes.
in season one.
Yeah.
Much like we do with book one. Like, oh yes, coins, like locator coins. That's just we're not going to do that again.
That's a thing.
Yeah,
we don't need that. That's
Niall said that only a dark friend would travel the ways without an Ogier to guide them. And then it seems like it was Alana Maxim who had travelled that way.
Yeah, and they said
no, I don't think they are dark friends. But why are we having it hinted at us that they are doing things that only a dark friend would do?
I have a theory around this as well, but before we do
because I have
that,
had none. I want to hear your theory.
Oh, okay. Before we do that, let's the guest is just going to keep coming, folks. This is not the structured Dusty Wheel approach. This is I invite people, I give them a rough time, they turn up and they stay as long as they want. So all
right, I need to pop up for like just. I'm gonna bounce for like 2 seconds. I'm gonna stay in, but my sister just came to drop off her dog for us to babysit, and I want to make sure everything's good. So
you're good.
Okay.
So all right, Jessica, you go do that, and while we do that, please welcome S to the party. How are you doing?
Hi.
Now you've watched all 3 episodes.
At 6 this morning, yes.
Yes.
Nice.
Love that answer.
Dedication.
Yep. Do you have a favorite moment?
I think my favorite moment was probably, I mean, fuck it, the fight with Gawyn and Galad and Matt. We finally got the fight I've been waiting 3 seasons for.
Yes.
I mean, they also teased us for about 3/4 of an episode for it as well. So.
Yeah.
2 episodes even, because like there's a
the
first
sword,
fight.
Yes,
in
it's
episode 2, and then it's in episode 3.
It is rough. Definitely, it's a whole thing. I do have. Let me continue to brighten this tattoo up a bit. I've got it here. Does that look a bit better? You see that more clear now?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's really pretty.
Tattoo.
It is very pretty. I think just brightening it seems to a bit. Whoa!
Oh, Jesus!
There's brightening. The creator just arrived.
Bella enters the chat. But yeah, this is an amazing tattoo. I would definitely get this. But unlike somewhere like Jess said, somewhere you could see it as opposed to like on your back. You know, I don't think that
I love
crazy.
That she told Lan that Malkier will still live as long as a man is wearing the Adderley and a woman.
I hated that because those are Nynaeve's words. I didn't want them in Melindra's mouth. It made me mad. That was it is right from the books. I get it, but it was just like,
but if they were going to deliver it this early to remind him of Malkier as such, it wouldn't make sense for those to come from Nynaeve. Nynaeve doesn't have the knowledge of that yet.
I know.
Yeah.
I had the same reaction when Joya said to Swan, "On your knees." I was like, "Hey, those are somebody else's words. Those words out of your mouth."
That was brilliant. Yes.
Yes. No, you don't say those words. That's not okay.
That was brilliant, that moment. I love that. So but we're gushing over this
only
tattoo
get on only for one woman, and that's not Joya.
Yes. No, you're allowed to love those words coming out of Melindra's mouth. I was just like, oh.
I was glad they didn't continue it, because the next line is as long as a woman wears the Gushing and sends her sons to fight the shadow. And we're not doing that anymore because women are fighting as well.
Yes.
Because women can do things.
Yes.
Who'd have thought it?
Oh, I don't know. So
is it? Am I right in thinking that was episode 1 that said to Swan? It's during the when they're
the Joya thing.
The Joya thing.
That's episode 1.
It's the end of the shredding.
End of the shredding. Yeah. I'm just making sure before I reply to reply to Thatcher in chat about that. I was like, wait a minute, let me, because a lot of stuff I've seen today, so I want to make sure.
That was part of the shredding.
Is this when Swan's in the web?
Yes.
Of
in the web,
and she's ripping her way out of it.
That was
which was
that looks
love
nice.
that.
Interesting visual. I wasn't 100% sold on that.
I liked it.
Oh.
Okay.
I liked it.
No, I'm not saying disliked it. I was just like, we haven't had any.
We haven't seen
how you
like
break
that.
shields sort of expedition yet. So exposition, not expedition. And so I was just like,
about shields.
The journey about shields, exactly. Yeah. So they were just, showing us visually, and I was like, that's an interesting choice. So I was like, I wasn't completely sold. I didn't dislike it, but I was like, I wonder how the exposition goes with that.
I like that it's better, or I like that it's completely separate from the way that Moiraine's shield was broken in the second season.
Yeah.
So it clearly shows here's what it looks like when you're breaking a shield when people are still holding it.
Yeah.
Here's what it looks like when they've tied it off and left you to suffer.
Yeah. And when you can see it, like when you can actually see what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't Logain break his shield in season 1, episode 4?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it's just the difference between a male shielding someone and a woman shielding someone, like the two powers.
I don't think because Logan couldn't see it. So Swan's literally like ripping herself out of it, and Logan was pushing against it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, like maybe she could see where the weak points were because she can see it.
Literally.
I mean, it does fit tied off to being like actively managed. It does work differently. It seems like, because it's more flexible when it's active and it's solid. It seemed when Moiraine's was broken anyway, it was just like very fixed, and he had to break one bit and off it went. So that kind of fits.
Yeah.
I'm just glad they did make a difference between the two that way, so that it's very clear to the audience, especially people who are coming in blind. They'll be able to clearly see, like, oh, this one's tied off, versus this one, someone's actively still holding it, which, with things that might come up in Tanchico or, in other locations this season, depending on where they go, that could be an important distinction for people to catch quickly.
Yeah. So going back to, I've just seen the comment in chat about it. We did mention the Waygate. We had a theory about that, didn't we? So this is just beautiful. I love this Waygate here.
I'm so glad we got to see a Waygate be a real Waygate.
Yes.
The Waygate being a Waygate. It is great. So the two people walking through, because Perrin comments on them here, obviously. And is it Alana and Maxim, possibly the ashes and stuff? And she talks about, obviously Ivan's death.
Okay.
Which is
I was about to ask you what your theory was. Yeah, what is your theory?
But that's not my theory. I think that's misdirection from the show.
Okay.
I think it's Luke and Fael, Lord Luke and Fael.
Oh, okay.
Because Lord Luke obviously would be able to do things that.
So he's the dark friend who knows how to do it.
Only dark friends would walk the ways without no gear guide. And I really think talking like the whole Alana and Perrin moment where she's talking about the loved one's ashes and wear them and such, and then I think it's a misdirection. I think it's going to be Luke and Fael, which then obviously makes Fael a little bit of a dubious character. So
I do agree with Andrew's
I've
comments.
just made a theory in my head. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Like Andrew comments saying that it seems like Faye and Luke arrived with other in their group, just that there was only two names. I wouldn't be surprised if there was more than two, than just Luke and Faye in their Hunter of the Horn thing. So
I think they're a group. What's the name of your cat, please, Ass?
This is Franklin. This is the cat that Wheel of Time fandom helps save. If you see his little...
this is who we saved?
Yes, this is the cat you saved who ate a dozen hair ties over the last year.
A dozen hair ties.
Yeah, that's what they pulled out of him. So,
Franklin, you little devil.
I had the windows open for the first time so far, and he forgot what traffic sounds like, so he's a little stressed.
That's fair. God, I'm so glad we got to see Franklin. That's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the two-party thing in the books, there is a group, isn't there? But it's Is it just the two of them in the Two Rivers eventually, rather than the whole group? Or no, Luke and someone else isn't there, and then Fael's an extra. I'm trying to remember how the books go.
I think
in the
so,
book?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I think it's just Luke. I think it's just Luke and then her. Like she comes. I don't think there's another hunter in the Two Rivers in the books, is there?
I think he just had like fans who were like, "Oh, he's so great. He did this, he did that."
Yeah.
Because it was Fael that came with Perrin.
Did
Fair
we
enough.
see any of? Sorry, this is a different topic, adjacent. But did we see any of Perrin's family?
They
No.
mentioned his family a few times, and I'm worried about them.
They said that they like got them out or something like that.
Abel,
Did
Abel
they
and
really?
Tam and
Bran, yeah.
Bran got them out.
Yeah.
That's all we know.
Yeah.
I saw like the apple blossom, like with the
Yeah.
seed, like they get buried with the seed. I thought that was so cute.
Beautiful.
That was very pretty.
Yeah. That episode had 3 different death rituals mentioned to us. Like that was we got that one, the ashes, and then
3?
the Leandrin's
Leandrin's
son.
salt and stuff. Yeah.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious whether Maxim was doing something also because, like,
something
they
with
was
the blood is the
talking
man I
about
love.
dirt on
Yeah.
his sword, and he was like,
Yeah.
"It's not dirt,
blood.
it's
I think
blood."
he might be like rubbing in the blood from the battle rather than washing it off.
Yeah, I think he hasn't washed it. He's just
grinding it in. Yeah.
Jen, I know that you're going to leave us shortly. Any final thoughts before I let you go and wrap up your long work day?
It's good. I'm really excited about this season. It's so good. It's so good. And Matt's not here, so I'm just going to gush about Lanfear because when I gush around him, I feel like he's gloating. He's just standing there being like, I'm just so excited. She's so cool. And like her and Moiraine, like when she leaned into Moraine's ear and started whispering, I was just like, oh my gosh. In that moment, Moiraine was like, I'm really scared, but also could we kiss just for a second? Like just to try it? I don't know.
Seriously.
I don't know. Like that was the look on her face was totally scared, horny. It was great. And
I've got to be honest, I like Lanfear more when she's not just like out in the open blowing shit up. I like it more when she's, being sneaky and just giving us all those sapphic vibes as well. Like, it's just she doesn't need to be a blow shit up character. I don't think it fits. So
the dreams where on one side she's all cute and everything with Rand, and on the other side she's strangling Egwene.
Oh my god! Right?
Yeah.
Oh, is name calling? Is that where we draw the line? Because when you're not looking, I'm off strangling her.
Yeah.
And that, like, did you notice the first thing? Yeah, the first thing that mirror thing did was be choking Egwene and then stabbing Egwene, and then she just hates Egwene.
This is a thing. So awesome. So thank you very much, Jen. Bodhi, are you dashing off as well, or
I will be dashing off as well.
Okay. Well, give us your final thoughts, and then we'll do a trade out because one of my next guests has also arrived as well. So, what are your final thoughts for the first 3 episodes of season 3?
Yes, gushing, super love. I love everything. I do want to say I love how the relationships of these characters like just keep building up. One of the things that I super love was just Nynaeve and Matt. Like, I just loved how all throughout the 3 episodes that there was just that bond, and then finally when it was the dick fight, the stick fight.
I'm starting to think that's not an accident, Bodhi.
I'm starting to think that's not a slip of the tongue. So.
Well, I'll slip my
tongue. Yes, that's what I say. Yeah.
Oh my!
But you know how Nynaeve, like her super subtle face reactions when he was beating them up, you could see her pride. I was like,
so good. Yes,
that's my boy.
Yes. I loved it.
Oh, bless.
Like when he asks if she can help, she says yes immediately, and then after she says yes, she's like, I don't know how, but I will. Like, that's my girl. That's my girl.
I really wish that Matt could see what he looked like in Nynaeve's test, where Nynaeve had this vision of a perfect future, and Matt was all fancy, and he was friends with her kid, and that's who she believes he can be. And I think it would do Matt good to know that she believes in him like that.
Seriously,
Yeah, it would.
All right. Well, thank you, Jen and Bodhi, for stopping by. I know it was always just a if it fit with your schedule thing, so I do appreciate it. And let's just enjoy the next 6 weeks. So. All right.
Love all.
Bye.
Bye.
And please welcome to the party, Andrew Sadai. How we doing, Andrew?
So far, so good. I only had to get up at 5 a.m. to catch at least 2.5 of the episodes before this.
Oh my gosh. Amazing. Well, I appreciate you being here.
Totally worth it.
Apologies if I didn't ask you this, and we'll go to you if I didn't. Andrew, do you have a favorite moment of these 3 episodes so far?
Oof, I don't know. I'm a little bit allergic to favorites, but there were some really good moments. There were just some really good moments. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll pick a favorite by the time we're done. I'm not sure. On the second or third rewatch, perhaps.
I can offer you a favorite if you want.
By all means.
We heard the name Semiraj.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
We did. So now we have all 8 Forsaken now, right? Am I correct in thinking that?
We have 7 Forsaken named.
Yes, we are guessing that Asmodean is going to be there because of the guitar statue thing, but he hasn't been named yet.
Okay,
we've seen we've seen Ishamael and Lanfear, then we've seen Moghedien, then just now we've seen Ravin and Samael, and we've heard the names. There we go. I've heard the names of Semirag and Grendel. That's 7.
I've honestly thought Asmodean had been confirmed. Okay. Well, my money is still on.
I think everyone he's confirmed in our hearts. He's confirmed in our hearts.
He's confirmed in our hearts. Do you remember the photo of Tanchico? There's Matt, Nynaeve, and Min, and they're looking at the guy with the hat on, and they're like, "Oh, is he showing us something?" We think Tom's behind him. I think that's Asmodean. That's just my money, anyway. So, but yeah,
there were people who said after Lanfear did her little thing saying, "Oh, Moghedien's insane, Grendel's a vain idiot, and the boys couldn't execute a plan if they were under compulsion."
This is true.
There were people who said, "Okay, well then it's those 2 women and the boys," and wrong, Semiraj. Ha. That's all.
All right, well, let's ask chat. Who's the last?
She didn't even bother naming Semirag.
I think she's scared of her. I think she's scared of her.
Considering how she's scared of Moghedien, that means a lot.
Ooh.
Right. So Asmodean, obviously, we think confirmed in our hearts, but who is the other potential chosen that we could get then?
Demon Dread.
Demon Dread?
And the other
some guys that no one cares about.
Yeah.
Any other options, or do we
Dread off on the side for a while? I don't know. They might keep him if they play it as in the books. They might leave him out for a minute.
Yeah, we have been saying so strongly that we think there's 8 because there were 8 statues, and because it just feels like 8 is a big number. When Ishi in a flashback cold open was being put into his stone, he said about the others, and Luce Theron said, "We've already got the others," and he named Samael, but he didn't say how many. And we can see that Ishi collected these stones, and that those stones added up to 8 Forsaken. Is it possible that there's a Forsaken that even Ishi didn't know about? Maybe they don't know who else has, from their time, has been put into a trap. Maybe season 5, someone's going to pop out and be like, "Hey guys, did you miss me?"
I think it's fine if we only get 8 Forsaken for the past. We could always have. I mean, it's not spoiler past as well, but doesn't mean that at least can stay to the old Forsaken. So, yeah.
I mean, we had Loyal talking about, we're the heroes of today, right? So
yeah.
They're the heroes of today. Who wants to be the Forsaken of today?
Not me.
Applications on a postcard.
Thanks, no thanks.
Andron's hand is up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I've got a poll going in chat, folks, of who you think it might be between Asmodean and Demon Dread. Asmodean is winning 3-1, basically. 76% of you say it's going to be Asmodean. I do think Asmodean too. If I could vote, I would actually pick that. A couple of questions about spoiler level in chat. It is scrolling on the bottom, folks. We're going to keep it up to Do My Wells. Keep it there. So, Fires of Heaven. That sounds right. So, okay. S,
Yes.
would you like to talk about any particular points in the episode so far? And then after that, we'll get Andrew to throw us a suggestion. Camille, I know, how much longer do you have left, Camille? I know you're going to dash off at some point.
I'm going to have to leave right now. I'm supposed to be working. So, yeah.
Fair enough. In that case, share your final thoughts with us, and then you will release you back to your workday.
I mean, I'm kind of a broken record, but I freaking love Elayne. She's so great, and I am vindicated because Elayne was a character that I liked a lot when I read the book as a kid, and then I joined the fandom and everyone was bashing her for a bath, and I was like, okay, sex, I guess. And now I'm saying her being she's my woman in STEM, who's also very gay. She's making a wine. She's tinkering with things. She's fucking woman. I love her.
Camille, you're the most rational of the nerds. Is it actually possible to make alcoholic apple cider in a day? Is that possible? Can that be done?
I mean, with magic.
With magic.
With magic, probably, because it's basically a fermentation process. You just need I'm not a chemist, so that's definitely not my field. But if you combine the proper amount of with air and water and something like that, there's probably a way to make cider in a day.
She literally said it speeds up the fermentation. That was her little science chat, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay, on this. She apparently drinks all the time. Love that for her.
She does. Awesome. Well, thank you, Camille. Hope work's easy for you, and come back afterwards. Come join the rest of the 24-hour party. So, I mean, in the audience. So you don't have to.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah. I basically have I don't know. There's literally on my calendar. There's a meeting from 3:30 my time to 10 p.m. I'm not gonna stay that long because fuck that. But it's on my calendar.
That's
wow.
That should be illegal.
It's a situation when you're working with people in the US, but that's fine. Anyway, see you next time.
All right, take care. Thank you so much, Camille. Appreciate you dropping by.
Bye.
All right. Right. So S. Yes. Sorry. What would you like to talk about next?
Going off of Elayne, I love that they gave a reason for what she becomes in the books. Because in the books you get she starts drinking more, she starts doing all this and starts acting silly. It's no, she's been that person. Here's backstory saying she drank a lot at home, she tinkered with a lot of stuff already, and I don't know, it makes her seem much less, because I was in camp Elayne's really annoying for a lot of the books. I'll be honest. But that's because I felt like the writing made a lot of her decisions and her actions seem frivolous, while the show seems to be giving more reason for a lot of what she does and how she is and who she is. And it's also doing the same for other characters too, building up those idiosyncrasies that we get in the books, but giving a reason for them rather than that's just the way they are. They just do this weird thing. She's really invested in messing with alcohol and stuff because she was invested when she was at home. Not just because suddenly now she's stressed and now she's just drinking a lot in the books, So I really enjoy the fact that they're taking the time to add those little details in that make them seem much more fully realized and fleshed out a lot faster than some of the characters became that way in the books.
Yeah. I agree. I do love it. I just played a little bit of the scene where she basically says to her mother, like, hold up, like, let me stay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Like, kind of, you know, shows her mother, like, I have my own agency. You need to let me take that and run with it, so to speak. Just because the last order ran off and then we get our Tigraine mention, you know, it doesn't mean that I need to not be who I am, type thing. So yeah, I appreciate that. I think it's really good. I've asked a question in chat, which, wow, I've never seen a poll. Oh, it just changed. At 22 votes, it said 100% yes. Is show Elayne winning you over? And then someone voted and picked no, and it went down to 96%. But
they're just being
because technically speaking, you can't be won over if you already love her.
Yes.
That's fair. Yeah.
So what I'm seeing is 96% didn't love her and now do, and 4% did love her and still love her. So that's what I'm hearing. So this is
the
100%
show's doing a very good job.
This is why you need the White Archer.
This is why Meg is on her way. Meg will be here eventually at some point. So Elayne is a great, just a great character, I think, and she's really coming to her own in these couple episodes.
I think they gave us a really nice look at her strength, right, and her boldness of character. I mean, the conversation she had with her mom was definitely like, she was not shy, she was not shrinking. She was like, "This is what I got to do. This is important," and that was really impressive. I think it was their efficiency in their writing is remarkable, right? Like they gave us the royal court of Andor without going to Andor. So we didn't have to do the sidetrack into Andor, but we still got interactions between her and her mother. So she didn't just run off and disappear, but so we get those interactions that give us backstory, that give us a sense of their relationship. But then also we'll set the tone for when Morghese really turns. Then it will really be like, but wait, why are you turning on the White Tower? You know, that'll cue that up, I think, very neatly, which I think is impressive.
Yeah.
And it gave us plenty of insight into Andor as it is now, too.
Yeah.
Because, like, they just mentioned, like, hey, the people are upset. And, like, you know, very quickly just saying, like, things aren't great at home, without us having to, like, have the entire troop travel there and experience it and go through all that rigmarole. When, you know, you just have, like 2 sentences and you're like, oh, okay, so other places are also falling apart, like the White Tower is starting to.
But the shorthand of that coronation scene, woo! They gave us a lot in that scene. It was like, okay, number one, they are not holding back. We are not messing around here, kids. Morghese is cold-blooded.
Morghese is that bitch.
Yeah,
big
she
boss
is
bitch energy, right? Like, do not mess with Morghese. And they gave it to us very tightly. It was really remarkable.
Like, where's the? I can't remember pointing this out earlier. I put up on the screen just in a second. We'll pause when it gets there. But like in this moment where they've all sworn fealty, and she's like, "Okay, I forgive you. You know, it's forgiven, but you're all still gonna just, you know, get the axe, shall we say?" This is obviously very, very ruthless, but it's this line here in a second. There, okay, before the actual stabbing. It's someone, who was it? I can't remember. Did you point out, Charlie, or someone else pointed out earlier? It's their own Jenny. That was it. Their own house guards are killing them. This girl is being killed by her brother.
Oh my gosh!
You know, like how ruthless you got to be as a queen that you've convinced someone's own family members to murder their head of house. Like,
do you think this is a side effect of an absolute matriarchy? If we're saying, let's, I think maybe we're saying that Andor is an absolute matriarchy. Everything follows down the female line. So these men the investment in their house, they are, for their house, a dead end. They have to go marry. If they are going to have kids, they will marry off and their kids will be part of some other house. So maybe they are less invested in House Nacine or whatever, because their children will be of the house they marry into, not the house they are born from.
Or even like a show of loyalty to be like, hey, I'm willing to kill my own people So don't blacklist me from being able to marry into another good house.
Yeah, I can get married into a good house that will do well, rather than be part of this house that obviously you say you've forgiven, but this house is not going to be a house that's in favor.
That is grim. I did not process that on first viewing, that it was their siblings. That is that is grim. Oof.
I mean, I don't know if it's all of them are siblings. It does look like
I think they are family members, though.
But yeah, they look close enough to be family members. So let's forgive the pause thing right there. Here it goes.
Someone has set that up.
Oh yeah, they are all family members. Yeah. So.
How do you all go the people home standing after that? With them. You're like, yeah. So I had to do a thing. Sorry to tell you guys, but I had to. Yeah, that happened.
Absolutely. But hey, the rest of us get to live, so you're welcome.
Here's a fun thing. It's a fun thing I want to mention, and I meant to mention this earlier. I froze on the frame, and then the discussion went a different way. And I'm like, I'll bring it back up later. What are those maids wearing on their heads?
Feather dusters, obviously.
What is that?
They just give a little.
Look, I know I'm known for not really liking some of the headpieces in the show. And Sharon, I love you. You're doing an insane job. Your team and yourself, you're all incredibly talented. But someone took a Swiffer and split it, like, so it goes over a head or something. Like, what is this? Like,
I'm sure it has some historical.
I want to know the origin of this
somewhere.
I want to know the origin of
but
this.
But it's also really funny, and sometimes history is just funny and looks stupid.
I mean, I come from the country that decided to have giant fluffy white curls as neck pieces. So
I mean,
yeah.
Is Sharon going to be at WatCon? Am I remembering that?
Sharon will be at WatCon, and I'm going to have to apologize to her so much.
And yet also questions, Sharon. We have questions. Hey, Sharon, is this your I love the costumage so much, and at the same time, like, are you the headpiece person, or is there someone else involved who's like a headpiece person? Like, what? Someone here loves headpieces.
Like, let us know if an executive made you turn them into Swiffers.
Yeah.
And then tell us which one.
I think if Andoran high court fashion looked good to people in like this world in 2025, it would be weirder than if it doesn't.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Knuckles' mustache is the famous flying nuns of Andor.
They're like the flying monkeys, but they're flying nuns instead.
It's white. It's white. It's the white again. It's an ostentatious display of wealth. It says, "Look what I can afford to have even my servants dressed in."
Yes,
and it's clean. Yeah,
and it's clean.
I mean, apparently in the White Tower, the servants wear pure white suits.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, extremely ostentatious. Look at us with our white tower and our white clad servants.
Yeah. I mean, regardless whether you like them or not, it is striking and it does draw the eye, so it does grab your attention, which is, let's be honest, a lot of the time the purpose of anything like this, real life television, people wear ostentatious things to grab attention, and this is clearly doing that. So, it's great.
It also does a good job of really, like, clearly showing that Andor is completely separate from all the other countries you've seen.
It does, yes.
Like, everything that everyone was wearing, like, you had some of the women in, like, metal breastplates showing that, like, they were involved in fighting, not just, like, sending people out. Like, this is a completely different country than all the other ones you've seen. Like, the women are very powerful in this country specifically.
Yeah. So, and the I think someone just put it in chat as well, actually. Chris, I just saw it there. Interesting that Elida crowns her, and she doesn't get crowned by, like, someone, or she's put here, Chris put herself, but, anyone from Andor. It's actually her Aes Sedai advisor. But I mean, I suppose that just connects to the alliance they have with the tower. And yes, Kevin, Kevin, you're at the organic segment of the 24-hour party, the 24-hour after show. And in the organic segment of the 24-hour after show, which is my fault, is we don't go like moment by moment in the episode or episodes. We like to jump around and have some fun. And people come and go, and sometimes there's 3 people on screen and sometimes there's 7. So, it's just a good bit of chaotic fun, with the exception of the end of the stream, which will be a show only segment. But, other than that. So it is a great scene. Just that cold open, it is just absolutely brutal.
I was definitely shocked. It was 7 a.m. and I was laying in bed watching, and I'm just like, oh my God, what's happening?
Yeah. Honestly, I was like, what the? I was so. I think I called her brutal about 5 or 6 times. Mm-hmm. She's so brutal, so just like in there. So it is a great moment. Okay, let's go for it.
If killing those 3 women prevents another war,
you do what you got to do when you're a queen.
Yeah, well, I guess so.
Being a queen is brutal.
As Elayne reinforces with Rand later, she was taught that from before she was born.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is very, very true. So while we're on episode 2, is there anything else we wanted to talk about? What we get in episode 2 is a lot of obviously the journey to Viridian, and we get like this. I love this sword form scene where you're getting some of the exposition between them while the boys are out there doing their exercises. It's like, why is he wasting his time with swords? There's something about this. Yeah, like I think, let me go back a couple of bits here. Turn the sound on a bit. Here.
She was almost faster than me. Almost.
This just felt like Samwise Gamgee turning up with rabbits to make a brace of conies. I was like,
when was the last time anyone took a supper with a sword?
Have they got any
potatoes? What it gave me was the fishing scene from the books. When Moiraine is with, I think it's Perrin and Loyal, and Perrin and Loyal are fishing, and they sort of teach Moiraine how to fish. And she like scoops up a giant fish right out of the river, like on her first shot, and then has them clean it and cook it. Because that was when they were on the road together. I can't remember when that is exactly. It's got to be.
When is that? Because I do remember it now, and I can't remember.
It's got to be early, because when was Moiraine with Perrin and Loyal? But yeah, that was what it was giving me. I was like, oh yeah, it's kind of a nod to that.
I don't remember when that is.
Because like Moiraine is like, oh, okay, yeah, we need dinner. Great, I can get a rabbit. Sure. Yeah, it's easy enough.
It is.
I love that. Go ahead.
I know. Go.
I was gonna say, I love in that scene where Lan stops and says, like, "Do you want to talk about it?" Like, it very quickly shows that like they are closer now than they ever have been, and that he's perfectly fine. He's like, "Hey, you want to talk like boy to boy? Like, what's going on?" But then also shows how Lan has a very good amount of discernment, because he's like, "I'm not gonna push it. I'm just going to help you however you are willing to let me help you."
Yeah. Like this moment it's so good. There's an understanding between the two of them.
I wish real swords made that much noise when you swung
right
around. That'd be so cool.
Yeah.
I want to talk about it. Right.
Well, do you not remember the old piece of lore discovered in Origins where the age before the Age of Legends, when power-wrought swords were designed, previously power-wrought swords were lightsabers. So that's the shing, 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 shing. That's where it comes from. Yeah, so... speaking of Star Wars, why don't we bring in someone who loves both Wheel of Time and Star Wars, and that is our cocktail extraordinaire from Freewheeling Podcast, Meg Boss.
Hello.
Hello.
Cheers.
Meg is on the espresso martini because Meg has been up since 2 a.m. So her local time. Yeah. Mad woman.
Yep.
I can't do that shit anymore.
Yeah. How are you holding up, Meg? No, you're good. You're good. How are you holding up? And what did you think of the first 3 episodes? Like we're currently discussing, as you can tell, like the Lan and Rand sort of sword fighting moment. But like, what did you love?
I loved the cold open of episode 3 with the Forsaken Tea Party. That was just incredible. Like, so much information was dropped.
It was pretty
Can
cool.
you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. You're just letting me elaborate. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yes.
We've talked a lot, Meg, so you feel free to like gossip away, you know?
Yeah, so like, I mean, I took like tons of notes and I was like writing down Forsaken names like crazy. And then I was like trying to think who's number 8, and, you know, and all of that. So, yeah.
Well, we had a vote earlier. We decided it was between Asmodean and Demon Dread. Asmodean won.
Which I agree.
75.
Really?
Yeah, 75 to 25 Asmo over Demon Dread. Who do you think it would be?
It was between those two, and I feel like there's evidence to support both. So like, and we're full spoilers, by the way, right?
Up to Do My Spells.
Oh, never mind then.
Ooh.
Put it in the private chat while I make an adjustment to the banner on screen.
Yeah. Meg, I'm going to offer you my theory, which is I don't know that we've only got 8.
Oh.
I know that Issue came out and Issue found Lanfear and 6 other things to break to get someone out. But we saw that when Issue was being put in, he didn't know that the others had already been captured. What if he doesn't know exactly how many or who was captured? What if there's another one? I am, putting on my clown makeup here, but I'm gonna offer that. I want it on record that I'm saying that, and we will see in 5 to 8 years' time.
Approximately 2 hours into the part 2 of the after party stream, the after show stream, Charlie has so made that declaration. It is so noted. Right, let me put up that. So we're full of spoilers for the next short while. So I'm just gonna give you we'll just banter and vamp for the next sort of 10, 15, 20 seconds, whatever, so folks can see that on screen, and we're talking about absolutely nothing that has nothing to do with anything, so that they have time to go, hit mute, and then mute us until that banner disappears and you can come back. If you have not read Beyond Do My Spells, if you don't care,
all
you
the
have
way to the end.
all the way to the end. That's the point I say. If you've not finished the books, mute. Okay, and then when that disappears, you can come back and we'll put it in chat as well. Meg, I feel like we've amped enough. Go for it.
So I just feel like with this whole thing that they're setting up with power wrought blades being able to kill Forsaken, I feel like it's setting up the fight between Lan and Demandred at the end.
Chekhov's sword.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So that was my evidence to potentially being Demandred. But I know we saw the statue with the guitar and all that, so I know. But
so what we need to do is we need to merge Charlie and Meg's theories now so that we can have Asmo and Demon Dread.
Because Asmo's totally going to be a blade master.
No. So we can have nine Forsaken is what I mean.
Oh,
instead
okay.
of 8.
I mean, it's a good.
I thought you were combining Asmo and Demandred. No.
That would be the weirdest combo.
In the books, if I remember correctly, didn't Demon Dread really, really, really want to be nameless?
Yes.
Intensely. So that makes me think maybe if he got out before everybody else and then just didn't try to find anybody else.
And
when
he's just
Issue was
chilling
released,
in the Third Age.
and he's just in the Third Age, like setting up his life to be able to be the only one, perhaps. And so no one else knows he's out because they didn't know. Maybe they didn't even know he was taken to begin with, or like you were saying. But maybe he's already out, and that's how we get that epic cool battle at the end.
That would be a big surprise. I mean, because the whole fandom is under the impression that there's only 8. So that would be a way that they could definitely surprise us, for sure.
I mean,
because it has to be Asmo. No one else has a low enough ego to train Rand. Everyone else is too full of themselves to do that.
Yeah, unless we can get Logain to do it somehow.
Literally, Elf Witch has just put we need an Age of Legend teacher. Logain is a dabbler compared to them.
Or what about Taim?
Taim, who has been mentioned in this.
Yes, I heard that, and I was like,
"We've got his
"Ooh."
name."
We would get this was like the series of episodes that just kept giving us name drops. We got Tigraine mentioned, we got Taim mentioned, we got Nameless dropped as a name title, like you know, basically all the Forsaken dropped. We were just like, what did you just this is just like the fan tidbit session right now, and it's beautiful. But
it definitely took more notes on episode 3 than the other 2 episodes.
Episode 3 was packed.
Yeah, like I took 9 notes total for all 3, and for episode 3 I took 4 pages.
Wow.
So yeah.
Damn.
4
How many
pages of notes
did you get done since?
Is that the document you sent me?
Yes, that is the document I sent you.
Okay.
So the season 3 recap.
Yeah.
Well, you're
also
supposed to have a document because we're just
no. But Meg wrote one for herself that she shared with me if I wanted to use it. And oh my god, episode 3 notes are really long. But what I have just realized, literally, so
you do this since 2 a.m.
So this is the crossover point between 3 and then 2 and 1. So we've got 2 and 1, which are, you know, reasonable. Okay.
Reasonable, yes.
Yeah. And then we go back there, and then this is notes to 303. Just 303.
And they just going, and we're going, and we're going.
I was like, holy crap. But something I did see from the very beginning of that, which I don't know if it was mentioned on Dusty or not. If it hasn't, we're still going to mention it anyway. And this is where the spoiler ban is going down, folks. So we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to put that back in. Bosh, you can come back now, folks. Unmute, all those sorts of things. Episode 3 had the full credits. The full intro.
Know.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I was half awake, so I didn't remember that. But yes, it did.
I was like, what? How? What? Why? I just couldn't.
Well, I was wondering if they were kind of wanting it to be like, you know, to kind of close out the premiere sort of a thing, you know? But I almost would have thought you would have started it with that.
It was so season 2. They didn't do it until episode 8.
Correct. Yes.
You know,
wow.
And then obviously season 1 they did it every week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in fact, they didn't do it like it not happening until episode 208. Confused me so much last season that I actually half the time didn't even realize we had cold opens because you just had the circle appear, and I was like, in my head, because there was no intro credits, I didn't think cold open. I just thought, you know, change of scene for some reason. In fact, we had this argument, didn't we, Meg? I was like, well, there was only like 3 cold opens last season, and I was just like, well, actually, no, there weren't.
There were 8.
There were 8. The circle thing just didn't trigger that. That's a cold open moment in my brain. And now that I've trained my head to look at that, I see it. And now they're playing on the 3rd episode. It doesn't. Where's the correlation between seasons? Like, what's going on here, Amazon? You know.
Ooh, I wonder if it's a code.
It's a code.
We need to get Kevin on it.
It's the 3rd season, so you get the credits in the wait. So what is the code for?
So
it being
we've got
the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we have 8, and now we have 3.
Yeah.
So 8. So
I wonder if they changed anything subtle in it that we haven't noticed yet.
I wasn't paying attention.
When I finished recording my reactions, I was like, I've been on the computer for like 3.5 hours now. I need to get off the computer for a second. Plus, I need to have some breakfast. So I went downstairs, made a cup of coffee, had some breakfast, and I was like, I know what I'll do. I'll put back on Wheel of Time on the TV. So I started playing episode 3 because I like episode 3 the most out of the 3 so far.
Me too.
And the credits started playing, and I was just like, "Ooh, I want to know who's in there." And I just started analyzing everything, and that's how I noticed like some of the writers are now executive producers and things like that. And I was like, some of the directors. I think it was Donald. Who's the guy who's responsible for the Bolt?
Kieran Donnelly.
Kieran Donnelly, thank you. Yes, Kieran Donnelly's an executive producer now, and I was just like, "Oh, this is so cool!" So I actually went back and watched it religiously, and it's just new characters. There's nothing changed in the actual setup; like everything's the same. It's just the adding of characters.
With my ideas.
Yeah. So, but it was, it was great to see it. A code though. Yeah, 8 and then 8 and then 3. I don't know what that means. 8 seasons, 8 episodes.
I was just say 8 seasons. Yes.
But then what's the 3? Like
8 seasons, 8 episodes.
3 hours?
And 3 movies?
3 drops of 3 episodes on the premiere.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But it was great to see it. So yeah, like I'm not the only one just thinking this. Elf Witches in chat, like, why now? Like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's maybe a runtime thing as kind of a suggestion. So what is the runtime on episode 3? Let's have a look at that. So episode 1 is an hour and 11 minutes. Episode 2 is an hour and 1 minute, and episode 3 is an hour and 5 minutes. So it can't be a runtime issue.
Yeah, because otherwise they would have put it in the second one.
Yeah. Right. And why? I mean, runtime truly doesn't matter in the streaming sense, other than like if your audience is getting antsy, you know.
Yeah. Adrian's like, was I checking for the Grey Man in the opening credits? Oh, 3 Emmys. There it is.
Ooh.
Oh, I like that. So,
I mean, think bigger. Come on.
Brag.
3
Oscars.
Agreed. Yeah.
3 Oscars, you know?
Can't do Oscars. That's film.
That is not how
I know, but that's what the 3 movies do.
The Emmys people will be really
That's
upset
what the 3
if you
movies
say the
do, yeah.
Oscars are bigger.
They're gonna get the EGOT.
There's going to be singing. We've been promised singing.
Yes, so we're definitely getting an EGOT for sure. And then Wheel of Time on Broadway. Yes.
So in that cold open, in that tea party with the Forsaken, not a great tea party, no tea, needs more tea.
Well, it depends what sort of tea, you know, are we spilling tea or are we drinking tea? So
right.
Yeah.
Something I made a note of was Mageddon showing up and saying something like, everyone's just doing the same thing. Everyone's doing the same plan they did last time. Not me. I'm not doing the same thing I did last time because I don't want to be put in a cage.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that everything everyone else says about how she operates is not going to be true anymore?
Oh, good question.
Everyone says that she's very, very quiet and waits to move. And we did see her. We did see her at the end in her servant's outfit with the black Aja.
And they called her a coward quite a few times.
They called her a coward a lot, yeah. And she said, I'm not doing things the same as last time. She said, I
think that's a fair assumption.
Yeah.
I'm really intrigued about why she targeted Nynaeve with the Grey Man.
I think she's already threatened by her.
But like
potentially.
Strongest channeler in 1,000 years?
Absolutely.
Yeah. That makes sense.
That's the thing we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
I like that.
Like
and then it's also just setting up their relationship.
They've said that she is one of the weaker Forsaken, haven't they? They've said she's like in raw strength. They say she
might be going
Forsaken.
after Nynaeve just because right now she seems to be the weakest.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because she can't channel purposefully.
Oh, I was thinking. Sorry. Yeah, it could be either way. They said she goes to the weakest of a group, so it could be that she thinks Nynaeve's the weakest, or it could be that she's the strongest channeler they've seen in ages, and so it's important to take her out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
before she gets control, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Like, she's gonna be really, really strong if she gets control. Let's kill her before she does.
I mean, that's evidenced by
going for the weakest first is what they
expect her to do.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's what they expect her to do, and she just said she's not doing what they expect her to do.
Yeah. But on top of that, like going for the strongest channeler who can't channel, it's shown later on that when they go for Elayne and Nynaeve, Elaine's just like, bam. So being able to channel admittedly the Grey Man dies by stabbing, and that's not Elaine's doing.
But she's able to protect herself.
She's able to protect herself, whereas Nynaeve is not. So yeah, you go for after the strongest person, but also the person most vulnerable at the same time. So it's like she's doing something new, but still within the bounds of who she is and how she operates.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I don't know. Was anyone surprised about Gideon sneaking out at the end of that scene? Because I was expecting her, in all honesty. Just the way when Ravin was just like, "Oh, I'm going to tell the others what you said," and they were kind of pissed that they weren't invited. I was just like, "Well, McGideon's got to be hiding there somewhere, surely."
Oh,
She's
for
listening.
sure.
Yeah. For sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, it's classic, no one seems to have any mind for having private conversations. Like, actual, physical separation. We're just talking about stuff out in the streets, in the hallways. Like we're talking about anything, anywhere.
Yeah. Suddenly Matt running around with the horn suddenly doesn't seem so stupid. He's just like, well, everyone else is doing it, so like
clearly no one cares about secrets around here.
Yeah, it's the Jurassic Park thing. Like, dancing, we got dancing here, everybody. Yeah, nobody cares. Like no, stop watching Jurassic Park. At least that bit anyway. The rest of it's great. Yeah, don't keep your secrets, people. Keep your secrets properly. Where only we can hear them.
Do we think this was Teleranriad, or just were they traveling into some random place?
I think this was the basement of the White Tower.
Okay.
Honestly, I think they were so ballsy. They were like, "We're just going to hop into the basement of the White Tower." I don't know. I'll play it and we'll have a look. Go away. There we go. Go away the overlay.
Where else? Teleranriad. Like that.
Where else could they be? Teleranriad, do you think would be the other place?
Well, I mean, they definitely traveled there. But you can travel to Teleranriad in the flesh, so that doesn't necessarily rule it out.
But
I'm saying they can.
Oh,
it was definitely a travel gate. It wasn't like the typical Teleranriad disintegration. But I'm saying they could travel.
They could still do it anyway.
So it doesn't rule out that it's not.
That's true. Can I just say how much I love Samuel's accent in this? By the way, his scar and his accent, just
he is perfectly cast.
I mean, the short king for sure, for sure.
Go in love with Luther, and you'd have stretched out at his feet if he'd said, "Rug."
Oh my
just
god!
The pause.
Delivery of that line was so good.
And the way he stands up so tall, I'm a big man. Perfect.
It's so good. But yeah, where could this be? So I say the basement in the White Tower. All right. We're saying Teleranriad. We're going to ask chat. So chat, you start thinking. Any other options?
I think it's the basement in the palace.
Basement in the palace? Which palace?
In Andor.
Oh,
if they've already traveled. I don't remember the timeline of this, whether or not they've already left or not, but I don't actually know.
No, I don't.
I was half asleep when I was watching it, admittedly. Because it was 7 a.m.
That's fair.
It's actually one of their wine cellars from the Age of Legends that they always used to meet in. This is all that's left.
The Anseline Gardens. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
The more I think about it, I think it's the tower too.
Can we also talk about Samael's outfit?
Just what he's wearing?
And what it potentially indicates? It looks like bones, right?
It does look like bones. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if there's that one. Come on, go to.
Oh man, I want to
show us your outfit, boy.
Again.
Who's our costume?
Oh damn it! What?
We don't have lesbian nerdy to help us out.
Yeah.
That's terrible. I thought that might show us, but it shows nothing. It's terrible. The lighting is terrible. Stand in the light, Samurai. Come on.
It's really funny that it really does show how much shorter he is than the other ones, though, even when they're standing farther away from each other.
I think if I were with the Chosen, I'd be like, we are meeting in the waste, where you can see for miles, because really, pitch black with a lot of columns.
It's called the Threefold Land. There's been a lot, there's been a lot of debate on Threefold Talk recently. How often everybody, even in the show, is saying the waste, the Aiel waste, the waste, the waste, the waste. It's like it's the Threefold Lands.
The Aiel aren't saying that. only the ignorant.
Only the ignorant. Okay, so we have Teleranriad, White Tower basement. Do we have any other options?
Oh, that's a good view of his coat.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to run with those two.
Yeah, going down the chest, it looks almost like scales.
Yeah,
like bones and then scales.
I'm going to try. Let me get some snipping action on the go, and let's
Look at her wee baby.
Let us play.
Let us play. So, there. We'll see. It looks pretty split so far. It's not. It's this is interesting. It could go either way. It seems. Right. Let's do that.
Because for some reason, and I'm trying to say this vaguely, I'm getting vibes from a certain culture that that's fashionably late, shall we say?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys get what I'm laying down at all or not.
Like end of the season late.
Not end of the season late.
End of the books. End of the books.
We're talking season 8.
Yeah. Those are the vibes I'm getting from that, which then makes me wonder about our earlier question for who they
would do it a different merge,
right?
So Samael not in Ilian,
mm-hmm.
or playing two games at once,
or mm-hmm.
Right. Let me.
I wonder if we're even going to get Ilian. Like, do we need it?
We know that it exists.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's true because we have Bail Doman.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I love Samael's accent, and it makes me think, I wish Bail Doman were here too.
Okay, so here we go. I've lightened it a bit. Here is his outfit.
It definitely looks like. Well, maybe not bones. I don't know.
The top part definitely feels like bones.
Yeah,
this feels
like
the
a
front
cage
part
or something.
Though. Yeah.
And he's got matching sleeves. There's definitely some embossment or something. These are like rivets and things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's got one of those multi-finger rings as well.
They all seem to have one of those. Actually,
they've all got those. Yeah.
Yeah. If you look at all their hands, they all have those. So that's got to be.
It seems they
and
all
Gideon does
tend to
too.
channel
Jen
this
was wrong.
god.
Yes, Gideon does have one. Although, if we want to talk about being wrong, Meg, I did call you out in one of my reaction videos for a fight scene.
Shut up.
Or we can go back to episode 1 where you're like, that's an Age of Legends moment. I'm like, that's the Hall of the Servants. You're like, it's Age of Legends. And
it is the Hall of the Servants. You're right. You keep confirming it's the Hall of the Servants.
Yeah, but
Hall of Servants is Age of Legends.
From the current age. Like
I was so convinced that was Age of Legends. I was totally
everybody was.
Thank you, Andor. Thank you.
I think everybody was. So
you're the third wheel, Rob. Whatever.
It's fine. It's fine. Oh, is someone
oh my God,
suggesting
wait.
here?
I want to switch topics before I have to run away. There's something that stood out to me. You were asking before. The casual sexuality, the casual pansexuality. I am in love. I am in love with what they're doing. It's so nice. It's just smooth and easy. We've got Matt. Like, what was that? Rand said, "You're gonna get speared," and Matt's response is, "I hope so."
Yeah. Do you know what? I think I'm pretty sure at the same time I was like, "Yeah, me too, buddy." You know.
That was fantastic. And
I just love like everyone's kind of. It feels like a lot of people equal opportunity because I love the moment. Now, granted, I'm not a fan of how they, force Maiden's Kiss onto Matt without explaining the rules, because that feels like, how can you consent to a game?
They would have backed off if he didn't want it.
Yeah,
I think he'd been up trying to get with them enough that they're like, all right, we'll give you what you're asking for, even though you're not going to really understand what you're getting.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some gray area there that I'm not overly thrilled with, but I do love how later on we see them constantly trying to get loyal. And they're
just like, we want to make out with people. Let's go.
Just want to make out with everybody. Like, we don't care,
Yeah, bored. Trying to get loyal, trying to get Maxim.
Yeah, and then I was like, when they looked at Maxim, I was like, oh my God. I was like, Taylor, if you say no, I'm going to be so pissed. And he was just like, absolutely not. And I was like, no!
It's just cool that like everyone's just fucking. There's just
everybody,
These are just normal human beings doing normal human being shit.
Yes.
What have we
like
got?
The
A
stones
casting.
of the tower. These are the least sound dampening stone walls I've ever encountered.
Seriously. Like, did you not put some
Maybe they're just
tapestry
very
on the walls
loud
or something?
Oh my gosh.
And those are the royal apartments. That's where you put your absolute best guests. Don't know what Matt's doing there.
Not getting any. That's what he's doing there. You know.
And he is so mad.
He really is. You know, and we've said it, and I'm sure we'll say it again. But like when he thinks like he's like someone's at the door, like was it Clara, and he's just like, okay, get the chest out, you know, like press down the hair, you know, whatever. And I was like,
oh my
God!
Open
the door, and
Min's
Min's like, ew.
That was. So...
He's like, I didn't invite you to look at this.
It's amazing.
I'm very excited to see this whole crew in Tanchico. I think it's going to be very fun.
Oh yeah, it's going to be amazing. I need Nynaeve to get on board with some of it. We got close when the boys were like sparring, and Matt's like,
I think she will.
Yeah, I do think this should be your thing, and she's like, I think this is everybody's thing. Like, and that felt that moment wasn't just like, well, I think everyone. You know, I think I can be a girl just like everyone else. It didn't feel like that.
Right.
It felt literally like I think everybody would see these two guys sparring and be like, "Ooh, I want to watch."
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I mean,
Nynaeve says everyone's a little bi.
Watching.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I was like, it's a great line. So, yeah, I'm glad that you brought that back up, Andrew. Is there anything else before you have to go?
I mean, aside from that, and then the explicit Elayne Avienda made me very happy. That was a delight.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to get that out of the way. Like I was afraid for a hot minute that there was just going to be a lot of off-screen illusions, and it was like, no, we're going to make this very clear. That was great.
Yeah.
That was great. I was very happy to see that.
Coincidentally, that was the last moment that I clicked into episode 1. When we were talking about this moment earlier, I was like, I just went back to episode 1 now to bring it up, and it was like it was already there. So
yeah,
yeah,
fantastic. I love it. Well,
and
I'm
it's
only
especially
halfway through episode 3, so I've got to finish that still. But I'm going to a watch party with some SF Bay Area fans today, so I'll get to get a little rewatch in this evening.
Nice.
Wonderful.
Fun.
I love that. Well, thank you so much for joining again, Andrew. I really appreciate seeing you and you being able to join us.
It's so good to see you.
Yay.
Yep. So
Great to
go
see you.
enjoy the rest of episode 3, and we'll see you around, I'm sure. So thank you, mate.
Right on.
Right. All right. Well, one Andrew out. I think we should bring someone else in who literally arrived in just the last few moments. Please welcome your favorite chibi maker, Memo.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Oh, we're good. We're talking with a time, Memo. How are you?
Yeah, I mean,
No way.
I've literally just finished watching the third episode. So
Wow.
yeah, I'm like, coming off the hype. Basically.
Amazing. Do you have a favorite moment of the 3?
I mean, it will have to be. I mean, we can talk spoilers.
We're going up to Doom as well, so we're kind of cutting it there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but like, so these episodes are fine.
Oh, yeah, talk about the episodes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, no, it will have to be Matt and the quarter stuff. Like, it has to be that. I'm sorry. It's like I was at the start of the episode, or was it in episode 2, where like you think it's going to happen there, and then he just kind of walks away, and I was like, oh no, why?
I know.
Then,
I did the same thing. They just kept like teasing it and pulling it away, and teasing it and pulling, and then so when it actually came, it was very fulfilling.
Yeah. And I was like, I mean, it's like I think they set it up really well as well, because so at first I was a little bit surprised that the way that they were portraying Galad was like kind of like womanizing and stuff, and it's like that's not very Galad. But at the same time, I thought, that's just kind of trying to make him a little bit more, I don't know, like contemporary for our modern kind of like viewers like taste, just a little bit more spice, right? Which I don't mind. Like
I bet he picks up women very respectfully.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Respectfully, he's
Very
very demure.
respectfully.
Very demure.
They've taken the prudishness out of Andor. You know.
Yeah.
Miss Nynaeve is not going to beat people with sticks for having sex before marriage.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Is she doing it?
But I really enjoy how like they managed to still portray him kind of like a little bit of an ass, like self-righteous and everything, just by making him get into all these conversations, like has nothing to do with him. He doesn't know anything about the context, but he sees himself as like this knight in shining armor that has to protect all the women around him who keep telling him like, yeah, I don't need your help. Like you got it wrong. Like, whatever. But yeah. Anyway, so that's I'm very happy. Sorry, I'm just like I'm kind of like bouncing a little bit.
Did you guys catch how he talked about he doesn't trust Aes Sedai? Which I thought set us up for.
Yeah. I thought that was very good as well. And also like I was really like because I have like a few notes that I was like when I was watching earlier on. I was like just jotting down some notes, and when it happened, I was like, Jebrod is like here, and he seems like he's been there for like a long time, like he's part of this family. And I was like, is it gonna be like he's like, you know, Ravin is gonna come and take his place and have like take his face or whatever and have people believe that that's him? Or and then like start of the third episode I was like, oh okay, so that was just compulsion, because there was like a little like a quick like a split second where he meets everybody for the first time and people are like, oh Jebrod. Like, you know, it's just like the compulsion taking effect. And like I thought that was like a really good like subtle hint as well. So yeah, how are you guys? Like, how are you dealing with all these
excited?
Yeah.
Speaking to Gabriel, like it really is obvious when he sees Swan.
Yeah,
because she's just like, I'm the Amarlenta. Oh, everybody loves you, and that's the first time I was just like, I know I know already, but like he's good at this.
Yeah, I really
much more subtle.
Yeah, and I really like the interaction that they had the start of the third episode as well with Lanfear and Moghedien. It's like Samuel is exactly the way that I expected him to be, like just very kind of like, yeah, he's a bad guy, just like very kind of like fair and square. And I really like how they like Ravin. He's a lot softer than I like in the books. He was like a little bit more, I don't know how to say it, like with all the, you know, with the obsession of Robert Jordan with men being super tall, and like the tallest one is the most powerful one, obviously. It's like there's this hierarchy of like height, and like Ravin was like always described as like almost as tall as Rand, and so like, you know, that he's going to be a big deal because he's this big imposing man, whatever. And instead I think the actor is actually quite short, like he's shorter than Lanfear. To be fair, she's a very tall woman, but and but like I like that. I feel like he plays into his character of being like this kind of like soft-spoken politician, and like more like he generally looks like he seems very nice,
likable.
Like, yeah, exactly. Like I was like, you know, like I actually really like him. You know,
like I want to have a drink with him for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I was genuinely thinking like, oh, so we go for you know, have some pints and some wine or whatever. Like, yeah, far too. There we go. Kevin's just put it in chat. Suave or debonair? Yeah, there is something about it.
Definitely.
But not in like the kind of smarmy way he seems in the books. It seems much more natural.
Yeah,
than a show.
Which is almost more nefarious if you think about it. You know. Yeah,
he's very, very good at lying.
Yeah, that's
and
quite
also
true.
like I think it feels more like in the books.
Like,
it was
I
very
would quite
much
like you to be my uncle.
Yeah, exactly. Like in the books, it's more like he's like all the girls like fancy him immediately, like all the servants and, you know, queens, and instead like with him now, it's more like I can see more like as like a father figure. Like you can see that Elayne is very at ease with him, obviously that's a compulsion, but it's like it plays out really well, and I feel like he as you said, like I quite like you to be my uncle. Like he seems very nice and chill, and not so much in a rapey way.
Yeah, but Gabriel would have wanted Elayne to fancy him and to be like competing with her mother.
Yeah, and like that would have been weird.
Show Gabriel he's cleverer. It works better like this.
Yeah,
it's not so obvious.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I agree.
All the Forsaken are much better than they are in books.
I mean, you are not wrong. That is 100% correct.
You're pretty accurate there. So, Charlie, I know you can't stick around forever, and Pixie clearly wants your attention quite a lot.
Yeah.
We're getting the cat tail and occasionally the cat butt. It's quite fun.
Yeah.
It's what cats love to do, isn't it? So,
yeah.
Bless them. Any final thoughts before we let you go and give Pixie attention and replay Wheel of Time season 3?
My final thoughts are: I want Semiraj. I want her now. I want to see her. I am so excited for that. And Team Elida, Swan's doing a bad job, man.
Not wrong there.
Elida is she's making moves and causing waves, and she's gonna upset some people, that's for sure. So, well, thank you for hanging around, Charlie. I do appreciate it. I know you've been around here a good couple hours, and it's always fun to talk to you. Sorry about those reds.
Fun to come and defend the Red Aja, in all the multifaceted glory.
Very fair, very fair. So, all right, take care, Charlie.
Right,
bye. Oh God. Right. I was going to ask a poll in chat now, and I can't remember what I was going to ask. That's really caught me off guard now.
Well, real quick, going off what she said.
Yes.
I love that they actually set up what's going to happen in the tower in a way that makes it very believable. Because we know what's coming for the tower and what's coming for people involved. It's like, this is so much more understandable and clear cut than it was in the books.
Yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere in the books. Yeah,
and now it's going to be very easy to genuinely be conflicted about what happens, and it's going to be easier to understand why some people side one way or why some people sided the other way.
Well, damn it, it's another full book spoiler. Never mind.
Put it in the private chat, Meg. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
And I think also, like one thing that I wrote in my notes as well is like, I really love how they subtly changed like Elida's character a little bit. Like she seems a lot more competent. Like the problem with Elida in the books, I think, is that like she kind of starts as competent, but then very quickly she just devolves into like complete madness. And so she becomes like very like mustache twirling cartoon villain, which I think makes her makes everything in the tower kind of like a little bit less impactful. And instead, like this Elida is like, also because of the acting and the amazing actress and everything, is like I think she comes off as like someone who's like, I mean, that it's kind of like, it's weird, like that you should root for Swan because that she's the good guy, but at the same time you can really see that like she's really not doing a very good job. So yeah,
that's true. I don't know. I like Elida, and I didn't think I ever would.
Okay. I don't think we need to get like too crazy here. Like we can appreciate a good performance, but I don't think we can like Elida.
I can like Elida.
Well, I mean, in these scenes that we have seen so far, I mean, she has just demonstrated to be really clever and like just kind of very good at playing people's around her.
And ruthless. She got more game to kill that playmate.
Totally. But at the same time, it's like, Swan did make some really terrible choice at the end of last season. Like she did try to have run Kate, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Which,
because that's Tower Law. Not that I approve, but Tower Law
but like
does that. So
in the book, because Swan was always very much pro-Rand.
Right.
So it was easier to be just on their side and being like,
Right.
I mean, yeah, she did some stuff that was like against our law, but we know that she was correct in doing so. So, you know, we're always like wholeheartedly for her. Instead, like, I think in the show, they managed to make it more like 50-50.
Right.
Like, you know, like Swan did do some like questionable things, and Elida is definitely very ruthless, but at the same time, maybe she has reasons. I mean, everybody's ruthless, right? It's, you know, kill or be killed in this kind of like more serious, more adult, almost Wheel of Time world. So, you know.
Knuckles.
Knuckles.
I mean, she hasn't yet. I mean, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
She hasn't yet. All I'm saying is she's turned up from someone who was almost Amelin's seat. That's what we found out. And Swan got Amelin's seat instead. And you think that she's just like, okay, I'm going to go be like advisor to a queen somewhere.
Okay? To the queen of the most powerful nation.
Yeah, but even so, she's not in the tower. So not only has she tried to like get the highest seat, but, you know, she's then left the tower as a result of it as well.
Yeah.
She's come back from that with a queen in tow, because obviously when she left, she wasn't, you know, queen, and she's been like, oh God, had my foretelling, I'm going to go off and help the queendom of Andor and, like, you know, steer that ship, as she puts it. She comes back in a powerful position when Swan is like, you know, had the Black Azure expose themselves, when admittedly from a Black Azure member, but, you know, people have found out that she had the dragon and let him go in effect, and he's run off.
To be fair, they don't really know, like, Leandro didn't have any proof. So
no, but someone's going to ask.
That's been like a moot point in.
Yeah,
in
but someone's going
right?
to ask those questions, because just because Black Azure can lie doesn't mean every single word out of their mouth is going to be.
They're going to try to find out if it is actually.
Someone's going to be like, yeah, you know,
definitely.
like, because if she hadn't been exposed by Nynaeve, they absolutely would have investigated that, thinking that she was not Black Azure.
Yeah.
So, you know, somebody's going to investigate that. There's going to be rumors. There's going to be something's going to come from it. And I think, you know, she's turned back up in power, and she's been like, oh, look, your tower's falling to shit around you. You think, how much trouble can I cause in 2 or 3 days? And she maneuvers herself into the position of staying, not just staying regularly, but staying when the highest of the Red Azure is being sent out on a mission. And she's like, oh, who's going to temporarily be your highest?
Well, I mean,
and
obviously, like, she was the one who engineered the highest being sent on the mission in the first place.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, that was really good. Like, but it was kind of, I mean, it was kind of obvious, but I guess like Min is very naive in a way when she was like, oh yeah, these little like trinkets, yeah, it's kind of a foretelling, you know. Please don't tell Leanne and Swan what I'm telling you. But bloody. It's like, obviously she's going to tell her, and therefore Swan is going to, you know, send her out on a mission, and then you can take her place. And it's like, yeah. But I guess, you know, Min is not very shrewd. So
I just love that, you know, she's tried to win in the past, lost, run off, been sent off, whatever, you know, the situation has been, come back, and in 2 days just taken every situation around her and used it to her full advantage. Do I think she's a good person? No. Do I like her? Yes.
You can tell she learned from her time in Andor.
Yes.
And from getting Morgaze on the throne. You can tell she learned very quickly how to act in those situations and how to maneuver things. And from her point of view, she thinks she's saving the tower.
Yeah.
And if you're a show-only watcher, you're thinking maybe she is, because Swan is very much letting emotions run some of her judgment calls.
Yeah.
Especially in the end parts of season 2, where it's like clearly like her emotions were guiding her, and there was no like true planning.
Yeah.
You know?
So it's
much more believable.
Yeah, it is much more believable. There's a lot to be admired about capability. Like, people who turn up and cause problems but are like super capable, you know. What's that old adage, like, you know, if you're gonna steal things, at least don't get caught. Like, you know, if someone is incapable, if they are useless and incapable and just, you know, a bit of an idiot, you're just like, well, I have even less respect for you now.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at. I'm just like, okay, well, you know, she's not a great person, but I respect your capabilities. So yeah, that's where I think I am. And you know,
and also, like, speaking of people that look very capable. I think the way that Morghese is portrayed is awesome. Like I really, really the start of episode 2, where there's like, yeah, I will forgive all of the things that you've done to me, but also you're dead.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Killed by their own like house family members
and
as
that's
well.
like that's the genius as well, because like she doesn't want, like, I like that about this show, that it's like it's like, if you do something that is like objectively terrible and ruthless, but you do it because genuinely you want the best outcome. And to be fair, in that situation, like, she would never have been sure of herself or her daughter if these other 3 contenders had been alive. But she managed to convince the houses of the contenders, so that it was like an in-between thing. And so nobody has to get revenge anymore. It's like everything is fine, and they have, 20 years of peace. So it's like, it's like very capable. Terrible, but very capable. So yeah, and also the costume, it was amazing. Like very Queen of Hearts, I thought. Like,
that tower
Elizabeth,
costume was amazing.
Yeah, it was like, wow.
Yeah, where is that? Let me see if I can find that. The tower costume is pretty. Oh, episode 3. That I'm not going to find there. It's episode 2.
I feel like her ruthlessness too, to confirm her coronation and to prevent another succession, also leads to potential consequences of Elayne's choices as well in this episode. You know what I mean? So I think it just raises the stakes in that case.
Yeah, it's like because of what she was prepared to do to make sure that Elayne would become at some point,
and Elayne is choosing not to go back at this moment,
Well, yeah, I mean, as you said, like, she's choosing like a different path, and
right,
and I think,
she did say she would always come back to Andor, but she's choosing to earn it, which, I mean, again, I totally understand, but again, future implications and whatnot, and trying not to get too spoilery about it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And here's her outfit, which is hardcore Queen of Hearts vibes, isn't it? So
it's like basically Elizabeth I and Queen of Hearts. Like,
I mean, she should have just like cut their heads off and it been off with their heads, and then she
literally
done it.
It was,
they just cut a little harder,
That was the only thing missing, basically. So it was quite a scene, quite a cold open.
But actually, I was expecting something like that for episode 3 as well, because like episode 1 just opens straight into mayhem. Yeah, exactly. Like episode 2 is like more murder. Like episode 3 is like, oh, they're talking. Okay, strange. Like
that. That's a nice segue, because I never actually ended the poll that we set up almost half an hour ago about where were they having that meeting. And it is currently 52. It was 50-50 for a while, but it's 52-48 in favor of meeting in Tel Rhomriod instead of the White Tower basement.
All right.
So weirdly, but that's.
I mean, because Lanfear traveled out too.
But Lanfear's not in the tower. Lanfear's,
No, I understand, but like if we're saying it's Tel Rhomriod, I would think she just would have dreamt herself and then like done the little like dissolvey Thanos snap thing.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's Tel Rhomriod. I think it was Tyr. Like they're always hanging out in the books. They're always hanging out near Calendar.
Oh, okay.
But in the World of Dreams, but near Calendar.
I mean, it looked like a very dusty basement, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it just looked like a stony, like stone arch sort of like hallway. It could have been any castle, really.
And it did seem like that hallway went back a ways.
Yeah, that's why I thought as well. Like it didn't feel very very like basement. It contained. To me, it was more like just like a keep, like somewhere where you'd have like a long like stretch of walls that would be completely like with no windows. I think that would be Tyr, to be honest.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Do you know what we haven't spoken a lot of on this in the past almost 3 hours now, and I feel we should do a little bit of focus on because Meg's here. We haven't spoken really about the Two Rivers stuff and my boy Perrin. So No, just in general, though, we haven't spoken much about the series. So
I do have to say, I do like how this is progressing.
Okay.
I do. Yeah.
Which bit do you mean?
Well, I just think I'm not bored, which I frequently am when I read Perrin.
So you're not a Perrin fan usually.
It's not. I as I've said before, I'm very indifferent towards him. I just I could take him or leave him. Like I just get bored reading his stuff. So I have not been bored.
It's funny because Meg's massive Egwene stan, and I'm a Perrin stan, and I was just like, Egwene's like, yeah, okay, like there's nothing terrible about this, but there's like she's not the character I love either type thing. So it's very entertaining for me.
I feel like I'm right in the middle. Whenever I do a reread, I always reread both Egwene's and Perrin's like POVs, and I just completely skip. So like sometimes I just go randomly and read all of the stuff that happens in the tower with Egwene. And all of the Two Rivers and like Perrin sort of like second half of the arc. Sometimes I just do like a selective reread of Wheel of Time. Okay. So I feel like I'm in between you two now. I'm taking a little bit of both.
I like it.
How do you feel about Perrin and Egwene?
I love Egwene. She's much more. I mean, I love her in general, but in the show, it seems like she is reacting more realistically to what happened to her, because in the books like it comes up very rarely where it's like I won't be caged again, I won't be any of those things, but it's not like a consistent like you're having nightmares, you're constantly thinking about this thing and like how ruthless you had to be to get out.
Well, to be fair, she is having nightmares, but who is causing those nightmares?
Yeah,
would she still be having the nightmares if she wasn't? If
I think she might, but maybe not every night.
Not as intense. Yes.
Yeah.
But like she's reacting like someone who has survived trauma.
Right. Agreed. Yes.
Then it's much more realistic. And so when I think of what she's going to do moving forward, without giving spoilers or anything, I can understand how she might go about that and the kind of tone she might set. And it feels much less like you're being thrown to the wolves like it is in the books. Perrin, I hate reading Perrin's POV. Every time he smells something, I'm just like, just fucking talk.
That's very valid. I will accept that fault. Yes. Yeah. Open this and close that a little bit. Yeah.
Literally,
absolutely.
like stop sniffing the fact that someone's upset at you and just be like, hey, what's up?
Well, like, like if you sniffed it, just talk about it.
Yeah.
Because you have the insight. So just like.
So the fact that
can I just say I love you guys so much? I just love you.
The show can't rely on that. Is so great because now I can care about Perrin's actions and not just his constant inner monologue.
Yes.
We have like a slogan here in the UK for reporting things or someone doing something untoward, and it says see it, say it, sort it. And in Perrin's case, you should be like sniff it, say it, sort it.
Yeah. So the fact that like we're skipping all of this like constant self-doubt and like smelling everything under the sun and trying to like deduce what's going on without talking, and we're just getting straight to the meat of who he is.
Yeah.
Without all those extra things in the way, it's much more enjoyable. Because I will say, when I do rereads, I gloss over a lot of Perrin stuff in the second half of the books. Because I'm just like, oh, you're this person. Oh, you really love this person. Oh, you don't think you're good enough. Okay,
let's tie another knot in our cord.
And then
now that is not Perrin's fault. Okay, I need to say that's not Perrin's fault. Okay,
I know,
because without getting into spoilers, at that stage of the books, the story, like the characters and the world, is frozen in place. Okay, both metaphorically and literally. Okay, and so RJ writes in that manner so that we are also feeling that way about the story and ourselves in the moment. It's a very metaphysical thing. Okay, that's what it's meant to be.
That's his intent, and I think
maybe it could have lasted a little bit less.
He could have like
I'm
cut
not
off like a third of the pages.
I'm
on
not
the
saying you're
pickle.
meant to enjoy it. What I'm saying is you are meant to experience in that moment what the characters in the story are physically and emotionally and mentally.
Well, I've experienced it
And
like
you
three
wonder why
times, and now
everybody
I
says
gloss.
that those books are the slog.
Because
And you
RJ said we're
insist
going to
the
dump
slog
you in
doesn't
Antarctica.
exist.
But yeah, I mean, I love the direction they're going in the Two Rivers.
Yeah.
I also love the
Yes.
way Fail gets brought into it,
Mhm.
rather than just being this really obnoxious girl and just following them
Yeah.
around and like being passive aggressive and like being kind of an asshole
Which
and expecting
she-
Perrin to like fall in love.
She does kind of come off as like a little bit obnoxious, and I love the fact that they kept the Mandarp thing.
And that's what I was
In-
going to say.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Mandar thing was so
Yeah.
funny.
Because in
Honestly,
the end,
I'm-
like she's basically like a princess who's like trying to change her name to
Mhm.
have an adventure. So I like
Which
that.
we don't know
aspect.
yet. Yeah. Mhm.
But you
Yeah.
know, it's nice that they kind of kept it in, and it's like you can see that she's kind of like trying to be not that girl. And like I'm so edgy. I cut my hair, and you know,
I'm so
I've got
strong
this
and,
like
like-
goth vibe. So it's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
I've got
that.
less.
You know,
We need to. I'm going to put the scene on because I love this scene so much between them.
I've never seen someone turn themselves in and fail.
The flirting
It's
here
just-
is so much more believable.
Oh yeah.
You're with him?
Only by chance. I came here looking for the Horn of Valir. Heard of it? I see.
Scoffs.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, you're familiar.
We've been much talk about you in your absence. Perrin Aybara.
And very little of you. Don't even know your name.
I call myself Mandar.
I'm sorry, sister. My friend Lan is what he.
Iwa. It means blade in the old tongue. So choose your words carefully.
Yeah, I'm a badass.
I'm gonna stab you.
I just love that. He's like, well, I'm going to say it anyway, so suck it up. You know?
Man. Oh, did you choose it for the hunt?
Perhaps you should try again to turn yourself in.
It's funny.
But what
It
I
is.
love in that interaction is like the way, and like, you know, going on into where the books go with this, the way that they do things in Saldea translates better in regards to those kinds of like interactions. Because in the books, it's very like, we're gonna like fight, I'm gonna like beat you up, like we're gonna yell at each other, and instead she's just like, I'm just gonna like lightly rib you, and we're just going to like banter rather than like the way to go
It's
about.
not quite as toxic.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like she does come across as very aggressive, but again, like that's something that we know that it's like normal in Saldea, and like she expects him to be
aggressive back.
Yeah, like just like, you know, giving as good as he's getting basically. And I mean, I like the fact that like they're kind of setting up that sort of like not understanding each other bit where he just tries to be pacifying all the times, and so she's just riling him up even more because she wants a reaction out of him, and it's like, you know, it's and I think it's good that she is set up in this way, because then she can have like a real growth and we can really enjoy her. Like if the characters are perfect from the start, then, you know, there's no point in watching, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, so yeah. But no, and I'm really enjoying Min and Matt as well.
Me too.
Yes.
Like
Fighting.
speaking of interactions and
arguing with each other all the time.
yeah.
You kind of just look at them and be like, can you just I don't know, like you clearly just like each other in terms of like, you know, you think you're awesome people, you know, you're friend, you're like you like each other as friends, you get along as friends, you appreciate each other's company, you know, you feel aside from Ishi, everything is good between you two. Like just fucking fix it, you know, like it's you know, we need that buddy cop movie.
Yeah,
I'm glad
exactly,
they didn't carry it out for like half the season.
Oh yeah.
They were just like, all right, you've said your piece, I've said my piece, we understand each other. Let's move on.
Yeah,
I love it.
They each had a chance to be like, I'm not listening, go away. I've tried and I'm not having it. And then they finally just like worked through it, or at least got the stage where they're like, do you know what? We're just going to say it's done and we're going to move on with it. And we'll probably have a testy moment here or there about it going on. But it's kind of, we're just both agreeing we fucking hate that it happened and we're going to move on from it type situation.
They're both agreeing they were manipulated by a force.
Yeah. And also, I think when Min told Matt, when she kind of explained to him like that, Ishi would have taken away her visions, which is not true, by the way, but who cares? And I think because now he has the memories that play out in his head all the time, so like he really understands that. Like he's like, oh shit, like that would have been like a lot to give up. And I do like that he said something like, so do you want me to say thank you? Because it's true, like it's like, you just did the right thing, so you shouldn't expect him to be thanking you. But at the same time, I think he really understands more where she's coming from, and I think it's that sort of situation where they can just sort of move on from there without having to say any more about it, basically.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to remember, what was Matt's motivations for going to Tanchico? Was it just to go after Liandrin, or what was it?
I think it's just
or to go with Nynaeve.
I know. Should I check your 500 pages of notes?
I know. I should just look at my notes.
But like,
I think it was to help Nynaeve.
Yeah.
Because he knows the tower can't help him.
Okay.
And so I think he's wanted to stick with her because she might be able to help his head.
But like in the books or in the scene?
No, I'm talking in the show.
Oh, in the show. Yeah, in the show it's just like he stayed in the tower to stay with Nynaeve because he hopes that she will fix him.
Yeah.
So because now she's going to Tanchico, he's like, well, I'm not gonna stay here. Like
because clearly they can't help me here.
So
He
And
actually says they can't.
Like because again in my head I'm still like half an hour ago I was watching that scene, so I'm like
I know there's so much, it's hard to keep track.
And like I love how in the scene there's Nynaeve that is like keeps like trying not to laugh so hard as like Matt is like beating Galad and Gawyn up with the quarterstaff, and she's just like just like, oh, I'm enjoying this so much.
She's like, I think y'all asked
like
for it.
There's all these like subtle interactions between the actors, and I just really love that cast. I think they're doing like such a great job, to be honest.
They are doing an amazing job.
They're doing a really good job of portraying those little like internal monologue things on their faces, and it's split second, so that we can have it and move on.
Yeah,
which is really nice. Like they do so much face acting with no words, and you're just like, I fully understand what you're giving me. Yeah, like you understand the assignment. The writers understood the assignment.
You really read the books many times. We can all see that.
Yes. Yeah, it is great. I don't know. It's funny. I'm gonna slander Perrin for a moment here. Yeah, not like slander, but I'm going to be like, this didn't land so well. But the look on your face from Marcus sold it for me. It felt very Perrin, but like you say, the face acting kind of works for me. So it's this. Let me turn the sound off so I can talk over it. But it's this scene here where everyone's leaving. It's like, where are you off to? And it's like back to the farm. Like it felt very Perrin. So I'm not like, this is not bad acting from Marcus or anything, folks. But it was like, your words aren't really selling me in this moment, like I don't feel like you got very passionate until the very end. I'm like, I've stood in that place. Okay. I've been to that set. Like the back of the crowd ain't hearing him. Also send Bowie, by the way. I love that. And it's like he doesn't really get very going on like these words are not buying it, but you sort of see the look on his face and how earnest he is and how much he means it, and it's just like it just works for me still, and I don't know.
No, I agree. Why. This was what kind of sold me on Perrin's arc, was this moment. Like, he's still very like quiet and reserved, but very resolute in his convictions. So
he has a very clear resilience.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's able to like, he's like, we can survive this.
Yeah.
We're going and like very like strong.
Yeah. You can see that this is the point where he starts on his journey to becoming
to become
Lord Gold. And it's like, and to be fair, it's a lot more believable than in like, so I mean, I have always been a fan of the wife arc thing. So I know a lot of people don't like it that he was given a wife.
Oh, right,
and
okay.
she dies like immediately. But I think that was actually a really, really good choice to set up this sort of situation where Perrin keeps feeling like he can't lose Fail, and like all this like really strong attachment to her that, to be fair, in the books like didn't make any sense to me, because it's like, well, you're like 17, you have like no life experience, like why do you feel so strongly about this, you know?
Right.
And so like I really enjoyed that, and I think it makes him a lot more, I mean, he did kill her, so like, and, you know, speaking of, you know, surviving trauma, like that's a pretty big thing that happened to him. And so that also I think is a very good stumbling block for him to become a leader, you know, to just kind of like, he's like, he can't trust his own judgment, because he, like, in his head he keeps making all these bad choices and bad actions that lead to people dying. So I think, you know, it's really good, because in the books I think that one of the reasons why his POV sometimes to people are boring is because people are like, just accept it, you're a leader, you know, like you don't have to drag it for 8 books, you can just do it, you know. And instead, like, I think here is like, you can really see the struggle, and I think it makes it more real, because we have seen, you know, that he has done objectively bad things, you know, that like that he wasn't in control of, but it definitely play on his psychology. So yeah, I really like the way that they're changing his arc to take him to the exactly same place, but in a more believable way, I think.
Yeah. I also
in a more
enjoyed
relatable and enjoyable way. Yeah.
Like you said earlier, I think you said it, S, like you can't just have that internal monologue of sniff, sniff, sniff. So everything has to be on screen, verbalized, or, you know, acted in some way that isn't just a voice in the head situation. I also love the symbolism that before we meet Fail, he gets his wedding ring chopped in half, you know, through the bubbles of evil. Which, by the way, was anyone else? Now, maybe it was different because it was in a cinema screen and it was very loud. And I know, Meg, you didn't, because you recorded your reaction for me. But did anyone else like scream at Moiraine and be like, and Lan, and be like, what the fuck? Get up and go help the kids. Like,
I think
what are you
didn't
doing?
I say, I was like, why are you not doing anything or do something? I thought I said that.
Yeah, but you said it like that. Whereas I'm literally in the cinema like, what are you doing? And I'm pretty sure had I not seen it in the cinema and I'd sat at my computer watching it, I also would have been like, wah! You know, like very loudly and damaged the microphone, bless it. So was anyone else like really animated in that moment to be like, you know?
I was just frustrated. Because it's like, Moiraine, why are you believing that she will not end up killing some of them in this moment? Why
so did you know that it was Lanfear doing it? Like
me?
While it was happening? Yeah.
No.
No, but like in retrospect, when you realize that she was the one who was orchestrating it, it's just like,
for sure, it makes sense.
Why did you believe that? Like, why are you trusting her so much? Just because
I
you
actually
think she has Rand's best.
I actually thought it was Moiraine herself, because of the exchange that she has with Lanfear. Lanfear's like, she says, you know, like how you like. Moiraine says something like, you believe that I would hurt him or would hurt them to take him there, and Lanfear says, yeah, 100%, that's why I like you. And so, and that happens then, and I was like, yeah, I mean, she's definitely orchestrated it. She's not worried because she's the one, sorry, I just lost my highlighter. She's the one doing the thing, and so she's not worried because she knows that it's something that they can sort out themselves. And then like it was unfair, but like I genuinely thought it was Moiraine herself. So
okay.
Well, and I think she definitely gave Lanfear ammo, because it was the axe for Perrin, and he murdered his wife with the axe, and the axe broke his wedding ring. So he definitely, that's pushing him to go back and come to terms with what he did.
Yeah.
Egwene, Rand is choking her.
Right. He's afraid of killing her.
And she knows, she knows her trauma from Renna.
And Rand's terrified of himself.
Right. And then Matt with the cards.
The cards thing was weird, where he just got like hypnotized or something, wasn't he?
Right.
Yeah. But I think because the cards were actually the heroes of the Horn depicted on the cards. So because like the main figures were like Amaterasu and like some
you're
other
right.
figures. So like I think they were coming out.
Thank you,
for
Memo.
him in his head. But like,
had you not picked up on that? Oh,
I did, and I forgot about it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I watched the first episode this morning, and I already like feel like I need to rewatch it. So
I know.
Yeah.
No, that totally makes sense. Yes.
Let me see if I get a still for it.
Because yes, I did look at it. I was like, oh, that looks like Amaterasu. But I didn't make the connection like, oh, Heroes of the Horn. Duh, that's who he's hearing. Duh, that's why he's like frozen.
Yeah. But also like at some point I was like, hang on. But I mean, and of course, they're like changing the timelines a little bit, obviously, to make everything fit from the books into the show. And I think they're doing like actually a really good job in making everything fit. Like I think season 1 was probably like a little bit all over the place. And then I think in from the third episode in season 2 and now the first 3 episodes of season 3 are like really good with changes from books to show. But yeah, like
I thought Amaterasu, Hawkwing, and Brigitte.
Yeah. And I think there's a moment earlier, I'll see if I can find it, where you actually see the 2 lower cards he's messing around with, and you see Guide O'Kane and someone else.
Guide O'Kane.
Guide O'Kane, yeah. I've still got money on the bingo card that at some point we will see Guide O'Kane in season 3.
Hey, I'm the one that started that theory, so if I keep
well, I think you and I were like both on the same train at the same time, okay? So
I started it.
All right. Fine.
This is a really lot like brother and sister.
Yeah, we really are. When Meg and I do recording with Jen on Three Wheeling, the podcast we do, like honestly, a lot of the time we're like this. I swear, people who don't know us might think we just yell and argue at each other all the time. So, yeah.
But yeah, at some point I was like, where's Tom? Because like he really should be on the train to Tanshiko as well.
I think he's probably already there.
Yeah, maybe he's just hiding out there.
Okay.
Did we want to talk about the look ahead to season 3 at all? Because I'm pretty sure he was on there.
I did watch it in the cinema. I didn't watch it today. I mean, if everybody wants to watch it, it's not like I haven't seen it, so I'm happy to play it. And then we'll just put a banner up for people so they know, like, if they don't want to watch it, then they should like turn off the screen.
I mean, just you were mentioning Tom, and I'm 99.9% positive I saw him in that. So
I think I haven't watched it, so I know it's been a very
long time I watched it.
It would have played at the end of episode 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I skipped it because I was short on time to watch all 3 episodes before doing this.
I just started it on episode 2 since I saw episode 1 last week.
Right.
And I have woken up at 6 and I was like, I don't need to see all 3 episodes right now.
That's fair. All right. So we'll skip that. I can't. Oh no, literally, as I just said, I can't find it. I paused the video and it paused on the cards.
There
you go.
That I love the pattern of work there. So here are the cards. So you've got on the top, as we've seen, obviously Brigitte, Hawkwing, and Amaterasu, and then the bottom 2 are just other heroes that I remember seeing. But if you look over on the left,
there's
the shield.
The shields, So it's over here, folks. Which you can still actually see. There's Guide O'Kane there. There's Uno. So, but yeah, I recognize these 2, but I don't remember what the names were.
Is it the brother and sister?
Oh, possibly.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Could be.
I don't remember what their names were, but
no,
I didn't catch all their names. So, yeah, it seems like a reasonable number of people in chat didn't watch it, so we won't play it. Just for now. But yeah, that's the end of episode 1. If anybody wants to like get a
I'll go back and watch it.
Yeah, I did watch it in the cinema because like
Saturday. Just saying, we should.
Yeah,
we should.
It was just playing on the screen, and I was just like, it's a giant. Yeah, how do you look away? So, right, we're on episode 1. I feel like we haven't really talked about episode 1 much today, really. Like, at the end of the Elayne thing has been mentioned. Now we've talked about the bubble of evil, but like, there's actually a lot that happens in episode 1 that we just don't talk about. And where is the moment? Isn't there a moment where there's a grey man and
yeah?
No.
When is
actually, in the episode, like prior to your seeing it, and I'm sure it's this moment here. 20 minutes and something in.
Yeah, he's in the window.
In the window.
Yes, Toby.
That was
found
it.
Yeah.
I happened to be catching Dusty, and I think, and now I've gone a fraction too far. Let me load it back up. But yeah, Toby found this. This was a hint from the VFX department. I forget. Right, here we go. Put it on screen. So they did a zoom in, but I think, isn't it like this window here?
Maybe.
Oh yeah, I think there is someone.
I think there was a closer image that Toby had posted.
Yeah, but I think Toby snipped it and zoomed in.
Oh, okay.
There was probably a different angle.
How could you have possibly seen it from that angle?
Yeah.
Actually, now that I've saved it, it's absolutely, you can see him there like so well.
I cannot.
Honestly, I'm not making that up. Let me.
Let me hear. I have full screen with our thing.
You can see all my screen right now while I mess with this. Look.
Oh, okay. Damn.
He's really watching
it. Like, holy crap.
Like, I thought,
creepy.
like, in my head, it was gonna be like him just kind of like passing by, and like he's really there, just like watching that. Fuck.
Yeah, there was. So this has gone to the I've just caught live chat. FX director. They said there's 6 appearances of them. And everyone is like giving me timestamps and things. Toby found it in 2019. I just happened to remember it was this window or thereabouts when I went looking for it afterwards. And I was like, holy crap, he'd be creeping like so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, also, everything about the Grey Men I'm getting is so creepy.
Yeah, and like the way that Moghedien makes the other Grey Man, is that like child Jaime? It's like Jaime Carrigan.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
I couldn't understand. Sorry.
The name. No, like at the start, like I didn't understand like the way that she was pronouncing the name.
She's like Jaime, I think is what she was saying. Yeah.
But like I like the fact that even if they're not giving every character like as much, screen time, because obviously they can't, because there's like a million of them. But they're still like, whenever they do give them a name that it's in the books, so like it's a little nod to us who actually read them. So
and I love that they made sure to answer the question of who was the White Cloak at the Dark Friend social.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just very, very cool that we're getting little.
So, and like we would assume that the Grey Man that came after Elayne and Nynaeve later was not Jaime Carrigan, correct?
I mean, who knows?
I mean, she said, "I've got someone for you to find," but yeah, not necessarily them. I mean, they're not very difficult to find. They were in the tower.
Oh, so we have a new challenge now. Sorry, here we go. Crazy Cat Lady 42 says, "Pretty sure Grey Man was also watching when Moiraine and Rand had their little conversation on the balcony." Okay.
So Fain was the Where's Waldo of season 1. So the Grey Men are the Where's Waldo of season 3.
Absolutely. Yes. This is. Here we go. All right. So let's put this back up on screen. And this is the end of. Go and say oh no, here we go. So where, if you
look, is this before the other one?
No, this is after the F1.
It's after, okay.
So would they be
the same window in that left window?
I don't know if that's what I was wondering too.
What, just previous?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll get that just as she walks up. But let's just run through the scene if we catch any other potential windows. Now, I remember looking at this, I'm thinking like balconies and stuff. I didn't think behind those window frames. That didn't occur to me.
When I would assume if VFX is posting this, these would not have been filmed. It would have been post-production stuff that they put in, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is probably going to be the only windows bit. Yeah, because all of them are blocked here, aren't they? As we keep.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
unless
just
there
that
is
one set of
literally,
windows
like-
in the very beginning
Yeah.
that we can see that we can't see
It
otherwise.
would be very interesting if the Gray Men was in this scene because this scene was released prior to the episode.
Right.
It was.
Yeah.
Oh, now I gotta pull my iPad close to my face.
I know you have to go at some point soon, S, but I feel like we've suckered you in now for the Grey Man hunting.
Yeah, I need to find this Gray Man in this one.
I mean,
I'm in no
unless
rush.
unless he's like literally
Okay.
behind the screen, like the
Go back
greenish
to the very
door
beginning.
behind Rand, but that's very dark. So like, I
There.
don't think. I mean, you can.
1 second. I have to jump even right.
There we go.
So we it's
I was
so we're
wondering
thinking
about that left window.
this one?
perhaps. Yeah,
Oh,
maybe.
maybe.
I was thinking the next one farther over because it continues to
maybe, yeah.
pan.
It does
Maybe-
pan a
oh,
little
yeah,
bit.
reveal window. Yeah, it could be that one.
All right, let's see how far we can take that.
I think it's that window.
There, maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that
All
potentially.
right, let's snip that for starters. So thank you for snipping. God, what we would do without. No, I didn't want
There's
that.
our short king.
Go away. Oh, that's because I closed. Oh, there we go. I was opening the photos and I thought I was opening the snipping tool. I was not opening the snipping tool. Okay. Right. I think there's potential for this one.
Yeah, there's definitely something there, like something like brighter than the shadow in the window.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wrong screen. I'm using the mouse on the main screen, and then it's just having a moment. Come on, just open. You.
No.
Could be.
Maybe.
I mean,
That's
something.
That's a stretch, but yeah,
Yeah.
it could be like another doorway.
could be. On the balcony behind Rand's head. That's what we're hearing.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, but like it's very dark behind him. Like
What, behind here?
Yeah, like that behind that door / screen is like it's so dark it would be impossible to see it, you know?
Oh.
It's like if you can't catch it, then it's not a very good Easter egg. Like there has to be a chance to actually see it.
Like I
Otherwise-
as soon as someone was like, it's in this scene, I was like, oh, it's that window there, so I was able to like catch it regularly, and then we zoomed in. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, it's definitely that. Yeah, if you have to be like, I can't see it without zooming and enhancing, it's not a very good Easter egg. That's quite true. All right.
Yeah.
So this doesn't really open up any further here on the left, does it? But I suppose that
No,
could
that's the farthest is it. That's the farthest.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay.
Unless
So
he's like
just
in one of that. No, that's too far.
tell me to hit pause if you think we get anything that's potential. I
Hope
really
you
don't
guys are
see.
enjoying the weird shot of my forehead.
It's a beautiful shot.
Thank you.
I really don't see anything behind him. I don't even see. I was suddenly thinking maybe this little window here. I don't even see anything
But
there.
again, that's too dark.
Is there someone up right above where? No, that's not a person. Never mind.
Okay.
Damn it.
Just thinking maybe there's someone over there, but I can't see anything.
Yeah.
And that's also very quick, but that's fine. Wouldn't it be funny if the X-ray said "Gray Man" at some point?
Played by such and such.
Yeah, I don't see anything up there. Like we said, these windows seem a bit too. Unless
that one. Yeah,
maybe right there.
Yeah.
All right, let's snip that one and see what we get. Okay.
Wouldn't that be that same window that we were just looking at?
No, that's a different window, I think.
I feel like it's just a different angle of the same window.
Well,
I think
maybe
it's the same window, but it's a much better angle.
it is a much better angle. Okay. I think there's mild potential here.
And someone's saying Rob start of the scene.
Start of the scene. Okay, Adrian, 1 second. We'll go back to that. Right, let's again open up. My thing is just going to be full of really weird photos now.
And
No.
like twigs. Or
Yeah,
like
I think that's
ivy,
just
whatever.
the bushes there. So apparently just behind Moiraine, also I keep pausing in the right spots. Just behind Moiraine to the left, to the right. I need a little bit more than that, folks.
Help
You
us.
mean like here?
Is that it?
Let's go back to the beginning of the scene.
Behind Moiraine. I'm
Just
saying
behind
what
Moiraine.
someone else also said.
Oh, someone else has started the scene. Okay.
I had to turn my iPad so I can get even bigger.
That's fair. Now this is not a knock at anyone who's watching and trying to help. But throwing in telling me when to pause in chat, there is a YouTube delay. So even if I saw that the second you entered it, it's still going to be delayed by YouTube, and so it won't unfortunately get.
You gotta give us like exact seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wants to go through the episode and give me like a second count, then that's fine.
Someone says there in all caps there.
Well, I haven't moved from here. Okay, so what?
Okay. Back
5 seconds. Okay, back 5 seconds. So 38, 35. All right, we can do this.
5 seconds from what?
Oh, so you mean like here? This somewhere here. Okay. Arched window.
But
there
they keep saying
is
behind Moiraine though.
There's a black to whitish moving around 3912 to 3016. Okay, we'll get that one in a second. So we'll pin that one. Sorry. Behind.
Hi, Dovey.
Hi, Dovey.
Right. So yeah, Lord now says yes right there. Okay. Something in that window. And then to Moiraine's left. All right, so let's snip this and see if we find anything. Okay, and then we will do the Moiraine one.
This is the most intense game of Where's Waldo I played in a while. Like, I am so invested right now for absolutely no fucking reason.
I love how we're like,
this changes nothing for the show, and yet I'm just like, where are they?
My other left? What do you mean my other left? Or is Unreason just being silly?
I think they're just fucking with you.
Okay, right. That's fair. Sorry, I thought it was snipping and frozen, but it wasn't. Now it's doing it. Come on. No, stop.
No.
Snip properly. There we go. I got it to snip that time. Because it kept going to the edge of my screen and moving screens, and it was just like not having it. Okay. Now the other one we've got here is where's the other one? The other timestamp. Arch window. There's black to whitish moving around 3912 to 3916. Okay. 39. See, thank you for the timestamps. Not knocking anybody. Just, right.
But thank you for the timestamps.
Arched window. All right, arched window. This one?
Yeah.
Okay, that looks like an arched window, right? Yeah, these are like balconies. That's an arched window.
There's many arched windows.
Maybe you need to turn off the subtitles.
Oh, yeah, maybe the subtitles are in the way.
That one even off, which just feels okay. Oh my God! Oh, did you see that?
Wait, go back. I thought. Let's see it again.
Let's do that again. And also, we are snipping that reaction.
Long because the subtitles were in the way.
All right. Okay. Let me just watch this window, everybody.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That was a very good jump
now
scare.
that you know it's there.
Oh, yeah.
Or is that a curtain? Or is that a curtain? Now that I've
No,
said
I
this.
think that's a person.
I think, yeah.
It's very dark. It goes white. It goes dark again, and it goes white again.
Yeah, check it.
Is that someone going back and forth?
You gotta zoom it in.
All right.
Enhance.
Zoom it in.
Right. When it's white or what? There?
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
All right. When it's white. Okay. Oh, Mr. VFX man, if you don't appreciate this.
Yes, you need
Well, finally, like VFX people are getting their due.
Yeah,
their work is finally recognized.
In between seasons 2 and 3, it was costumes with Sharon. In between 3 and 4, it's VFX.
And the Grey Men.
And Grey Men. All right. I'm not sure. I feel like this is some sort of cover. Just going across the window, a curtain or something. I don't know. That's very solid. That's not.
Well, maybe it's someone like pulling the curtain back and looking out and then letting it fall back down. That's the best thing we found.
Try the second time that it goes again. Like, just press play. Goes
I mean, because this is definitely added post-production.
There's something there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Try and snip it again.
So, oh, apparently Kat is sending me a message. I missed the 3915 timestamps. Sorry. So Kat sent it to me a while ago. Right. Are we snipping this again? Sorry. Let's see what we get out of this. Yeah, I'm just not sure what we're going to get out of it. I don't think it's really.
And I love they put it in the line of sight because it's so close to Moiraine.
Yeah.
But you still don't really notice it because they're Greymen. Yeah. Like it's playing to the lore perfectly.
Which is the point. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely something you just can't. 100%.
Yeah, like because it's still pretty dark in this little triangle here.
Yeah,
but it felt like
I mean, it might
back and forth.
It might just be like a head of someone like in the middle, like rhomboid.
Could be, but still, there's something happening there.
Yeah.
Like, play it and watch it. Unless I've gone too far ahead. No, there it is. And it goes white.
Oh,
and then
for sure.
Goes dark. And then it goes white again.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just keep watching that window right now.
Maybe there's two Greymen.
Or maybe they're trying to get a vantage point of both Rand and Moiraine. And so they're moving to be able to see both of them.
Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe when she ducks down, we get like an overhead shot and we see it clearly again.
Maybe.
No, maybe how much we see over the balcony when she ducks down. Because obviously the camera moves. Oh, okay.
Oh,
no,
there!
It's very dark, though.
It's still very dark.
But like there was.
But it was white previously. So
yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm trying to pause that screen. It's this screen I need to pause. All right. I know Memo and S, you need to make a move. Thank you so much for hanging around.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
It was
always
fun.
welcome. Elliot is on his way. So yeah, final thoughts before I let you go. S, you've been here for like, I don't know, you've hung around for like 2 or 3 hours now, like, which is amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I think my final thought is this is like genuinely just good TV.
Mm-hmm.
Which did I love season 1? Yes, but it was good, but it wasn't like good TV to get the gen pop.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like season 3, this is where the show has the potential to like truly take off in a big way. And it seems much more appealing to people who wouldn't have read the books first. Like this, like I think I put it on Bluesky, but like this feels like that moment in, I hate the comparison, but like the moment in Game of Thrones when it became like part of the lexicon for like general people.
Yeah.
Where it was like the thing everyone did. And it's starting to feel like that's what this has the potential to become. And not just like wishful thinking, but like genuinely, I watched it and I was like, right, I was laying in bed, I was half asleep, but I watched it and I was like, that was just good. If I didn't have any idea of what was going on, because really we only know the big beats. We don't know necessarily how they're going to get there because they're changing it. And I'm watching it and I'm like, this is all good. I'm enjoying all the changes they've made for season 3. I'm seeing where the changes from 1 and 2 are finally wrapping up into a more cohesive storyline. And like, this is just like great stuff. This is finally something where it's like, I don't need to talk people into watching it. I'm just like, this is great TV. Just go do it.
It is.
Without having to talk it up.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Memo, anything you want to add before you skedaddle off and probably have to go look after the little one?
Yeah, I need to go and like relieve the babysitter. But yeah, no, I agree. I 100% agree with that. Like it's I think season 1, I was trying to get my friends who had never read the books to watch it, because I had tried to get them to read the books and they wouldn't. But they were like, yeah, it's fine, but and I think instead, like the way that these first three episodes were like starting and going, I was like, wow, okay. And I'm like, literally, it's been a few months or to a year or something that I haven't found anything as good. Like I keep getting bored. Like I keep forgetting to keep watching TV series because I watch a couple of episodes and then I'm so bored. And instead, I'm like, I just can't stop thinking about it. I'm like, I want to go back and rewatch, but I can't because I have to take care of a 2-year-old. But when she's in bed, I'm gonna go and watch it back again.
Yes, I love that. Well, thank you, Memo. Thank you, S. I really, really appreciate you hanging out with us. And
thank you.
Yeah, go enjoy your afternoons and watch again later when you can. So,
all right, bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
All right. Don't worry, Meg. It's not just you and I. I do see a couple of cheeky chaps in the background. Cheeky chaps. Please welcome, fresh from the grave himself, having died the other day when someone read out his tweet, Kevin Angus.
Oh, Kevin. Congratulations on all of your success.
I'm feeling quite great today,
Well, we need to balance out that grey. Please welcome to the party, fresh from work.
Hello. How's everybody?
We're good. How are we doing?
Doing good.
Yeah, we've had fun watching TV shows today.
Yes, we have.
Yeah. Anything immediately catch your fancy that you want to talk about, Kev?
Well, I came into the backstage at just the right time to realize that you've probably been doing on stream what I've been doing since I finished episode 3, which was I started rewatching. I started rewatching episode 1. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell am I doing? And I paused it right before the Gray Man attack. I'm like, I got to go back, and I went back. Probably, I want to say at this point, it feels like I've watched episode 1 12 times.
Oh my God.
I haven't, but it feels that way because I've skimmed every single frame and I'm still coming up short. I was intrigued by what you're pointing out.
The white and black.
I'm looking forward to seeing that more. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that there's 6 appearances of the Gray Man before the Gray Man attack, correct?
So we've been hunting down the Gray Men, which have been specifically. Let me go back to it. So in this scene here, we've been hunting for one in this scene. We've random Moiraine on the balcony, which I think was released as an extra clip some point in the last few days. Can't remember exactly when. And there's a moment where we think it is. In this, watch this window here. You see it's very dark right now. Okay. And then if I hit play, watch how it changes color and then goes dark again and then a bit whiter again. Yeah. So we think that's potentially a Gray Man. But the best one, what was the timestamp? Sorry, 20 seconds and 9.
Which was definitely confirmed. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This one is 100%. So this moment here. And right here in this window.
Yes.
Okay.
I knew it was going to be in this scene. I knew there was going to be one in this scene. I just knew.
We actually, if I bring up all these photos I've been clipping, it was, where is it? This one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you zoom in, Great Man.
Oh, wow. Oh yeah. That's the stuff I'm talking about. I came at the right time.
Yeah. So this shout out goes to remind me again in chat who it was. Toby. I knew it was a T. Yeah, Toby found this. Yeah. Probably, well done, I don't know.
It's on the Dusty Wheel.
Make sure you claim your Just Rewards from Andy. Like if Andy's giving out a prize for like the earliest Gray Man, if this is the earliest one, make sure you claim your prize because
not
that he sent Andy a prize, but yeah,
Andy's the VFX guy. That's it. So Andy was putting this out here for us to enjoy.
Kevin, we also have some numbers for you. So
I love numbers.
I know you love numbers. I do as well. So we were talking about. So the starting credits were on every single episode of season 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then they were in 208.
Pause. They were not in 1.
And
They do the
one,
short intro in
one?
episode season 1. Episode 1 does not have the intro. Episode 2 has the first time they do the intro.
Okay, so 2 through 8,
Yes.
and then season 2, episode 8, and then
Yes.
season 3, episode 3.
Yes.
And we're wondering if there's a code.
Got it. All right, let me write this down. Elliot, why don't you talk about? First off, it's nice to finally chat for.
It
maybe
is very
the first
very
time.
nice to meet you. Yeah, congrats on your I was seeing all the your name was blowing up given the.
Yeah. I think I
Elayne,
died
the
3
Twitter
times in the last 48 hours or something like
It's
that.
great to see you resurrected.
Yeah. I'll do some numbers while you chat about.
Yeah,
your first
Elliot,
impression.
what's been your favorite moment of 3 episodes today? Have you watched all 3?
I've watched 2 and 3 today. I woke up and like 7 o'clock and was like, it's Wheel of Time day. Like, let's start watching. So I managed to get the first one in before work, and then sneakily managed to watch the third one during lunch. So I'm all up to date, which I was fearing I wouldn't be, but yeah. Oh God, favorite moment. I mean, I feel like I'm in such a blur. I'm trying to. I mean, to be fair, Matt, like most recently, Matt's fight with Gawyn and Galad is probably up there. My only thing with that was I kind of wish he had a bit more of an audience.
Right. Yeah. I had one.
Thought...
I don't know if it's a criticism, but it was like I wished like an old warder had walked out at the end, like one of the training masters, and been like, "Who was the greatest swordsman of the world, defeated by a farmer with a pitchfork or whatever?"
Or just was, like I thought, like that novice that had come in and sort of like taken that other novice away. Clara, yes.
The other one, yeah.
If they just like walked by or like the both of them had just sort of walked by at the very end. That would have been very satisfying.
So you mean the two girls that clearly, shall we say, hung out
I
with
wonder
the
if they were the
hours?
ones banging Gawyn and Galad.
Probably. But like,
Probably.
we needed, maybe they could have walked past right at the end and then been like, "Well, we were with the princes, but he just whooped their asses," and then he's like, "Well, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Yeah,
so
I've got to
your
go."
chance."
Like,
yeah, exactly. So
missed your chance.
Missed your opportunity there. Yeah. That is a great scene. That is an absolutely hilarious scene.
No, it was brilliant. Yeah, the whole so far. I mean, season 3 has just been hitting like home runs straight away. I think it really. I don't know. It's just I've not felt this excited for like subsequent episodes. Like I'm now like I have to wait a week. This feels like I'm too impatient.
Yeah. Especially considering we know which episode is next.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of wish it was like one of those Netflix series where you just get it all at once because.
I know, like this bittersweet sort of thing. Like I want it all right now, but I really do enjoy the speculation. The
all of this is good.
Too quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm greedy. I just want it all now.
So Lesbian Odie kind of raised this slightly earlier when she was here, and I've raised this in chat with like Meg and Jen and the ladies on the Threefold Talk, and Jen got, obviously we know that some of the creators got like screeners, and the screeners they got were the whole season, and we know they've watched it because they gave a full season spoiler-free review.
Yeah.
And I remember saying to like Meg and the others being like, I'm actually kind of glad I didn't get any screeners or anything this time, because you're stuck in that situation. Do I watch them all? Do I not watch them? And then Amazon be like, why did we bother? You know, like, and if I had watched them all, then that's it. My season is done and dusted before anybody's watched anything. And it would just be like, it'd be a really weird situation. But then Jen was in the middle because she did get sent them, but wanted to enjoy the season with us, so only watched the first 3. And then Amazon were just like, are you gonna watch, like, hello, you know? And she's like, well, I don't want to watch the whole season in one go, you know? Like, I was like, that's totally valid.
The saver.
You know? The saver, yeah. And it's like, yeah, you do want to see it all, but at the same time, you don't want it done and dusted in one go.
Exactly. At least we don't have that. Like, well, I don't have that temptation though, because
I don't. Yeah.
If I had like episodes 4 to 8 right now, I'd be like, oh, I'll just watch 4, and it'll be like, you know, a pack of I don't know, M&Ms. It's like I'll just have a handful now, but then it'll be empty by.
And suddenly you're like, wait, my chocolate's gone. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Now I got to wait like a year minimum for the next one.
Yeah.
I messed up.
Very, very
So
true.
Kevin, it looks like you deduced something.
Yeah, you look smug.
Yeah.
Oh no! I've just been like thinking because I'm like doing numbers in the back. I'm like got like background processes in my head going right now, kind of like doing some permutations because it is interesting because you've got season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is interesting because you have the 1 for the season, not the episode. Then of course you have 2 and 8. Whether that was fan service because we cried for weeks about the missing intro, or I mean, I know I did. Yeah, it is. Trust me, I was too. Or as some speculate it has to do with Moiraine getting her power back. I see what they're going for there, but I don't think it's a fun headcanon. It's an ideal headcanon for the situation, but for this, I don't know. It's interesting because I think that the reason 1 and 2 probably didn't have it is because they showed those at your premiere, right? You got to see 1 and 2.
Just 1.
1? Oh, okay.
Just 1, yeah.
I thought you had gotten to see 1 and 2. So I figured maybe like
that was season 1. I think they got to see 2 episodes.
Yeah, no, season 2. Yeah, last year.
Season 2.
Yeah, when they sent us out of Prague, they gave us.
That's
the first
right.
episodes,
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
actually,
no. When you were in Prague.
They showed us the first 2. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so I was in my head. I was like, oh, maybe they did that again, and I just didn't remember that. But no, if that's not the case, then I don't know.
I'm trying to think. Is there a specific character that's like in just these episodes?
Well, it is interesting that they put the intro in there because obviously when you see it in episode 3, then you get to see like Isabella Bucari in there. Like you get like, oh, this is where we're gonna see her for the first time. You see the new names for the first time, and maybe it's like I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, maybe it's they want to have the names. That's a good one when they introduce new characters. If the cast changes,
yeah, because season 2, episode 8 was when we saw Leia Costa show up in the credits.
True. Yeah.
But there would have also been like a whole new load of characters like in season 2, and they didn't have the credits in that one. So interesting.
It's a. I know. I was really happy to see it.
It would be so funny if it just wasn't in the next episode for no reason.
Yeah.
We're just like, what's going on?
And then it's in like randomly episode 6, and we're just like,
Well, no, that'd be a multiple of 3. Actually, that'd be ideal. Can we do that? Can Amazon, if you're listening?
See, my math brain is making it happen in code anyway. So
is there something to do like with the like? Is there like like if we look at the times of the episode, is it like the shorter ones have it in because they're just kind of like
now we got some more numbers to throw in.
Throw it in. Yeah, let me get those real quick. Hang on. I can add those up real quick.
Wow. Right. Maybe it's like how many hours of footage between intros have played, before I don't know.
And maybe you shouldn't have Kevin and I on at the same time because we'll just go down a number wormhole.
This is fun. Kevin, sorry, wrong mouse. Kevin is asking, has anyone pointed out the grey man that appears in the alley when Nynaeve and Elayne go into the house Leandrin kept where Leandrin kept her son? We haven't spoken about that. But I mean, I did notice that grey man was there in the background. Did everyone else notice the grey man in the background there?
I don't think I did. No.
Okay.
I think Sarah TG Author posted about it on Twitter as well.
Nice. Is that episode 3 is when they find that, isn't it? So
I think it's like 11:20 is the timestamp. Is what she posted.
Oh yes, nailed it. Where's that? Oh, that's what TG. Right. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant someone put it in chat.
No.
Okay. Yes, it is approximately there. Okay, so here we go. Throw this on screen. So this is them about to walk into Leandrin's house and watch this alleyway back here.
Which I love that they're wearing like disguises over their accepted dresses.
They look like detective outfits. I need this screen cap. Let me get this screen cap because this is perfect for a Nynaeve detective agency photo.
Of this.
I don't even have to edit their outfits. They're already in perfect outfits. Just give them a
Sherlock and Watson.
Give them a little fedora.
Sherlock and Watson.
A little eyeglass.
Have you seen my Sherlock and Watson edit of them before, Rob?
I don't think I have.
No, I don't think so.
I'll send them to you later in a sec.
Let me know when you've got the capture.
I got it.
I mean, I'm good. Okay, right. So yeah, watch the alleyway behind. After they walk in, hopefully it's Bosh.
Wow!
Yeah,
it's like watching like a season of anyone watch that Haunting of
Where's
Hill
Waldo?
House? No, not
you actually.
No, that's too scary.
They always have like ghosts in the background of like loads of shots, and it's very similar to this.
God damn.
That's like really nice. I don't know, to see that they've gone to that effort to put that.
Yeah.
In.
Well, it's really funny because as I'm gonna like try and catch it. Look, he's starting to appear now. Did you just? I don't know if you.
Yep, I did.
Then
Yep, there he is.
Yeah. So let me see if we can
it's
actually.
Definitely not Jaichim, right?
I don't know.
Some other gray man.
Let's. Also, I love Sulin's comment chat right now. The coats are Matt's. The disguises are Matt's old coats. Right. Let's do a screen cap of this, and let's see what we can zoom in and get a look at.
Yeah, because he could be the same one that gets stabbed in the tower as well.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially. Or there's a third one just walking around somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell.
I think with a grey man, looking for defining features is kind of, I don't know, it seems
counterproductive.
Effort and futility.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's fair. That's accurate.
Like, I think having, I don't know, like a really distinctive like feature on your face would probably, you know, not do well for you when auditioning to be like a grey man.
Yeah.
It would just get erased from you.
Right, so we need timestamps. So we have a grey man at 20 seconds and 09.
Mm-hmm. We had something 15. What was the one that we saw that we thought it was behind Moiraine?
39:12 to 39:16.
That's it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is.
And then this one, yeah.
11:19, and that was episode 2, and this is episode 3.
Okay, so episode 2 and episode 3 aren't even applicable to the 6 that Ray said that we got in episode 1.
That's insane.
Wait, there's 6 in episode 1?
I'm pretty sure Rafe had said that there were 6 before.
Sorry, those other 2 are episode 1. I don't know why I said episode 2. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
And this is 11:19. Okay, so we've got 2 of episode 1. It just I don't know. Let's go back.
There was like the obvious one that like looked like he was hooded in episode 1, so I don't know if that counts as one of the 6.
When he's like standing at the top of the stairs.
I think so.
Yeah, like Moiraine goes down the stairs and he's just like standing up there like this.
Are they going to be? So we know they're getting watched in. We've got the one in the where they're all at the top of the stairs. Okay. The next times, like, I'll bring it up. Let me put it here so you can see as I'm running through. That's nice if I do that. So this is the one where we see them from the window, unless we're going to randomly see them through like one of these windows now. But it's literally like a minute before we see the one that Toby found.
Mm-hmm.
So we could hunt if you wanted. So unless he's going to, but I don't know if that counts as an extra one. It's also weird to not have the subtitles on, if I'm honest. Because I can't, I'm like, what are they saying? I can't actually tell. I can't lip read. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to get any more in this scene. Because it's that.
I love this scene, by the way. I think just to say, like,
it is a good scene.
These, I really enjoyed like the group coming back together and having like these kind of like discussions, because it feels like, I mean, you know, a rare moment given the rest of the series, but it was just really fun.
It was, yeah. I don't think we're going to get anything at street level, because
we just had street level with Elayne and Nynaeve.
That's true. So I take that back. There? I don't know. But that was episode. Right, let's watch this then.
3?
That was episode 3.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
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 So obviously we got that one that was there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Are we seeing anything?
It's none of the obvious people. Like, and if you can see like their head clearly in the street, it's not them. Because this is what I mean, like frame by frame. I've gone through every single person that like we see move or stand still in frame, and like these shots.
It's going to be like behind a windowsill or something, then, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah. It would be really funny if the gray men were in the X-ray nils.
Yeah, we did actually say that at one point. We're like, wouldn't it be hilarious when it was just the Matt and the random Moiraine scene? We're like, would it be hilarious if it suddenly went, Rosamund Pike, Yosha Stradowski, and then Grey Man, We'd be like, well, he's in the scene because look. So, also, is someone having lawn mowing done next to their house or something?
Not me.
Not me.
Okay, I thought I heard something hilarious there.
There might be a floor being vacuumed above me. That's all.
That's what it was. Okay, fair enough.
I said I was going to be on stream, but that's okay.
Right. So, I mean, I can't just play the whole episode. Like, that's not allowed. But where else do we think it might be likely? Like, indoors is not going to be.
Well, there was a lot going on right before the bubble of evil that I feel like was potential for showing stuff. Which I still want to figure out the metaphysics of that.
The metaphysics of the bubble of evil?
Yes. I think it's Teleran Riyadh somehow.
Do you know what? I bet, just going back to the Grey Man for a second, I bet there's one in this scene when she's upstairs with them. I bet one of these windows.
Let me send you a screenshot because it's so terrible, but I'll send it to you what I've got.
Okay. I love how he pops in. It's just like and then disappears. But yeah, I bet one of these is one of these windows.
They're all out of focus.
Yeah, but they won't. I'm sure there'll be moments where they won't be.
Maybe that's like a clue to like if you're just looking generally, wait for when they do sort of like
focus
like a deep focus shot where like you can see things in the background quite clearly, and you're like, oh, there's a reason they've probably done that.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's any like in focus moments aside from the characters. This moment between these two is just so great though. She's like, well, this is why actually it's the one moment I like you.
Yeah,
she's debating it. You can just tell. She's like, maybe. She's like, I shouldn't. That shouldn't have affected me the way it affected me.
But it went to.
Yes. And she's like, I'll do it. Just thinking maybe something there, but it's not. It's too faded, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I'm glad we're getting some. So God, I just hate agreeing with Matt Hatch, but I love how much Lanfear we're getting this episode.
Yeah, so
I did not care about Lanfear at all until the show.
No, I like her more this season than last season because she's like actually like playing the behind the scenes bits a bit more rather than like, oh, you're in trouble. Oh, I'll just go blow shit up in everyone's face. Like,
yeah,
like it doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't fit right. She's not that ostentatious in terms of action.
Right.
Right. So we didn't see anything there. Kev, what have you actually sent me here? Sorry. It is.
The hoovering is continuing.
The hoovering. That's fine. The hoovering's probably under his feet at this stage. Then I'm downloading the image anyway that you sent me, and I should probably grab the other two while I'm here. You sent me the detective ones, which look absolutely brilliant. If I'm honest, mate. They honestly look so good. This is brilliant. 1 second, folks. Well, I get them.
Hurry up! I'm on pins and needles.
All right. I'm sorry. Okay, right. Right. Let me open this up now. Look, there's a lot of buttons to push.
I will vamp while you're trying to get this
done. Right. Where am I zooming in, Kev? To that bit? To
the
there?
right. Okay. Gray man
Just stop.
there?
All right, finally. Yeah, so yeah, that shape moves into frame like as she's saying that
This one?
sentence. So yeah, like there's a shape there, like a body shape that moves into the doorway there. That isn't like you could, if you want to like pull that. Like I kept the caption on so you could find the timestamp easier.
Okay, 1 second.
But,
Let me.
Yeah.
So when they might strike, I will go find that timestamp. Captions on. Vamp, please. Megan.
I've made a boozy calf today.
Nice.
It's quite delicious.
I'm enjoying the bar behind you. It's
yes.
well
I make
prepared.
Wheel of Time themed cocktails for our podcast. So
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
All with puns, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Well, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think I found the moment.
Okay.
It moved. That person moves slightly, Kev. You're kind of there, but I don't know. Right.
But do we know it's a gray man though, or not just some random person?
I think it's just I'm not even sure. I've gone too far.
So well, it's when she says something about Calendar.
Yeah, here we go. We're almost there.
And something about them striking.
Almost there. I should get the timestamp and then be easier to fix next time.
Yeah, it's fine. That's
so
it. That's
27-26. Yeah. Okay. So it's going to be in this sort of corner here. Okay. Just going to turn around in a second. And I'll just highlight over the it's not very long at all. That thing there moves slightly. And that's it. It's already gone.
I don't know if we can say that that's a gray man, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's just see it leans forward slightly.
Yeah.
It's very tough. I can't skip through frames like I can on YouTube on Prime. Like it just doesn't do that. Can I?
I mean,
and I can't.
The
play
gray
slow
men
either.
almost like are totally the color palette of all of the stone, and that looks too dark for me.
Yeah, it is very dark here. So
I think if they were going to go to the effort of getting an extra done up in makeup and then putting them in there, and then they'll go to watch this back and they're like, "What were you doing with the focus? Like this?"
Yeah.
Well, I think they might all have been done in post because it's the VFX supervisor that's like trying to get us to find all of them.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't even know if it's like actually an actor dressed in costume or if it's just post.
Yeah, I think it's just post-production stuff. Yeah, I agree.
Even the one in the alleyway, do you think?
Oh, not the alleyway ones. I think they're.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
So I'm now like, I just wish we could. The only way to do it is record the episode and go through screen by screen. So
Bill says that's just Loyal's leg.
Yeah. I mean, possible. So, did someone say that? Say there's all like a. Nils also said there's like a bell sign every time they appear, kind of like Fane's whistle.
What?
So, is that true? Okay, timestamp. We're on episode 1. So let's go to 20
So now
seconds.
we just need to re-listen to all the episodes in slow motion.
Right.
This is such a clever way of getting like rewatch. Like
yeah, I know. All right,
that
so
new count up.
we are 8 seconds away from it appearing that we see it. So let's see if we hear a bell.
And there is not a bloody chance I'm staying in. Yeah? Right? Perrin? You coming? Come on, one last hurrah!
Definitely no bell.
What do you think my chances were?
Definitely no bell. The 39. Right. Should we just pick a moment when we actually like see the grey man sort of thing? Like when they
the top of the stairs.
Yeah, top of the stairs. Like whereabouts is that?
Should be right after this scene, I think.
The axe.
Yeah, right after she goes downstairs. Yep.
Oh wait, what was that? Oh, maybe it's just the end tail end of one of those. There was a bell ding and then she.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
So now we just need to look for the caption.
The bell dings, yeah. But listen, if there's not a bigger one there. So we need the caption to say bell dings. All right. And
we're cheating.
Angela reckons that she thought she could see Fain in the background of 2227. Oh.
I know. We haven't seen Fain officially yet anywhere, so that would be
2227.
When was the last time we saw Fain? Was it him running away from Matt with the dagger?
In season 2, episode 8. Yeah, I think so.
Right. This is 2227. I get the Nobel Prize. Thank you. So let's just watch this scene here. And this is like 10 seconds earlier. See if we can see anyone who's potentially Fain-like in this. There's definitely no whistle in this moment, is there? So.
Oh, wait. Go back.
Oh, and the way in the background, I kind of see.
Yeah, I thought I might have.
Okay, just tell me when to pause.
Right there.
Oh, yeah. No, I saw it. Okay, I'm with you now.
Where am I looking?
1 second.
Right
hold, please. Hold, please.
Behind Matt, at like a stall in the background.
Almost.
Yeah, this guy's green coat. Watch his face.
There.
Right there.
That guy there.
Zoom and enhance.
Zoom and enhance. Snip. All right. Let's see what we get. This might be, might not. It's just fun to do anyway, so we're going to keep doing this.
What the hell are those Kevins?
Those are Kevins, yeah. I don't know. Pattern Fain? It's potential.
I see the lookalike, but no, I don't think so.
Nah.
I think, given I don't know, however, given his reveal as everyone knows he's a dark friend now, that would be pretty bold for him just to go back to peddling his wares on the streets of Tar Valon.
That is quite true.
Plus, he's schmoozing with the white cloaks right now. So
yeah, he's got new hair.
Very true. Yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy if there was a grey man watching the shredding, like not the actual internal bit, but like some of the street work?
In a fit of desperation, I did check the actual zoom in shot outside of when they show Moiraine outside when it's raining. I was like, imagine it's in the background and within the first 20 seconds. That'd be insane. But I couldn't find it.
I love this. Faint, Adrian.
I agree. I believe that
in the streets of Faint as well. Yeah, that's totally valid. I love that. I think Kate, sorry. I keep saying it. Sorry, it's Kate. It's not Kat. Sent me some clipped episode stuff. So, is it going to be timestamped? Well, maybe we can have fun with that. I don't know if I can zoom in and out there, but okay. Do we want to keep hunting for grey men, or do we want to look at anything else? Because we haven't really looked at post-shredding stuff, really. For example, I was going to, at some point, bring up the fight at the OK Corral. I don't think
totally for sure. Jen and I were talking about this, and I get total Western vibes from this.
Yeah. But just the way that this plays out, the actual fight of this is absolutely okay. Thank you, Kate.
This definitely needs an edit with a harmonica playing in the background.
Well, there is some sort of musical cue that does sound like that in the background.
Yeah,
you should go back, Rob, and turn the sound on.
Okay.
They know what they're doing.
But I mean, aside from
back more. That right there.
Yeah. See, it is just but let's just ignore that's not the greatest CGI there, but this next moment from Alana, I'm like, what?
I know, I made a face when I watched that.
And the guy's just one down.
Yes.
Yep.
I was
Although it looks like they're intentionally going for the shoulders as if to take hostages so they can. I mean, not there, obviously. They're
Well, and then they're about to decapitate her so that she's done for, and then they stop it.
Just mad.
Alana signaled. She's at the south gate.
Apparently, this that flip is a big thing in Bollywood. Where is it? There we go. Lorne says that the leap that Alana does is so Bollywood coded. Catherine agrees. Max says yes. Kate, the Bollywood flip. Ninjalana. Ninjalana. That's brilliant. Sulin asks, who is going to replicate the backflip for the next Snackwater calendar? Well, sadly, we've already done Alana. So
that's true. What a shame.
Yeah. They would love it if we made Kevin do it. Maybe the 2026 calendar is Elayne, and we just have 12 poses of Kevin.
Depends on how fast we get the circus arc,
Yes. I fight with my sister about that all the time. She wants the circus to go away, and I love the circus.
But I mean, this this fight is just everything about it is epic. Like this moment when she's just like whipping force around and everything. It's insane. But then I don't know if anybody else did, but I definitely. If we skip ahead too far.
When Alana's screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got teary for sure.
Should signal the others. Let's go.
When I love how the warders have that shorthand, like someone needs to cover her body. And
Yeah.
Maxim was closer. Ugh.
Oof.
Max. I can't feel it. No.
Like,
you know my theory about Suwan and her shield?
Right. Go for it.
Have we talked about it?
No.
So maybe it's like a capital T talent that she can undo shields because she can undo knots so well.
Oh, okay. That's very possible. So, we want to see apparently Kevin on a tightrope in tight spandex.
Yes, please.
I'll make Ray put it on my screen first, so I have a model to work with.
There, we need a model to work with. And Mr. Stovey is talking about they've taken the exploration of the nuance of polyamorous relationships to a new level in this season, and it's great. Yeah, because there's that whole line where she's talking to Perrin, and she's like, when you lose one, the other person is there, they have the grief, and that's it. But when you lose one of three, it's.
Did she say who owns the grief? Is that what she said?
Yeah, who owns the grief? Yeah. And literally the hinge partner, as Mr. Stovey has just put in chat. I think we've talked about this. Like, I think we called it the trauma loop or something like that. We described it as, but you've got Alana grieving losing a warder. You've got Maxim grieving losing the man he loved. You've got the situation of neither of them really wanting to bond the other, really, at the end of the day, because, he's only bonded, to Alana because he loved Ivan. And you've got her feeling his and him feeling hers, and it was just going around, and it would just be, oof, yeah. So, here we go. Yeah, Max is agreeing. He's in a V-shaped polycule on the idea of losing our shared partner who gets the grief. Oof. Yeah. It's narrative in there as well. Like, I honestly think the opportunity for exploring the dynamic of these relationships is just huge, and I think it was a great use of a situation, because the guy who played Ivan is now doing a much bigger part in a different show, and so they were like, well, we'll just we'll use Maxim, and I think we all could agree that Maxim was the one that was queued up to be killed.
From the way the writing of season 2 went, there was enough hint drops of like, I missed the farm, I don't want to have to go to war kind of stuff. There were enough like literary clues to say,
like I'm the one that's the bond is kept. I'm the one who's not in the bond all the time. So on and so forth. Obviously, Maxim is not a named character in the books. Ivan is of her waters. Like, I don't know. I think I don't know. I think it's a great choice. So the apple blossom moment was very beautiful. Yeah, I agree with that. So it's great, but I don't know, like that fight was just
it was one hell of a season opener, wasn't it?
I know, right?
It's if you want to set people back in straight away, that is the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So all right, what other moments would we like to talk about? I think we've probably hunted grey men to death at this stage.
I had something I wanted to bring up. It was just because I'm the British, so I like to complain. But I did have I just had like one little nitpick. The only thing that I'm a little bit like in the series, I was a bit like, I'm not too sure about this, right? Because I am a real big like Galad fan, like from the books. I love his sort of like one noteness. Like I will do the right thing, like no matter what. I don't know, him sleeping with a novice, like it didn't sit right with me, because in my mind, if I'm like, and it also doesn't sit right in the whole like in the episode 3 when he's very like keeps getting in Matt's way with like Min and Nynaeve, and he's like, oh, do you need some help? All chivalry. I'm just kind of like, well, that doesn't add up with his actions earlier, and also like I just feel like it. In book Galad's train of thought would be like, oh, if I sleep with this girl, then I've dishonored her. I have to, then marry her, and like all these kind of things. So that was just one thing where I was a bit like, I don't know. Are they making Galad like a bit more just like are they downplaying that part of his character because he's not going to be as big of a character, and it won't sort of.
I think they're just downplaying the prudishness of the books. I think. Like, I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with Galad's character, but everybody has gone further sexually than they did in the books at this point.
Everybody's shagging.
I feel like I've seen this too with particularly people that are fans of Lan, where like where they start out in the books, it's almost like not the start of a TV show arc for a character. Like the person that we meet as Lan in book 1 is not necessarily the same exact person we meet as Lan in season 1, because they develop some of those traits on screen and we see them flourish, we see them change. So Galad could be starting out kind of in this have you used your F word today, your fuckboy era, in his fuckboy era, because like to show the contrast of when he does get pushed towards zealotry, almost maybe more, just as it's something I've seen them do in terms of like, they have such a strong character trait that's just said, this is just how they are. And that's, that's the way it's explained in the books. But if you're going to translate that, maybe they've taken a different approach to say, this is how he's kind of like, he's insufferable for, people can't seem to, stand being around him for too long, but we don't really know why. But at the very least, he seems to kind of like have a holier than thou in terms of like butting in with Matt. But I definitely do still agree. Like the scale of like Mr. Can Do No Wrong isn't quite on display at this point.
Yeah.
No, but I do see. Yeah, that's a good point. Like maybe they want to a bit like Perrin with his sort of like fear of violence. It's like how maybe you
changing
have to
the
like
do
something
almost,
big and visual to create that contrast so it's more obvious.
I feel like there's a poll question here for chat.
All right.
Do we think we'll get, how did you describe him? One note?
One note. Like, well, just, the whole, like, very much, like, I will do the right thing, like, no matter
Black and white. There's no
okay. Do you think we'll get, book, Galad, and I'll put in brackets,
But excellent casting on
black and white,
like, looks wise. Like
a few
my
points.
goodness.
And put yes, no, or put yes. Yes, he'll change. No, stays the deaf boy. And then I'll see what people say. So, what is Zor saying here? I think Galad reacts to both Min and Nynaeve trying to leave.
Just saw what you put
And Matt
it
trying to start them.
poll.
No means no vibes. What did I put?
Yeah.
Just know he stays an F boy.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. You know, I typed what I said when I was typing.
Funny.
You know,
You actually did.
yeah. Some people really don't like Gawyn. They can make Gawyn a dark friend, and I would give 0 fucks.
It's totally fair.
You never know.
But yeah, like it is very of Galad to quote save someone who doesn't want saving and do it twice.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
So,
I definitely agree.
Yeah.
But to your point, Ellie, I definitely don't think that they've played into that for sure. So what you're observing, I want to just validate that you're seeing. I see it as well, but yeah. There's there's a tendency to like explain away people's concerns or whatnot, and I just want to make sure that you're valid.
Your concerns are valid.
It's I loved Galad's character. I have a soft spot for him, so I'm excited to see
he could definitely start somewhere less black and white, definitely in the morally gray, and then over time be go through his own form of like being radicalized and end up being like, well, this is black and this is white and that's just how the world needs to be. Maybe he goes through some sort of situation, and it's just sorry, the computer's beeping at me for no reason. So this Gawyn is so derpy and punchable to me.
I 100% agree, near sister Dana Luhu.
Beware Goober Gawyn, because that's the Gawyn you're going to fall in love with, as if he's a goober.
Also, I would like to point out, where is it? I called you out for this. I mean, I do enjoy this scene anyway. Matt is in this scene just like ridiculously insecure, which I think is so cute. Like he's, like trying to like dress himself up a bit and like, hide his chest because he's not as, formed up as these guys, whatever. Also, that is a horrible trick. Like, I mean, it's beautiful to watch, but it never works.
Well, he's so upset because he was about to get laid by Clara. And then other chick comes in and says, hey, hot princes are fighting. Let's go.
Yeah.
And then they leave.
This is true.
Oh, this reminds me of my first loony theory of the season.
What was that?
It's that Clara and the other girl that comes in to get her, the reason that we see them as the two characters that are with Matt is because they're the body doubles of Elayne and Gawyn, because they look so similar. They're just the body doubles.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, do you guys want a speaking role? They're like, hey, yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Saves the budget.
Yeah.
I think I didn't go back far enough. Yeah, let's give it.
This is why I felt like these two walking by like Matt after he wins the fight would have just rounded that sort of, I don't know, mini arc perfectly.
Fair.
Also, is this, if I'm remembering, Gawyn wins this?
Yes.
Fine.
Yes,
However, I still think that he let Gawyn win.
Oh, I'd buy that.
Just a moment coming up, Meg. I want to point out to you there.
Yes,
Not
I
the
know.
quarterstaff
I
scene.
know. It was not a quarterstaff. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Meg and I had this huge fight. Not a huge fight. Meg and I had this rather disagreement. She was adamant that was during the quarterstaff scene, and that was like both of them being flipped up. I'm like, no, it is very clearly one of them kicking out the legs from the other one of them. So, but I mean, perhaps Kathy from Dragonmount will back me up. What do you reckon, Kathy?
Oh, absolutely not the quarterstaff scene. I mean, I don't know. How is there an argument? I'm sorry, but it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. We have welcome, Kathy. We have a quick request from Sulin, Kev, and Elliot. Can you comment on the Nynaeve and Elayne moment that appears in this scene?
The Nynaeve and Elayne moment.
Would this be the sleeping with the king line?
Yeah, I think so.
What a great line.
Talk about a burn, yeah.
it's kind of a burn. I would say that it's more like just. I feel like Nynaeve's more more. I don't know, embarrassed that she knows, as opposed to like embarrassed that it happened.
It's almost because like Nynaeve still sees herself as the village woman, but like Elayne's like, nah, girl, that's not who you are anymore. Like you think that's what you look like, but that's not who you are. Like
You're
you
almost
are
a queen.
Basically almost a queen, accepted of the tower. You know, you have stature, you have standing in society. Right, as of right now, you have a higher standing than you would have in your village on like a grand scale potentially. So like it's more of like a. Do you realize?
Yeah.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
She's got that kind of like, I would come back, but that's true.
You spouted a fact.
You see it all going in her like her face, like
Oops, busted. Yeah. Well, welcome, Kathy. Did you manage to refresh your viewing opportunity today?
No, because I refreshed Tuesday and Wednesday talking about it for about 6 hours total, which also, by the way, was in addition to the 6 hours that we did on Sunday, that then no audio was recorded, so we had to redo it. So I took Monday to mourn the effort and energy. So I have talked about these first 3 episodes for 12 hours total. So I don't think I needed to watch it again.
I mean,
it's awful.
I feel for you. I've not done it for 6 hours, but I have definitely done recordings where either my sound or the video sound was not recorded, and I was like, "Wow, that was a waste."
And I'm so mad at myself because we did it in chunks. We did about 2 hours for each episode of recording, and I was the idiot who did not check after the first one. And I was like, "Yeah, everything is going good," because I just saw the video, I didn't check the audio, and so I cried. And all of Monday was just like, okay, cool. Here, we thought we were going to get ahead. We were going to do episode 4 yesterday and get that recorded. And then Sunday was going to do episode 5. We were going to get it all stacked, have plenty of time for our editor. And that did not happen. So yeah, anything I can call out anything.
What was your favorite moment of these 3 episodes?
Oh gosh. Okay. It's going to seem weird. But I really, really liked the grief conversation that Alana and Perrin had. I talk about this a lot in the season 3 episode, or episode 3 episode, whatever. Basically, that entire episode was just discussing grief in different ways and how it manifested. And it felt like the most Wheel of Time thing that Robert Jordan would have written all of these grief options if he had thought about it. And like the fact that you have Alana's grief, you have Maxim's grief, you have Perrin's grief, you even have, there's a little bit, with the Forsaken conversation, you have, Lanfear talking about the Dark One's grief, about Ishi, like all of these things throughout this entire episode. But this one in the beautiful scene, the beautiful area with all of the apple blossoms is just like, it just makes it even more poignant.
Yeah. Hello, friends.
Oh, Tom, I can hear you very loudly there.
Hi, Tom. Yes.
Hello, friends.
Hello. Yeah, this is I don't know, there was like 3 different grief ceremonies in this episode we found. Obviously Perrin with the apple blossoms, Alana with the ashes, and then Leandrin's.
Yep.
Yeah. It is absolutely stunning. Tom, welcome to the party. Kathy's been sharing recording stories.
Yeah, Tom wasn't a part of that. He was doing his own thing. This was just for the podcast. So poor Rajiv and Maureen had to do all of the work again.
Fair. Tom, what was your favorite moment from these 3 episodes?
Oh my God, that's so hard.
Gotta pick one, Tom. On the
Just
spot.
Just one. Suck it up. I did it.
Just for fun, the most fun I think that I had out of the first 3 episodes was definitely the Matt and Galad and Gawyn scene. Like, obviously, that's hard to beat. new things though, like lore drops, or I loved meeting the new Forsaken. Like I loved Ravine and Samael, and like seeing Ravine use compulsion like in the hall of the tower in front of the Amerlin seat and the keeper and all the sitter. Like that was crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was some bold plays.
Yeah.
I love the little hesitation between, because I was watching it with Caitlin, and so when like season 3 started and you had the reveal of him being a Forsaken, she was like, "What?" And then I was like, "Yeah, do you remember the like little hesitation?" So I like that. Like for us in the know, we were like, we could clock that hesitation, but then for like a non-book reader, it was like not quite enough to make a huge suspicion. But then,
but
like,
it's enough that they come back to it. They're like, oh, and then when you rewatch it, like, yeah.
Well, you
especially. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to be like, confession time. I didn't pick up on it when he was in the hall, but because he got buddy with Elayne, I was then suddenly like, wait, but when did he hang out with Elayne for all these years or anything like that? How does she know him previously? And then my brain just went click. He's compulsing people on the fly.
Yeah,
that's what he's doing. Yeah. So like I just thought they were like he had, disappeared for like 20 years and come back, and they were like, wait, oh, you're like that guy we saw 20 years ago. Oh, Gabriel. Okay, yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah.
And then suddenly I was like, well, no, Elayne won't have it. That's when it tweaked for me. So yeah.
The other cool thing that I like specifically about Ravine and the whole compulsion thing is like they're building compulsion in the books, obviously. Well, first of all, let's just taking anyone's consent ability away is just terrible. And I love that they're making it like super evil. Like, they were like, oh, they were compulsed. There must be dark friends in the tower. Like, like it's never okay. And I like that. But which makes implications for the Jedi. But anyway, I digress. They also built up that like compulsion is difficult and like very complex and especially fine work like this. And like you see like quick and dirty in episode 1 with Naomi and Varen and Adelaide, where like, she just like blasts their mind. But like quick and dirty for Ravine is like, I'm going to put 10 years worth of memories in your mind and you're going to accept it. Like,
yeah.
Crazy. Like
That is.
I feel like for a non-book reader, if you're like, really digging the show and you're paying attention and you're like picking up on like these subtle hints that compulsion is difficult, you're still getting the full feel of how powerful and smart the and talented at the one power that the Forsaken are, or the Chosen.
Very
Sorry.
Yeah.
You can say either, it's fine. Meg, I know that you have child responsibilities soon. Before I let you skedaddle off from this awesome recording, what was your final thoughts over these first 3 episodes be?
I think they're really fantastic. The pacing's great. All of the little nuggets that we have to dissect have been really enjoyable. And I can't wait for next week. So
yay. Awesome. Well, thank you for hanging out, and I will speak to you on Saturday when
and we will really get into the nitty gritty.
Yeah, when we sit there. Well, yeah, with our 2-hour time limit. God, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I got to think about a cocktail for this weekend, so I haven't figured that out yet. So.
Yeah, Meg, Jen, and I get together, and we'll be doing our 3 reeling recording on Saturday for the patrons, and that'll be out next Wednesday to refresh you before Thursday's episode. So, but yeah, thank you, Meg. I will see you at the weekend.
All right, bye everybody.
Bye.
Thanks for a good time. Bye.
All right. We are 4.5 hours in. There are another...
Oh, that's all. Come on. We got what? What's 12 minus 4?
8. No. This is a 9.5 hour stream. There's only 5 hours left to go.
Yeah,
so
I know, but I was thinking of how much I've talked about these 3 episodes. Like, that. You gotta suck it up. Come on, Rob.
Absolutely. I'm not complaining. I'm having a great time. This is fun.
I know, it's so much fun. So much fun.
It is fun.
Have we talked about who we think the 8th Forsaken is?
There's a little bits here and there. I think it's Asmodeus. I'm quite happy to have the discussion again. So
we don't have to.
No.
We've already talked about it.
I have like my fun answer is just yes. like I don't think it's going to be any single Forsaken. Like what will the Forsaken's name be? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like it could be Asmodean, it could be Demandrid. but like I don't think it's going to be any singular Forsaken.
Okay.
In the sense of like what they do, their backstory, things like that. I don't think it's just going to be like Asmodean straight from the book. Like I think it'll be
of course not.
Like, you know, mix and match of Forsaken stuff.
Yeah. There was also an argument for Bilal, because they're going to Tyr next. Like eventually. Or
you mean,
like
you mean the most unlucky Forsaken?
Yes.
Yeah. There was one moment when I think it's like Lanfear and Samael are having like a bit of an interaction, and Samael sort of goes for the sword, which I felt was almost quite like Bilal-like, and I was thinking like maybe there was a bit of a combination there.
That could be, yeah.
I'm still hoping for. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say I'm still hoping for like someone getting Agonor's backstory. You know, of like making the shadow spawn and getting like a flashback of like, you know, like a proto Trolloc and like a giant like glass thing floating in liquid and like, you know, some sort of like laboratory, like mad laboratory where they're building,
you know, Moghedien has been shown to be able to make gray men, so it's possible
I don't
that
care who they give it to.
That. Yeah.
I just want to see it. I mean, I was saying from the beginning that they could just like eliminate Demandred and just put Agonor in and give like the Demandred story bits to Agonor, and I'd be happy because he's the worst Forsaken.
Do we also think that there's a possibility that we're doing the Tame and Dread storyline instead? You know, it was the original Robert Jordan thing before he pouted, and we've heard two mentions of Tame, so that's also. However, and then giving a guitar or the music stuff to one of the others, because we did see a statue with a guitar, which implies Asmodean, but that doesn't necessarily mean they couldn't have like Tame Demandred be a musician. Like, there's a couple options, I think.
Sorry.
Did they mention Tame before, like them being freed? I feel like there was a reference in like season 2, maybe.
Yeah, that they captured it.
They mentioned another channeler, but not by name.
Yeah. Okay. And I might be a little biased on it. I hope we get a musically inclined Forsaken with some like music stuff going on, only because of this past Monday I hung out with Nicole Kopelkar in our rewatch, who is one of the composers with Lauren Balfe on season 2 and season 3 of The Wheel of Time. He watched the finale of season 2 with us, and we talked about a bunch of stuff, but he let slip, like, you know, things that we've kind of assumed this whole time, which is that they use music as like a plot device almost for us. He 100% confirmed that. He was like, we did that throughout the entire season of season 2. We're doing it throughout season 3. He's like, in the end, he specifically cited at the end of season 2 when Rhenna dies, you can hear the Forsaken theme for like a beat, like a couple of beats out of the Forsaken theme.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
When who dies?
So like, what's up?
When Rhenna.
When Rhenna dies, when Egwene kills Rhenna.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yes. For some reason, I heard
good.
Rhenna, and my brain went to Rhyma for some reason.
Yeah, no.
I don't know why. I was like, huh?
You don't know why?
Yeah,
There's a
you're
bajillion named characters in the books, and they're translated to the show. It's completely understandable.
Listen, my Lizdexia gets names and people. I always mix. I've been mixing up Bane and Shiad with Raga and Maha like the whole time. Like they're interchangeable in my head now.
Oh,
I'm hoping for.
For when Tame and Max too. Tame is mentioned in season 2. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, I'm really kind of hoping for at least a musically inclined Forsaken. Like if it's not straight up just Asmodean, there's like, you know, whatever. Like in his off time, he played, you know,
Robin could be a musician. We could, you know, he charms the ladies.
Morghese has a thing for things for bards, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
My money is still on Asmodean, just, you know.
For sure.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm hoping. I mean, the name is also such a fun name. Like if you think about it, like of all of the other named Forsaken, like male Forsaken. We have Agonor and Belial and Bothomol, like Asmodean. It's just like a sexier name. I feel like they should use that. And Demandred, but I just hate him, and I hope we never get any reference. But anyway, I digress.
Well, we did poll chat, but it was a few hours ago, so perhaps I can throw another poll into chat. What names shall we put? Oh, I have a poll currently in there. Duh.
Yeah.
Do we think
I do that
we'll
all
get...
the time. I do that all the time.
Yeah, it's only been running for 19 minutes. Not as bad as the one that ran for 29 minutes before I remembered it.
Oh shit! I've let one run the entire stream before. It was like 2 hours. I was like, oh shit! I forgot I put a poll on.
So the poll was: do we think we'll get Book Galad eventually with his black and white viewpoint? 73% says yes, he'll change what he's currently like that we've seen so far, and 27% say no, he will stay the fuckboy that he currently is.
Okay. Okay, so I was confused about the question, which could be because it's been a long.
To be fair, I asked it 20 minutes ago, so
yeah, and I wasn't here. So is the implication that he is not seen as the black and white character in the show?
Elliot made Elliot and Kev sort of made the argument. I'm going to take a quick. I got to dash out for just a quick second. I'll be right back. But explain Kevin, the point.
Tell me your explanation. Tell me what you're.
So Elliot observed that Galad maybe like in terms of like the scale of prudishness almost that Book Galad would have, that it seemed odd at first that Galad would find himself in the room next door to Matt, double teaming a couple of girls with Gawyn, but also being this chivalrous guy in the hallway trying to step in where like he obviously was kind of butting into conversations that he had no being a part of. So the way I kind of said that it could be that we're starting out with starting out with this version of Galad so that we see him become more of a zealot as his storyline progresses, so he could become more extreme. Or do you think that this is that we'll just see more of the subtlety of it in the show as it is? Like it'll kind of stay fuckboy like, but it's like a new spin on his strict code. It might not be the exact code that we might expect, but a version of it.
Okay, gotcha. Because I didn't necessarily see like the sleeping with the novices part as part of the black and white, because of course, but also like I don't think him and Galad and Gawyn are actually sharing.
No.
Okay. Just I was confused about I was confused. But the idea that he would like. We've seen in the show that the sexual mores are very much looser than Robert Jordan wrote, so it would make sense. Like, this is something that the women are wanting. They're throwing themselves at him, and so it would just make sense to like, let me pleasure them and show them a good time. But then you also have the overprotectiveness that he's saying, oh well, I need to protect every woman everywhere, without understanding the situation, which I think really leans into that black and white thing of like, hey, if a man is touching a woman, however, then clearly it's not what she wants. Very general thing, like, but I think they're showing little bits of his black and white thing. This whole idea, when he's making the argument that they're better than the warders anyways, they don't need to be here, so why do they need to follow the traditions of like what can they teach him? But also he's still going to do it and follow along because that is the way that it's going to be. So I think it's going to be like a gentler thing, kind of similar to how even the Black Aja are not these evil characters. There's humanity in them, and so making it a little bit of a softer humanity, but still to have like the insufferableness that everyone hates.
Yeah, the show has done wonders for the villains of the Wheel of Time.
God,
there's so much more fleshed out characters. Like 90% of them are just, I want to live forever, I want a lot of power, and that's it in the books. Which I'm not saying like that's bad, but like it's one-sided. Sometimes that's nice to just read a villain that's just a villain for just, and you can just hate them without any kind of nuance to it. But they're more interesting for me to watch in the show for sure, especially like Kate Fleetwood and Shohreh Aghdashloo making me like Leandrin and Elida is just
right. It's so rude. It's so rude.
So rude.
Gosh, I got so emotional, teary-eyed the last scene with Leandra in Tanchico in episode 3, where she's bawling and just heartbroken over her son, and it just like every part of it looks like it's out of control. You know, her hair isn't as nicely like braided and put together like she always has been. You're seeing that she's mourning so significantly, and I think it's damn you, Rafe.
I know. Have we mentioned the possibility? Because like this is a theory that I have and I love, and I really hope we see it. Kind of, to be honest with you, of Leandrin possibly being redeemed in some way or coming back from the Black Adra.
We haven't discussed that yet.
Okay. I think
I'm not against it, but I think unlikely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I might be getting a little tinfoil hatty with this bit, but like, I mean, would it be a Wheel of Time like theory if it wasn't? So Sharon Gillam, the lead costume designer, first of all, amazing. Like every costume is amazing. I have no notes on anything. The choice of putting Leandrin obviously in a half red, half black dress when she was addressing the hall was poignant, I feel like. But if you look at her dress, the black half also has like streaks of red in it.
Mm-hmm.
So is that maybe a little like, hey, she's not all the way Black Aja, like, especially because like the one reason, or at least the reason that we, kind of get as her main drive to go to the Black Aja was her son. So like, and it's all built around her trauma with, because, now that we know that it's like, like a child marriage type thing that happened to her and all that kind of stuff. Like the reference that she makes when she is in Tanchico and things like that. So so it's all built around that trauma and her son, and now her son is dead and killed by one of the Forsaken. So like maybe she's a little pissed. Like it might not be like fully redeemed. I want to go to the light and help the light, but it might be, what? I don't really care about the Black Aja. I don't care about the Shadow. I don't want the Dark One to win. I just hate them and screw them, and I'm gonna throw a wrench in their plans, kind of thing.
Yeah, I could see her like not necessarily like doing like a full 180 to like going back to the light, but at least like how like the Forsaken kind of scheme against each other. I could see her sort of like benefiting the light, but like like her own kind of
like, I don't want to help the light, but I hate the Forsaken, especially Lanfear. She killed my son. Like,
I mean, we've seen her already contribute to Nynaeve's like survival when dropping him off at the Shanshan and then not killing her in the hall. So like there's already these signs of who she is and what she's doing, and so I could see it being a thing, but I also think it's not necessarily going to be a real plot point necessarily. Like it might be something that I don't know, right before she dies or something, she's like, I regret everything or whatever. But I don't.
Sorry.
But I don't necessarily see like a full story arc.
Yeah, I'm also just kind of a little butthurt that we didn't get our Ingtar scene from the end of the Great Hunt.
Yeah,
and Rafe mentioned that they filmed it, but it had to get cut due to timing and stuff like that. So I'm just. It was one of my favorite scenes in the entire series. So, but I'm, like I said, not that she would be like, oh, I want to come back to the light. Have we, I don't think we'd get that whole thing, but maybe like, there's a way they could show, kind of that kind of scene with Leandrin, but, like we said, not making it like she's fighting for the light more. She just hates those people specifically, and they happen to be the Forsaken.
Yeah.
I could totally see a thing with Nynaeve, because like there was that scene as well with Elayne and Nynaeve where she's saying like you you like Leandrin kind of thing.
Yeah.
She's saying like, well, obviously I don't.
Yeah.
But, and you think
Yeah.
after everything Leandrin did with the Sean Chan, like Nynaeve would be totally one way. But the fact there's a bit of confliction there, and I don't know, you've got Moghedien and in Tanchico with Nynaeve. There's that kind. I could maybe see Leandrin somehow getting in between that relationship that we've yet to seen, and that could be kind of like an interesting arc.
Yeah.
I really loved the relationship that they developed in season 1 and 2 with Leandrin and Nynaeve. Like, as someone who's read the books for 20 whatever years, like I was still even questioning, like maybe like the way that the acting, obviously Zoe is amazing, and like, you know, the way that they cut it and the directing and things of both of them in the scenes where they were interacting with each other. I believed Nynaeve, like show Nynaeve, had a chance to maybe pick Red Aja based off of like what Leandrin was doing, right up until the point when Leandrin said the only cure for madness for men is to kill them and gentle them, and throw them away like trash. Right up until that point, she had Nynaeve's ear a little bit, and until she was like, no, we can fix this, we could heal it.
Yeah. Well, and clearly they had that connection. And Leandrin has this, you've seen this level of protection that she has for certain people. Look at how she took care of the child bride. Like there's that she is a complex character. Yeah, she cares in the sense of like, here are these innocents. I'm gonna do what I can for people.
She has some sense of justice in her mind, and you know, her own form of it, at least.
Yeah. And so there's that connection. So I could definitely see her doing something with Nynaeve to protect or redemption. I don't think it's going to be this season, but you never know. But we'll see.
Well, I
do know because I have seen it all, but I don't remember it. So
don't remember it. Chat reckons that there will not be a redemption arc for Leandrin this season. I specifically asked for this season, 78 to 21. Erif puts a good comment in chat. They do need to introduce the no one can walk so long in the shadow, so on and so forth.
Such a great line.
Before they can do the redemption arc. So far, there's kind of no going back from Shadow Oaths, which we always see with Lanfear, where she's just like, you know, if we can kill the Dark One, then I can be free of my own. Like that's. I mean, yeah, she's a Forsaken, and Leandrin's not, but like that feels like the level of, you know, what you have to achieve in order to.
I mean, to be fair, you can also escape your oaths by being turned into a gray man, as Moghedien says.
Okay.
So there is another option.
I feel it poignant to also bring up a quote from Robert Jordan at this point. It was specifically targeted as Shamael, but I think it applies to just in generalization too. Someone approached him at a signing and saying, "But Shamael said this," and he was like, "And you believed him?" Like, remember, these are Forsaken that we're getting information from, like that we're, you know, take everything that the Forsaken say with a grain of salt. Like, if you
unreliable narrators, just a little bit for some reason.
Just a smooch in there, just a smooch. Yeah. So, Kev, I know that you're fading, and you're going to head out soon. What would you like us to? What would you like us to wrap up with for your time here on the 24-hour party?
All I'm going to say is that, you know, if you have been wondering why has Kevin been talking so much about the Elayne and Nynaeve adventures in Tanchico? What could he possibly see in that? And it's comedy gold, people. This is made to be a sitcom.
Yes,
the Tanchico adventures is your C plot, and it's your sitcom. It is your comic relief for the season. Enjoy it, savor it. It's going to be good with Matt and Min there too.
Oh yeah,
we had
four
the
of
Golden
them.
Girls.
Yeah, so good, so good.
We had the Golden Girls in season 2, and that was fantastic with Adelaide and Varen, and like, you know, there was like the third B. Arthur role kind of like float in and out, whether it was like, you know, Elayne, Nynaeve, Egwene, Moiraine, whoever it was, but like I would just really watch a show about the two of them sitting in the farm, cooking and eating and talking shit about people.
Yeah, it would be pretty amazing. So awesome. Well, thank you, Kev. I know you've had a very early start to your day, so I appreciate you hanging out. And
I love you, sir.
Go get some rest, sir, and refresh.
And go ahead and ignore the Slack ping.
I'll get to it. I got it out after a nap. You know, I got it.
Yeah. Please.
Look at that. Look,
time's always worth it, guys.
Kathy just whipping that chain. Just be like, Kev, do the work.
Good evening, sir. I love him. He's awesome.
He is so much fun. I don't know about anyone else. And folks, if you're not aware of what's going on, I'll give you context. But I need to say it right now. I am so fucking happy about that tweet thing that
I know.
Where
that was so amazing.
Kira read out one of. So Kevin, if you're not familiar, folks, if you're not familiar with Kevin Angus, then you don't do Twitter or Bluesky, obviously.
Or if
Massive.
you're only familiar with his Trolloc nipples, like that is also an understandable. Like, yeah.
If you're like, oh, that's the Trolloc nipple guy. He's also the biggest Elayne stan I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yep.
Huge fan of Kira as well. When the Wheel of Time have been posting out various things recently, they posted out a short video of Kira Coveney, Rosamund Pike, and Marcus.
Yes.
Marcus running forward, reading out tweets that people have posted about their characters, and Kira read out one of Kev's, and I'm pretty sure he must have got like hundreds of pings from people tagging him to be like so happy. So it was a very, very sweet moment, and I was so glad he could come back from the dead for today.
Yes,
because he 100% was just someone had to scrape him off the ground after that for sure.
Yeah,
the way she read out his like as well, like it's there was confidence there. I feel like she's been made aware of that before.
Oh yeah, she knows.
She knew there was like
Yeah. I have no doubt that the tweeter of not the tweeter.
No, he who tweets with the dawn.
Yeah, he who tweets with the dawn. Knows the lore.
Oh yeah,
knows the people.
When Kathy and I talked to Rafe. Was that like a year ago at this point now? Holy crap.
No, like 2 years ago.
No, it wasn't. Stop it.
A while ago, anyway.
A while ago.
It was a while ago.
A long time ago.
It probably was 2 years, but anyway, when we got the chance to talk to him, he said like we asked him a bunch of questions about the fandom, and he was like, "Oh, we're fully aware. We see all the memes, the writers' room 100%. We read a lot of the tweets. We read the theories. We love it. Like we love your guys' stuff. Like so.
That's
keep it going."
Like 90%, I would say almost with like 99% surety that they've all seen a lot of the stuff that we do.
Yeah,
I mean
they're there with the Trolloc nipples in the writing room.
Yes.
Like,
I'm sure that's everyone's wallpaper. Like that is wallpapered on the actual room. Is all of the Trolloc nipples printed out.
I don't know. Like, I'm concerned about Daniel Henney knowing about Butt Rock, but then after he did Baby Girl and Land's ass and stuff like that, I think
he's not surprised.
I think we're solid, but we need that as a voice. We need that as a soundbite.
Yes,
him saying Butt Rock. Anyway, sorry, go Tom.
I feel like he knows he's like. There's no way he doesn't know how gorgeous he is, like, or at least how gorgeous we think he is. But if for nothing else, if you know that they're listening to at least parts of the memes and stuff we make, at the end of episode 1, the comment that Matt makes about the White Tower,
the most
come
perfect,
on.
like absolute huge, like just fan service moment right there. That is absolutely something.
By the way, shameless plug, I might have posted a video to the Dragon Mount Instagram with something having to do with that.
Did you post it on the other socials too?
Yeah, it came out on Facebook and Threads, and I'll get it up on Twitter too.
Yeah. And Bluesky.
And Bluesky, yes. I always forget Bluesky.
So many places.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm bad at social media. I'm the worst at social media.
Yeah.
Okay, back to episodes 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, so good.
How are we... I don't know. Is there anything particularly you want to go to? My segment is always an organic stream. By the way, folks, if you come here expecting dusty minutia, we've done that with the Grey Man search. Honestly, did you see the Grey Man?
Yeah,
like in the windows though.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. Yes. I went back through like when he mentioned that we see it 6 times. We Crystal and I had already filmed our episode 1 review. But then we were like, oh, we got to go back and like do a deep dive and like look for them. And I think we found 5 of them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think we found 5 of them, and I have the screenshots, and we're gonna talk about it.
Like when they're like hidden behind windows and stuff. You mean?
Yeah.
Okay, not like the obvious on the street ones.
No. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We only found a couple, we think so. But yeah, we went looking. So, folks, if you come looking for constant that, it's not going to be constant that. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be fun. It's going to be wild.
We love the
It's
chaos.
going to be something different. Like, going to have a conversation one moment that leads to a poll question that gets ignored for 45 minutes because we went on to 6 different topics.
How about the channeling?
The channeling, yes. Let's talk about the channeling. I actually used for episode 2 the image of Matt being healed as my thumbnail picture because it's just so incredible in that scene.
So
the channeling
cool,
is epic.
We've also got a request of Min's viewing of Matt.
Oh, from Xavier, yeah.
Oh yes. What episode is that in?
The 3rd one.
3.
That's in the 3rd one. I just closed the 3rd one. We'll go back to that one.
I feel like all of the drops about, like, you know, we saw the Redstone doorway in the 13th depository. We saw Matt and Rand and Perrin playing Snakes and Foxes, and then we get this. I feel like this is just their way of telling us the Finns are there. We will experience them in some way. Don't worry. And like, we haven't seen the fully fleshed out how Matt's memories and his stuff with the Finns and everything is going to come together, and just give it time to like build, which is, you know, what I usually do anyway. I don't like to, I like to wait to reserve my full opinion for things until we actually see it, what they're going to do with it. Like, instead of just like making up what I think is going to happen and then getting mad about it, like some people do.
Yeah. It's a much better life to live that way, honestly.
I really enjoyed the look of the Redstone doorway. Looks cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like that they put the serpents and the like the snakes and the foxes in them. I said this during our live when we were watching the fan event. We have no Wheel of Time merch, a Snakes and Foxes board game, and a deck of freaking Heroes of the Horn playing cards. Come on.
Yeah.
These pieces of merch make themselves.
This is true. Like,
yes.
It's there. Just do it. Take advantage of it.
Please, come on, Amazon. Okay, I know. Hi, I know you're watching this right now.
You say that. Say that. I got embarrassed at the London screening. Okay, and I was told not to be embarrassed by her, but I was still embarrassed nonetheless, because we, after dinner on the London screening, we were Sarah Nakamura, bumped into a couple of the writers like Max Fisher in that, and Kay Alexander was there, and Rami Park was there. And like, you know, Matt and Sarah are talking to people because they know them. And then suddenly Rami looks at me, and I've met Rami in Prague like 18 months ago or something, she'd been out at a Prague Shakespeare Company play. But I didn't think anything of, like, you know, like, oh, Rami's gonna.
Yeah, how you're gonna remember.
Yeah,
yeah.
She looked at me and was just like, "Oh my God, Rob, it's so good to see you," and hugged me, which I was already just like, wow. And I actually said, now this is why it's relevant. I actually said, "I'm surprised you remember me." And she's like, "How could I forget you? I watched your reaction." This was to the sneak peek. You watched your reaction to the clip this week, and it was amazing. It was so wonderful. I love watching your stuff. And I just went, so embarrassed.
Okay, so here we go.
So they do watch people, and they'll tell you at random moments, and you're like, "What the hell is going on?"
And your stomach will drop to your feet.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Amazon people that are watching this right now, not necessarily Wheel of Time, but Amazon people
and Sony people,
please,
and Sony,
yes, please,
give us merch.
Please.
I mean, if you can't give us merch, then, you know,
then open up the licensing to allow other people to provide merch.
Well, I was going to say we'll settle for a season 4 renewal.
Also, that.
Yeah, I'll also settle for that.
Will acceptable like that. Yes, I will accept that. I will.
Yeah,
accept
that's an acceptable compromise. So.
But yeah, either way, please, come on, it's so easy. Let us play Snakes and Foxes.
It would be amazing. It would be so much fun. So, Elliot, I know that you need to head off soon.
Yes.
Is there anything you want to
like? It's been really good fun, though, guys.
That's right. Is there anything you want to quickly talk about before you dash off, or do you just want to share your final thoughts and go grab some dinner?
Final thoughts. I just wanted to give a big shout out to the costume designers for Moiraine when they're heading to the waste with that sun hat, looking
my
like
God.
she's fully going on her holly bob. I loved it. I thought
I
that
feel
was
like
just...
that's the hat she brought from Varen and Adelace's like villa.
Oh yeah,
It's like, you know what? I'm gonna need this in the future.
That's her gardening hat. That was her gardening hat when she was there.
And you know what? I honestly feel like Rosamund came in that day wearing a hat, and someone
just
looked at
went,
her,
"Right
and Sharon's like, just wear that. What I
Yeah.
made you is not as good as that hat. Seriously, like,
Yeah.
I'm sure it was amazing, but yeah.
It was just missing like a pair of sunglasses. Like it looked fully like. She was like, I heard it's going to be hot in the waist. Like, you know, who's got the factor 50?
Like, this was her hat that she wore in between filming, and she forgot to take it off in one scene. And they're like, okay, well, I guess
they were like, continuity. It's just going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't go back to that bit of the desert we were just filming in, so we have to stick with it now, you know, so that would be hilarious.
Listen, the insurance does not cover Rosamund burning in the sun, so we have to let her wear the hat.
That's fair. That's fair. Awesome. Well, thank you, Elliot. I appreciate you hanging out, man.
Thank you, guys.
And I will see you again soon, I'm sure. Bye, mate.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
And then there were 3. I feel like I should pop you up there, and then we got the Drag 'em Out duo. So, yeah, this is the Dragon Hour. So,
yes.
Well, it's kind of been like a dragon while because Kev was here as well, obviously. Yeah. At some point, one of these streams, I just have to book like all 8 of you to come on at one time or something.
Oh my god, it's cute that you think there's only 8 of us.
It's true.
All right, all 22 of you.
And how many countries do we have people in too? We got Humberto in Brazil.
Yeah, we've got Portugal.
Frida, yeah.
Yeah, we've got the US. We've got Australia.
Wow.
Is Maureen one of our editors? Manu is somewhere that I don't remember, and I'm a terrible person.
I know Michael's in the EU too.
Yeah, Michael is in like London area, I think.
Amazing.
Katie is also in London. So we've got a breadth of experience and people in all over the place, and I love our team so much.
Yeah.
Amazing. That is well.
Humberto did a great job in the CCXP. CCXP.
I did see him there. CCXP.
Yeah.
All right. Well, shall we talk? Shall we get it hot and steamy? And shall we talk?
We're talking about the zaddies. We've got a little Ruark and
should we talk about
this is
the
also acceptable option. Yes.
Yes.
Although I have to pause at a certain point because YouTube gets upset.
It's true
with the amount of nudity in here. So, or a certain part of the nudity.
Oh yeah.
I know this because this is the best bit. Like they're making it hotter. This is such a great callback to the bathtub scene at the beginning in the very, 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 very first episode, and they're just like, you know, it could be warmer, and it's like, well, it's fucking warmer now. So
yeah.
Lan's face when they pour the steam on the rocks the first time was hilarious.
It's like, oh no, it's more. Oh, great. Why?
I think they did it tastefully. Like, I think it was good. Like,
oh yeah, it was absolutely tasteful.
Yeah,
like, it was not outrageous. It wasn't. No. I feel like if this had been done by another show that maybe starts with a G and ends with a Thrones, it would have been so much more blatant and like.
Well, let's just say I wouldn't have been able to put even like a moment of it on screen.
Yeah. And the level of like, yes, we have nudity, but in a way that feels authentic. It feels like this is exactly how it is. And I love that's one of the things that I really do love of the Wheel of Time. There's a balance of like, hey, we know like we're not going to be extremely prudish, but we're also not going to be extremely blatant.
Yeah. And like half the time people were wearing like wraps or throws or whatever, it kind of just felt like they'd been wearing it to walk in and then taking it off and just sort of thrown it over their shoulder. It didn't feel like it was they were wearing clothing. They just happened to have, you know, some of it around them. Because they'd been wearing it come in, they sort of like dropped it down a bit or like brought it up their legs or what, or just draped it over themselves after taking it off, and it felt kind of perfect. So
it accentuates the scene, like it adds the depth to what's going on. Everyone understands that, you know, like we see people in all states of dress, so like you can like everyone that's watching can understand that what's going on here, and that like how the Aiel are more comfortable with nudity and things like that, without it being like gratuitous.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're watching for the story, but they're doing it in such a way that it's still, don't get me wrong, great to look at. Everyone's gorgeous in the world of the Wheel of Time, apparently.
Yes. And they're not all 20-year-olds. That's another thing that I really appreciate. Like there was, I forget, I don't remember where I saw it. I think it was on Bluesky, or maybe somebody was commenting, or no, I think it was a TikTok. Someone was talking about telling their parents, oh, hey, this show with the badass older women is coming back. And they knew immediately it was the Wheel of Time, because here are all of these incredible actors that are not just, you know, Hollywood starlets. They're not 20 years old, and you get to see this breadth of acting that is not something that's normal in Hollywood.
So great. Like Shoray and Sophie and Zenobia Kloppers plays Naomi.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That sounds right. Yeah.
She has been interacting with the fans a bunch too.
Oh no, not Naomi. Naomi is no.
She plays the yellow Black Aja sister
that gets
captured with Joya.
Amiko?
Is it Amiko?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Or Amiko, depending on how you want to say it.
Amiko,
Amiko. Yeah.
Miko, little raccoon.
Yeah. She's been interacting, and like, you know, they're all not, again, you know, 20-year-old, you know, Hollywood starlet people, or even just like, you know, randomly hired extras that are like that happen to be like models, and things
or
like that,
college students, and
yeah. They're all very real people, and I just
still gorgeous,
still gorgeous.
Oh yeah,
it's amazing.
It shows the diversity of the world, and also obviously the cast too, but like the world is so alive. And as like a fan of the Wheel of Time, you could see it, like especially when they start talking about like the, you know, the ancient cultures and how, you know, everyone is kind of like an amalgam of things. It's great.
Yeah.
Can confirm co-ed saunas are not filled with complete. Yeah, absolutely true.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously this, aside from as lesbian nerdy, and we had a conversation earlier about it, leads up to Lan being an awesome wingman.
Yes.
Moiraine.
Both of them.
Yeah, and both of them. And the flip of the typical, you know, straight woman, gay best friend, you know, dynamic that is often portrayed in TV. It's the other way around.
Oh yeah.
You know, which also is great to see, because it does go both ways. You can have, you know, the woman who's into women with the guy who's into women. Like, you know, it should be all the combinations.
And also not have like an like, I feel like if this was made 15 years ago, like there's no obligatory like, oh, let's have a threesome joke, or, you know, like kind of thrown in there. It's just like, this is for you, Moiraine. Like, and Lan, you know, they have no sexual relationship between the two of them, even, you know, even though as close as they are, you know, emotionally.
Yeah. And I, in my notes, one of the things I did after watching the whole season is how much this show is about relationships and all different types of relationships, and that it's not automatically a guy and a girl, we have to ship them. Like, you can have, you know, relationships that are not sexual and still like interact, and that works. And I love that.
Yeah. And the combating of like the toxic masculinity portion of it is great too. Like, one of my favorite lines and sequences that we had was in season 1 with Dana and Rand. When they were in that back room, and she was like, oh, I thought you were with Matt, basically. And again, like, if this was made in the early 2000s, Rand would have been the, you know, oh, I like women.
Yeah.
But instead he was like, ew, I could do better than Matt. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I like Aerith's honey cake has a really good point.
Oh yes. Yeah, they aren't.
Yes.
They also aren't using nudity as punishment or degradation of very often young and powerless women. These characters are all owning their bodies and are in control of the situation. Yeah.
Yes.
Accurate.
Yeah.
So
the other thing with nudity too that which is a change from the books is, which I don't want to say is like kind of like wish fulfillment, because I don't think Robert Jordan was thinking it that way when he wrote it, but like it would be, I feel like, if they did it in the show, where, you know, in the books when Aviendha goes into Rudian, they strip her naked and send her into Rudian, and when you go into the to the arches in the tower for your accepted test, you know, they strip you naked and you go into the arch. I feel like in the written word, it's more as a way to show like you're going in defenseless with nothing.
Yeah.
You don't need to see them be naked to know that in the show. Like when we see them in their shift going into the arches, like they don't even have shoes or anything. And then Aviendha the same way, she took off her armor, which is like you watch her take her armor off, give her weapons up. Like
wait, do you mean in the books?
That's.
I mean, in the books, in the books, yeah.
Right.
And goes naked. Yeah, I feel
and goes naked through and runs naked. But like if we don't see like full stripping of people in the thing, like we didn't see it with that, we're not seeing it in other aspects, I think that'll be good.
Yeah, I think this was an option that they could have done to make nudity, you know, gratuitous almost, and they specifically chose not to have nudity going through as the accepted test, and I think that is well done. Obviously,
also that, you know, they aged up the characters, so like that's another great thing. Like, you know, no one it's a reason that why we see kind of like a little bit more of an end stage version of the characters. Like they're a little bit more mature in their thinking. They're a little bit more mature in their decision making. So like, you know, Nynaeve is a little less, and I hate to use the word petulant because it's used against women so often, but that is kind of how she came off in the first couple of books, because she was so like, you know, always like putting the defense up or omitting information even to her friends, and in like dire situations that made her look bad and things like that. But no one wants to see a 17-year-old and a 16-year-old like or actors playing them on camera doing these things. Like, you know, we don't want to see that. So like aging them up and making sexuality and nudity much more healthy depictions are fantastic.
Yeah.
I like the removal of the puritanical kind of vision of the two rivers, and you know, like Nynaeve, if Nynaeve catches you, she'll have you married before sunset. Like I like that kind of change.
Yeah,
it does. It's just so well balanced throughout anytime we've seen nudity in the show or close to nudity. It really has. The other thing I love about this
we
scene,
got on nudity from the Redstone doorway, but anyway, sorry.
Because I brought up the sweat tent.
Oh, right.
That's where we were going first.
Yes.
Right.
But the reason I brought that up is because those two things are great, and then it also leads to the first meeting of Melindra.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah. Yes.
How many people are going to get this tattoo?
I mean, I already said I was going to get this tattoo. So.
I know. I also want it. I don't want to.
I feel like
you need it. This is
as Malkia talks. I feel like I should get this.
You should have it. Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
it's kind of a requirement.
Yeah.
Speaking of tattoos, I just opened up my cute little anglerfish.
Yay!
Just unwrapped it.
I love
It's
that.
extra sticky. It's all scabby and gross, but she's so cute.
I love it.
Love it.
I gotta add it to, like, I think my whole arm is going to be my Wheel of Time sleeve. So I got my Clan Chief dragon.
Nice.
The book version of the Clan Chief dragon. So I think I have to add it somewhere on there.
Well, I already joked. So have you seen Sulan's tattoo on her upper arm? I think it's on this side actually.
Yes.
Of the map.
Yeah.
So Sulan's got the entire map tattooed around the width of her arm on the right side. I've already said, like, at some point I would probably get that on this side. Perhaps I could just turn the rest of this into a sleeve that not going to be all of the time because I've got a Manchester B here, but like I could just like I could have like the Malkia tattoo there or something.
Yeah. Oh, I like
just,
that
like,
idea.
Working around, it'd be great.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think a lot of people are going to get this tattoo or something similar to it. But yeah, the introduction of Melindra here. I don't know how Mel's going to feel about this. She already doesn't like the fact that Mel's Malkiri, but I love this scene. So I don't know what you two thought about this scene. It's a great introduction.
Oh, I thought it was.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say I really liked. I like how they added some layers to this as a character. So you're having a indication of having the Aiel adopt non-Aiel people into their family, like into their world. So it's talking a little bit more of the Tigraine stuff. You're getting Lan has already had these moments of like the wound of having to get his father's sword, that he doesn't feel that he's worthy of it. That wound has not healed yet.
Yeah.
And here comes a Malkiri who's basically saying, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? Like this, I'm ready. Let's go be, protect our thing. And he's like, but I don't want to. Like, the only reason I have this sword is because I need it to kill Forsaken. Like, all of this.
Remind me, just so I don't accidentally spoil something from the books. How much do we know of Melindra by Dumai's Wells?
She's done the whole move, everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Done and dusted. Yeah.
Okay. So if we look at Melindra, like the character from the book and the character that we have so far on the TV, so we have an Aiel woman who is a refugee from Malkir. She seems to be older than Lan by a little bit because she was like a child.
Remembers. She wasn't a baby.
She ran away herself from Malkir into the waste, not taken away as a baby. If you look at and there's like a little bit of a sexual tension. Obviously, I don't think Lan is going to explore it, but I feel like Melindra might try to pressure it. If she is like book Melindra, where she's also a dark friend, if we look at New Spring, there are two characters that she makes me think of from New Spring. Rhine, who is the Lan's friend, who is a Malkiri man, around the same age as Lan. I think he's a little bit older. And he ends up being a dark friend in New Spring, so spoiler for New Spring. And then what's her name? Elayne. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Elayne
Arel. Yeah.
Elayne or whatever.
Like that. Right.
She's like an older noblewoman from Malkir who is Rand's Carnera, like the woman who deflowered Rand, which is also a little weird and questionable.
Yeah.
Because it's always like an older woman and like a child essentially. But anyway, it feels like because the one of the roles that she played in the books was like trying to push Lan to pick up the flag of Malkir, and we lost to Kathy.
Kathy had to pop out for a second. She'll be right back.
Okay. To pick up the banner of Malkir and like try to proclaim himself king again, which in the books Melindra also does that with Mat. Like she's always pushing Mat to step out of the dragon's shadow and like be the battle leader, and like you don't need Rand and things like that. So I feel like she could fulfill that role with Lan as well, taking up like maybe part of the aspects of the story of Rhine from New Spring, some of Elayne's or whatever, whatever her name was from New Spring as well. And then that kind of meshes with Melindra from the books too.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't mind that we don't have Mat going and it's like Melindra and Lan. I think, like you say, adding in the Malkiri element sort of explains the adoption of other people and sets you up for Gawyn in her situation.
Yeah.
I think she's into Moiraine. I don't think she's into Lan in that respect. I think she was just trying to get his attention. I think she saw him, recognized him, and was just like, I'm going to, grab him and go from there type thing.
Mhm.
But I really do think that it's going to be an interesting dynamic. That's for sure. I don't know. I can't really see where it's going to go other than her helping him deal with his obvious trauma about Malkyr.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great way for exposition for us to learn about Malkyr and the whole everything, like all of Lan's little backstory stuff.
Because he's got it in the books, he's got it under control. Like he is, until, the moment with Nynaeve later on, that because of the current spoiler level I can't discuss.
Yeah.
It's all like he's dealt with it and it's done. He's happy, kind of like where it is, and people respect it. They've probably asked him enough at this stage, "Hey, raise the banner," and he's just like basically very politely, "Fuck off."
Yeah.
It's very settled for him, and it's not until later in the books that things become unsettled. He's not that settled with it currently because he doesn't have his dad's sword. He's had to go get it from the tower.
Yep.
He doesn't find himself worthy to use it.
Yeah, things like that.
Yeah.
So this is, I don't see exactly how it's going to get there. My brain just isn't processing it right at the moment, I don't suppose, but I can tell that it's going to be a setup to help him deal with all of his history.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think there's something to be said about being able to have just this moment of like giving him plot, giving him story. You're developing, the whole stuff about Malkyr because, in the books that happens in the first book. He talks about all of this, and we didn't have that because they didn't go into the blight. They didn't, have any of these things really. And so needing to have a little bit more of this exposition, but in a way they do exposition so freaking well in this show. I'm thinking of like the loyal with the Ogier longing. Like it's actually like just here's a little drop as they leave the ways, but also like it's so helpful for show only people to get a little bit of that backstory that we had books and hundreds of thousands of words to understand, and instead you're getting this great exposition that's just a little bit
I mentioned earlier the exposition between Elida and Min. Like what better way to talk about all the different ways that foretellings and future visions and things like that work than to have a conversation between two seers who do it in two different ways.
Yeah, exactly. I love it.
Speaking of someone who probably deals with exposition on a fairly regular basis, and she's already chuckling because she knows that's how I'm introducing her, why don't I bring in another guest, and that is the delightful Bree. How are you?
Hey guys!
Bree?
Yay!
Hi Bree.
How are y'all doing? Did anybody sleep?
No.
Yes.
I mean, I did. I didn't have to get up till like 6:20 this morning. I slept all night. It was wonderful.
Yeah. I got up at 2:30 in the morning and watched 2 and 3, and then went back to.
Oh my gosh!
I am dedicated.
That is amazing. I stayed up till 12:30 just in case they dropped at midnight UK time. And in my brain, I'm like, if that happens, I'm going to watch him and react and so on and so forth. But also, what the hell is the 24-hour after party going to happen? Because we don't have any guests booked until Matt starts.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Like, it's going to be real difficult. So, but I did stay up just in case. But yeah, I've had plenty of sleep. But did Tom, Kathy, you slept? You said Kathy. Tom, did you sleep, or did you stay up?
No, I've been up. We've been recording. Crystal and I have been pretty much recording nonstop, and I've also just been making a ton of like GIFs and little nonsense memes and stuff to get ready to post.
Amazing. People saying they've been staying up since 9. Bree, what's your favorite moments that you've seen of these new episodes? These 3 episodes. What would you pick out? So what I'm asking everyone when they arrive. So,
this is going to shock a lot of people because I'm a notorious hater of the Matt Quarterstaff scene in the books. I freaking loved it.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take it.
I think they earned it so well. The minute that like Heroes of the Horn music started, I was like, oh my God, I was gonna tear up. I was like, I love Matt in the show. I'm gonna sue Ray for this. It's very upsetting.
Right?
I mean, I think we need to watch that scene in that case.
Yes, please.
Please.
But before I do, let's bring in my other guest who's just arrived as well. Please welcome Uno to the party.
Yay!
Hey, everyone.
Uno, you probably heard we're just about to enjoy the quarterstaff scene.
Yes.
And
yes.
then think about it. I'm going to ask you your favorite scene as well. But I thought I'd have you here while we enjoy this. This is a great scene. I've got the volume up, so I don't know how close is this to the actual start time.
You are not going off to look for
No, it's not where I wanted it.
No, but oh no, you're gonna see Galad try and be,
insert himself into a situation that Nynaeve did not ask himself to join.
Right. Yes. Here we go. Here's the point. I love that the music's there already.
Yes, the minute it started, I was just like, oh, because I loved that in season 2.
He makes me like a lot of his motions here, and especially there's a particular scene like when he challenges them, when he tells them he wants to make a bet with them. He makes me think of Bruce Lee. There's a particular scene from The Last Dragon where Bruce Lee is like leaning back when he challenges people, and like Matt's Donald's the way he's holding himself made me think of it.
I also want to call out the incredible use of slow motion, both in this and the season 1 or episode 1 fight scene, where it's not overly done and it's done just like so nicely to really like support the story without like, oh my gosh, they're doing slow motion again, blah, blah, blah. It's like just enough.
Yeah, it's perfect.
You could have hit him harder.
Like this reminds me of the end of the episode where he's like, "Did your brothers tell you what I did with the stick?" Like,
Sorry.
the little bit of comedy that they insert into throughout the episodes has been perfect. Like they place it perfectly. It's always to soften the blow of something horrible happening.
Yes.
You can almost expect a little bit of mirth or comedy or lightheartedness or something cool to happen after something horrible happens, generally, I feel like. Or getting a bit of bad news.
Yeah. And it doesn't minimize the bad things either in a way that like is, again, the balance is great.
Yeah. It's usually like, I feel like everything that we've seen so far is it's been like removed from the scene. Like it's like, not part of whatever was happening before. Like they'll cut to other characters and things like that. One of my favorite ones so far has been I Go Where She Goes. Like
the ultimate line. Yes.
Oh yeah, it was great. It was absolutely fantastic. Like we see like, all of the horrible events of everything that happened. And then all of a sudden, like, you're laughing within 2 minutes because, Raga is hilarious. Who knew?
Killing it, yeah. So Brie, why do you like this, but you don't like the book version?
I think the book version for me was just a little too much emphasizing how he can't even stand up beforehand. I don't feel like they've earned me convincing me that he could have beat 2 trained from the cradle swordsmen.
Yeah.
I feel like as the series goes on, it's like there's a lot of slow retconning until the 2 rivers are just like super soldiers.
Yeah.
But like in this, it not only felt like I had a reason to believe he could absolutely do this, it was an emotional one because it's tied into him and his feelings of worthlessness, but also like that moment where he remembered who he was briefly and now he's struggling with it this season. And so it really felt like just earned, and it was a callback to that super emotional moment when I literally cried in season 2. When he remembered who he was. I mean, that was such a good scene.
Yes.
So,
and I think there's also something to be said about the fact that this one was not done in front of an audience. It was, a private moment between the 4 of them, and we're there as the audience, instead of a puffy, like, oh, we can absolutely beat your ass, ha ha ha, type of a thing. But instead it becomes more story related.
There is a part of me that kind of wishes some
elder water teacher just sort of strolled out from the shadows and was just like, and who defeated the greatest swordsman of all time? Country bumpkins.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
Jerome
extra
Gaden.
lessons. Yeah, something like that. So it is great. Uno, you've watched all 3 episodes, I'm assuming.
Yes, we just finished an hour ago. So
still fresh. Still fresh.
I had time for a shower, and that's about.
That's
I
great.
understand, especially after the sweat tent scene.
Yes,
that's fair.
Made me very uncomfortable because I hate saunas.
Me too. I can never breathe in them. So
I was
I'm like,
dealing with Lan.
This is
Yeah,
not what I would do.
you would land like, this is too hot. Like, I know I wanted hotter, but this is too hot right now.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Like, I'm going to faint now.
Yes.
Do you have, and obviously it's not going to be the sauna, but do you have a favorite scene from the 3 episodes?
Oh, there's so many great ones. Like I said, we just finished an hour ago, so I haven't really had time to process. But like, I was like, my first thought was like, oh, yay, Gawyn still sucks.
They're not going to make me like Gawyn on top of Andor and Elida.
Right?
Or, I mean, Galad as well. Oh my God, they're so douchey.
So
it's perfectly douchey.
The amount, the perfect amount. Galad, I probably would be. He seems less pretentious than Gawyn in a different way that still fits. So I would say yes to Galad and no to Gawyn, just in case anyone cares.
He's less annoying. I agree. He's definitely less annoying for me. Like, which is odd. On screen, though he's the appropriate level of like pretentiousness, like you said, like especially the way Ravine mentions it. I feel like that was a real like aside from Ravine. Like I feel like when Ravine was like, I don't know how anyone can spend 5 minutes with him, like talking and want to spend time with him. I feel like that wasn't him playing the part of Lord Gabriel. I feel like that was just Ravine being like, that guy is so freaking annoying.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. I can't imagine anyone who would annoy a Forsaken more than Galad.
This would be the perfect example of a Forsaken stealing a person and deciding, kidnapping them and deciding, nope, I'm returning them. I can't handle this. And
the ransom letter turns up in Andor, and Mulgaze is like, well, you made a mistake.
Yeah, good for you.
Especially like the compulsion that he has to do on him. He has to, not only does he have to listen to Galad, he then has to build a believable compulsion in his brain that works with the rest of the way Galad thinks. So that I feel like he has a level of annoyance with Galad that, no one else probably has.
Yeah, this is so
Forsaken level compulsion, definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
That got me for a bit.
Like Galad's brain process.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, did that? I had been asking people as they've hopped on and off. Did you pick up on Gabriel doing the compulsion immediately, or did it stump you for a while?
No, I was. It took me a bit. But then I realized, okay, Leon is going like, yes, of course, Lord Gabriel. Was like, oh, he seems so nice.
Yeah, she smiled at him. Has she smiled at anybody in the course of the series yet?
Nope, not a real smile.
I didn't know she could smile in all seriousness. So
yeah,
I think that the thing that maybe confused for a bit was that they were all acting like they've known him for years now, but he shouldn't have been out for that long. It's like, oh, okay, it's just massive compulsion on everyone.
For me, what gave it away for me wasn't even the compulsion or any of that. It was he was wearing the wings on his ears. Like I have become obsessed with their ear accoutrement that they have. Like,
I mean, that thing he wears is huge.
Yeah, but they always describe Ravine in the books as his hair being winged with gray, and they always say winged. It's always winged with gray. And when he stepped onto the screen, I was like, that's a wing on his ear and it's in his hair. That's Ravine. Like it's 100% Ravine. It's 1,000,000% Ravine. That was Rafe telling us, the book readers, that's Ravine by putting that on his ear, like 100%.
Yes.
I decided.
I really like that.
Yeah. I don't know if that's true. I just decided that was true.
I think that makes sense.
Very true. Kathy, I know that you have to go soon. So before you go, please give us your final thoughts on these 3 episodes, because I feel like you may potentially have said more.
Maybe. Maybe, but instead I'm just gonna lean into the fact that I love that the Amazon does a 3-episode drop at the beginning. It really expands the options to give us these great character moments, this great exposition, the great storytelling involved, without having to make sure that each of these episodes will bring you back. And I think episode 2 is a great example of storytelling, and then episode 3 is a great example of the character arcs and being able to let you feel for each of these characters, and especially once again bringing up the idea of grief in multiple different ways, multiple different layers, and how it's okay to talk about it. And so talk about grief with your friends. I guess. I don't know. That's my takeaway.
That's a good takeaway to have. I love that. So thanks for hanging out, and we will see you around and look forward to listening to those recordings.
Yes, sounds good. Mwah. Love you all. Bye.
Bye. Oh, sorry. I went to remove Kathy. She dropped out completely, and the buttons moved across, and I removed Tom. Sorry, Tom. No, please stay. All right. Bree, Uno, is the fresh faces here, as we are 5.5 hours into this 9.5 hour stream. So we are over.
Yeah, how are y'all doing?
I mean, I'm good. I've had to run off for one bio break. I'm on the last of my coffee. I still have 1.5 bottles of my hydrating juice here, and I haven't touched all of my snacks. I've only gone through half a pack of lozenges, so I'm doing real well so far. Speaking of which, I'm going to have a lozenge. Where would you like to kick it off? This is the organic chaos part of the 24 hours. Is there anything you're like, I want to talk about this first? And it could be anything.
I mean, just like connecting to, I have no idea what you've already been discussing, but
that's fine.
Just connecting to what Kathy said before she left, the whole, talk about your feelings. I love how Lan just asked Rand, do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk? And it was like, nah, just,
It's like, talk, are you serious?
Do a workout to get through it.
Yeah.
I think that was a really lovely moment between the two of them. And also like the scene afterwards with Moiraine was like, why are you training with Lan? It's like, I mean, because he understands, or he listens. I don't remember exactly what he said.
Dude helps,
Yeah. Feels good. We're buddies.
And it's nice to see that relationship. I know some people missed that in like season 1. So it is nice to see that, that these two are kind of bonding.
Yeah.
And they've both been through some shit in fairly recent memory. So
yeah.
I thought that was kind of a rude comment. Like, why are you working out with Lan? Like, so why not?
Yeah, it was kind of rude. So
everyone wants to work out with Lan.
True.
Or they should, at least.
I mean, look at this. Who doesn't want to do this,
Yeah. Go through some kata with Lan. Let's do it.
I'm more of a staff person myself, but I mean, swords are cool. So
yeah. I feel like Lan wouldn't discriminate. I feel like if you stepped up and wanted to, go through your morning steps with him and you had a staff, I don't think he would care.
I agree.
I love the way Daniel too. Daniel did a bunch of interviews for season 1, and he spoke about how I don't know. I think it might have been Kathy's interview. I don't remember. Anyway, someone asked him, and it was a question I wanted to ask him about the little kind of prayer or ritual that he did. When Nynaeve kind of walks up on him, and then she says like an old tongue quote, and he translates it for her. But he has like a little bowl of water, and like he's doing it seems almost religious, like something that he's doing. It's like a prayer or like a meditation. And when someone, and like I said, I think it was Kathy that asked him about it. Asked him like where that came from. He brought his own. He's Korean, right? I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he brought some of his own like Korean traditional things into that, which kind of goes with Malkir, and like a lot of the borderlands of that part of the continent is very Asian traditional themed, as well as like, an amalgam of everything like Robert Jordan does. But seeing it kind of keep expanding with the way he's built Lan as a character has been great. I'm hoping for like full battle armor Lan to be in like, the very Asian style kind of plated armor with the helmet with the half moon on it, like we get in like the comic books and things, and on the front of book 1, that we don't get again until like, way later.
Yeah. That would be cool. I love they're talking about training now in the chat. Clearly training from control, the reflexes, awareness. So and Dawson bringing up how Lan and Steppen were doing sword and dual axe cutters in the first season.
It was great. I loved it.
So yeah, very, very cool. The whole conversation that's had afterwards is a great one. One second, I've gone too far through it now. Pop it up on the screen where she's talking about the bruises and stuff. That's I didn't pick up on this initially, that these were marks from Teleron Road.
That I did get.
Okay. I'm just really dumb, apparently.
I thought it could, like, when she first said it, before we got the, before people started talking about the Tel'aran'rhiod portion of it, I thought it could be like almost like a twitch, like, she keeps like that she did it to herself by like rubbing her neck, like where the collar was, like it's like a nervous kind of thing, like that she has now, like, or something. That's when she initially said it in that moment. That's what I thought. Like they were trying to like build on the trauma a little bit, showing how it's affecting her. Though I do like the way they are doing that, I will say.
Yeah.
I feel like I was just sure Lanfear was messing with her every night. I've just been sure of it, so I just didn't even question. I was like, that Lanfear's in there messing with her, because Lanfear's jealous. Lanfear does not like this situation, I am sure.
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily think, like, first thought was Lanfear. First thought was like, oh, she's making her own nightmares in Tel'aran'rhiod.
That would have been good too.
Manifesting.
Oh,
that was
yeah. Didn't think of that. That was definitely a possibility.
Yeah. And she definitely would be, where she is mentally at this point, or at least the way it seems, like she would definitely be believing them enough for them to actually hurt her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
100% makes sense.
Yeah. Did anyone, there are a couple of times, and I think it's maybe in my episode 3 reaction, where I thought that the reveal that Rand is meaning Lanfear in Teleron, and she's like, do you still love her, and all that sort of, the stuff we've seen in the trailer. I honestly thought that would come in one of these episodes. I was like, oh, is this the moment where she finds out? And I got really anxious about her finding out, and the two of them having a fight over it. And I don't know why I got so anxious over it, but it was really
like mom and dad fighting.
Yeah, it was.
They're
really
torturing us with this. They're slow playing this.
Yeah.
Breakdown of Egwene and Rand, and it's gonna hurt so much more than it did in the books.
Oh yeah,
Rafe has been torturing us this whole like forever. Like he teased us with the Matt quarterstaff fight too. Like when the first time they were on the practice yard, I was like, oh fucking Rafe, man. I was like, oh man, well done, buddy. Whoever cut this together and whoever was directing that episode, well done.
It was so nicely done. So, but yeah, these episodes. They are a lot to enjoy. I do enjoy the follow-on from this conversation here, where they're talking about the Aiel prophecies. Yeah. And obviously
that hurt as well. Oh,
the
remnant of a remnant.
Oh yeah, well she actually says I think it's just before that she says that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, just before.
I love the creation and destruction. Oh.
Let's have a little bit of sound and see if we can listen to this.
Karakharn shall spill out the blood of those who call themselves Aiel, as water on sand, and break them as dried twigs, yet the remnant of a remnant the Karakharn shall save, and they shall live. Our Karakharn is creation and destruction wrapped in one, balanced. It is my duty to return Rand al'Thor to the threefold land, to my home, so that he may save my people and to destroy them. The prophecy does not say that I must enjoy the task.
That's just It's so well
Brilliant.
put together, isn't it?
Aiel is great.
I've always debated the remnant of a remnant part. What is the remnant of the remnant? Is it, the shadow that never... Oh, no, I can't talk about the end of the book now. Sorry.
Yeah.
We'll save that for later. Anyway,
Yeah,
we'll just leave that there.
Yeah, I mean, without spoiling anything, like, in the books, so what did she referenced? Yeah, in episode 1, she says like hundreds of thousands of my people are waiting for you. Yeah, but like in the books, their population is vastly larger. Like I feel like they're in the millions of people, especially when they reference the Aiel War. They say, oh, only 2 or 3 clans come over the wall, and they defeated the united forces of all of the Westlands with little to no issue. Yeah. So if you think about the remnant of the remnant, it's just just a very small portion of the Aiel that are able to kind of accept the truths that we know the Karn Rand is going to share with them.
But like enough to have a healthy gene pool, and
yeah. Well, when it comes from how many people they are, yeah, for sure, obviously. But also, since that's pre-Dumai as well, as we know, because it happens in Rhuidean. We know the Aiel are the actual lost ones. They call the Tinkers the lost ones, but the Aiel are the lost ones, and they failed, in their minds, they failed the Aes Sedai, and they're in the Threefold Land as punishment. And it's not just punishment, but it's also training so that they cannot fail the Aes Sedai in their next mission that they have to do. So he's helping them fulfill that, instead of just it's not that he's killing them or destroying them. It's really just he's helping them fulfill what they themselves, the ones that know the truth, want to fulfill. And that's who ends up being left too.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that they really focused on the balance too, because they go so hard in making the Forsaken costumes asymmetrical because they're all out of balance. So
yeah.
I mean, that makes me wonder, is the Westland, the Wetlander prophecy, is it unbalanced? It kind of is.
Well, it's unbalanced because it's incomplete. That was the thing I always got with that's the thing I loved about the books, with all of the different prophecies of the different peoples, and really no one started getting the whole picture until they got together and started talking to each other. It was open, healthy communication would have ended the series in book 7.
Probably book 5,
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, originally, Robert Jordan pitched it as a trilogy, so maybe, if everyone was healthy communicators, it could have been a trilogy. Probably not.
Yeah. Awesome. Anything we want to hop over to next?
The Look of Samuel?
Yeah.
I was going to make a reference to you, because you're here, and I like that I get to see you more than once a year. So
the playing cards.
Yeah, well, that, but also the noticeable lack of Shinarans. There are no Shinarans. At the end of the season, at the end of season 2, we had Hot Zima and the rest of their little band was left. No mention of them whatsoever. In these first 3 episodes. Zima? Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, that's true.
He's off doing something.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not expecting Hot Zima in this season, but
I mean, not even a mention of them or anything. Even if they no lore tidbits or story drops that if they want to pick back up, they can. Nothing yet.
Do you think he just left to go start spreading the word?
They could easily
he could be
drop him
culting off in the background somewhere.
Yeah. I think he's off culting in the background, definitely.
That's fine. But you said something other than that, Samaya. Oh yeah, I love that.
And also, did you notice that we had on the playing cards that Matt used?
Oh yeah. Uno was there, and it looked. One of them kind of looked curiously like Moiraine from book 1, the woman with the staff, made me think of Moiraine from book 1.
Oh yeah.
I need to look at those again.
Oh, Ola has also pointed out no mention of the
Mention of
dagger.
the
That's
dagger.
also
Yeah, I thought about that one more. But we got some math healing, but it was not dagger healing.
This is
One
also,
thing...
that Rima was there, which made me very happy. I was
yeah.
super stressed.
One thing I want to mention about Samael is, first of all, I love the costume. It's really cool. It makes me think of, like, the shoulder bits make me think skeletal, but he kind of looks like a pirate admiral, especially with the saber at his waist. He has a saber that makes me think of, like, pirate sword, because it has that big, kind of guard over where the hand would go. He makes me think pirate, which, like, kind of goes with Ilian. Yeah, so maybe.
Yeah, my first thought was if you play Baldur's Gate, then Baldur's Gate 3, then it's like the monk, one of the monk outfits.
Oh yeah. I know exactly the one that you're talking about. The one that you get in Act 2 from the lady when you first walk in.
Yeah, my first thought was this is Turok, but like day one of outfit growth.
Oh yeah.
It's like Turok's got the fully developed antlers, and Samael's got like
you got to keep watering it.
The baby nubs, like.
Yeah. If you jump to the end of this scene just before Moghedien steps out, we do get a shot through Samael's gateway portal, whatever you want to call it, and you can see some landscape behind him. We could see a set behind him that is very not the room that they're in, for sure.
Yeah. I think this is in the like a basement of the White Tower or something. I don't know.
Could be. I don't think it's Tel Enriad unless they're telling us that they entered Tel Enriad physically, because like,
a lot of people have... Nope, that's not.
No, here we go. It's just, he'll back up. You'll see in a second. He gets a little bit closer to the thing. There you go. Now you can kind of see a doorway. There's a torch.
Yeah. Is that like is there a little like text or something there?
Maybe. You also get a little bit more, if you keep playing it, you get a little bit more from his over his right shoulder. Our left, his right.
Too much.
Yeah. There's like a little bit there. I don't know what that is. That's resting against the wall there, but there's something in that scene there. Like there's definitely some stuff going on behind him. And at the very least, we get to see maybe what a gateway might look like in here. It's very much like, in the books where, you can see through them and things.
But there was a scene like a quick shot that I think Rosamund posted like in a video where we saw Samuel in a room with maybe Rand and.
Oh yeah, but that was like that was a very behind the scenes. Like there were people
in
it
was
all caps and like you could see the cameras and everything walking around.
Yeah.
Who knows if Samael is in that scene or if he just was standing on set chatting with them in that moment.
I did like him though. I only saw the casting I think yesterday. I think Gus tweeted or Bluesky put it on Bluesky. And my writing partner actually saw it and she pasted his picture in there and she's like, is this guy hot or evil? And I was like, I don't know who that is. And so I went and looked and I was like, oh no. More hot, evil, nice. Forsaken.
Yeah. Makeup looks nice. I like the scar.
The scar is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was expecting a mention of like, Lanfear throwing out something at him. Like, I can't believe you didn't hear that scar. Or, we could still get rid of it if you want. Like make just, because they always poke fun at each other. I was expecting like some sort of reference just to indicate that he's keeping that scar on purpose. If they wanted to kind of like, use that for his character, but they were obviously they didn't do that.
So I've took a snapshot and let me actually save this. And then reopen it so we can zoom in and out. No, I always have to do this. Sorry, you can watch me type and do things.
No, you're good, man.
I'm sharing the entire screen.
You're
it's
good.
the only way to share the thing. Right.
Yeah.
And here and Bush and
there you go. Now you can zoom in. Yeah, there's something there, whether it's text or just something hanging above the door.
I don't know.
I wish it to be the room in Ilian that we see where he's like, I forgot who visits him. It's one of the female Forsaken, not Lanfear. maybe Semiraj goes and visits him and she's like, oh, what did you find a stasis box somewhere? And like he's got a bunch of crap around art and stuff.
Yeah.
I want to see that really bad.
The outfit is just great though. Anyway.
It's so great. It looks like embroidery. Like it looks like threaded embroidery, like really thick, which was what makes me think of like pirate military.
But it's got such a bone, that looks like a spine almost.
Mhm.
It's very skeletal.
Mm-hmm.
Very skeletal.
The shoulders could be like rib cages or even hands, like finger bones.
Yeah, it's creepy but cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I'm excited for the Forsaken, man. They have been. I mean, Lanfear raised the bar pretty high last season, but
thanks, Amis. It was Grendel that visits him.
Okay, yeah. The triangular weaves here are very cool.
Yeah,
all the weaving is gorgeous.
So, Jesus is asking us.
Jesus
AW is asking us, do we think we have enough to say after episode 1 of Egwene telling Rand to let go of the power, and episode 2, the conversation between Rand and Moiraine, that in the show women and men can see their weaves? Do you mean each other's weaves?
I think no.
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think we have enough to say definitively. Like there's one of the things that they said that they've said often, and Rafe also mentioned when we interviewed him, was that they play with perspective when it comes to weaving. So like if we can see the weaves going on camera, it's because someone else it's because they want us to see them, but not necessarily the characters in the scene see them. So like we're either seeing it from the perspective of Rand himself in that scene, like when we see him channeling, or what I thought specifically about that scene was like he physically destroys those mirrors with fire. So the idea of him then just taking that fire that he destroyed the mirrors with and just like holding onto it and flipping it around him is like, a thing. Like, I feel like, she, what Egwene sees is him playing with the fire essentially that he just destroyed the mirrors with, and less him weaving the fire. She's actually seeing the end product of the weave.
And they did make it very clear in season 1. There's the line. I don't know if it's in episode 4. Either Alana or Moiraine says it. One of them. I always knew I couldn't see a man's weaves, but the feeling of it. It's when she calls it like holding a cat in the bath.
Yes. Yeah. But we have. I mean, like I feel like unequivocally we could just say they don't, because Ravine channels in front of the entire hall of the tower.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, maybe he could invert his weaves, but I feel like they're not going to do inverting weave thing. I feel like we're not going to get that deep into the magic system, like inverting weaves and stuff like that. I don't think that's going to be a thing. But Ravine channels in front of the hall of the tower and no one sees it. Oh, a kitty!
Kitty. The Winter Time just posted a whole bunch of behind the scenes shots from the shredding. So
please let us see.
Yeah, they're cute. It literally posted with the message, "All is well at the White Tower, don't worry."
If Jesus wants like our like a final thought from us, I would say no, they can't see each other's weavings.
I think like in Rand's body language and everything, you can tell that he's channeling. It's like, oh, he's looking at his hand going like this, or
or just simply
you can see that something's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Aw.
It's really cute. But this next one's actually really cool. Like,
that's
cool. That's the filming in the moment. I'm like, oh,
that's awesome.
Yeah, I know, right? That's just.
I wonder if Kate was up on those wires at all, or.
I mean, it doesn't look. I mean, it is high up, but it's not like high up. It's not like she's 100 feet in the air or something.
Yeah.
So I reckon insurance and cabling and training. I reckon
not like she had a fall or anything. They just kind of held her up in the air for a while.
Yeah. So that looks like Kate there.
Yeah. That cheekbone is definitely a Kate cheekbone.
Yeah.
It does. But also like it's almost strange to see the tower without all of this scene without any like weaves in it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the choreography with them with their weaving is gorgeous too. Especially like this. the subtle differences that they all have, even when they're doing similar weaves, is cool. Like Rosamund talked about the choreographer that they work with, and she specifically mentioned how like they come up with their own kind of language for them, you know, because it's like personal to each Aes Sedai, which I liked. But there's still like a common thread because they're all taught in the one tower. The one tower, the White Tower.
Yeah.
My brain is. I told you I didn't sleep. My brain is mushy.
That's okay. Look at this, man. That's just. I don't know. Just
I love that side shot of Swan, and it's just her fingers. Like,
God, so good. This season, like every season. Oh yeah.
That brown is cut in half.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Every season has gotten better and better. Oh, that's a gorgeous picture, black and white.
I know, right? There's a few of these.
Oh, that's great.
Nice.
Oh, I say there's a few. There's actually a lot of these.
Oh yeah. Well, my favorite bit about that all of those scenes in episode 1 was just like I went back and rewatched the sneak peek like 1,000 times, and like I want to say 60% of it was just me watching the background characters, like looking at all the costumes of the different Aes Sedai.
Yeah.
I think I decided my favorite group was the White Aja sisters, because like all of the other sisters are all wearing the same color, but they're different shades, like, you know, that, you know, whether it's hunter green or forest green or whatever. But like the White Aja are all wearing white and with like threads of gold a little bit in them, but like all white, all just stark white. There's not eggshell and bone and blah blah blah. It's white, but they still look distinctly different, like very, very different. You can see like personality coming out in each one, and their hair is gorgeous. Davina Lamont, who does the hair and makeup, also a freaking genius. I love everything about all of the hair, makeup, and costuming that we've seen so far.
Yes.
But I said, the White Aja sisters in particular, in those first the battle of in the White Tower scene was probably my favorite.
I agree.
Do we know if Popcorn Yellow Sister made it? The one who, when they were, did you guys catch her in the background when they called Leandrin evil? One of them's like clutching her chest.
Oh, she's
and
laughing.
one's
She
looking
like
at the
laughs
other, and
almost.
she's like,
Yeah.
this is great.
Yeah, she's like, it
Call
looks
her
like she's
Popcorn.
laughing. Yeah.
Okay, 1 second.
I want her to be alive because I think she's moving, but like I need her to live.
Do you know that's one thing I've not actually we've not talked about basically any of the shredding. We've done a little bit of the post Wild West moment where Alana
so good.
fucking flips through the air and stuff. Like, my God.
You know, Matt Hatch missed that when he was watching. Near the end of the endless live stream, we told him that happened, and he didn't believe us.
That she did that she
did a flip.
Weaving. Yeah.
What?
It was awesome.
How could one miss that?
Speaking of Alana and the Green Sisters, I'm really looking forward to a time when we see a Green Sister fully prepared for battle. Like every time we've seen Alana have to fight so far, it's always been a surprise. There she is, the one on the left.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's. Oh yeah, it's before this. It's before Nynaeve comes in. It's like right when she first. She's still smiling. She's having the best time.
She is smiling. Okay, right. So
go back a little bit more, and she's just like.
When she accuses her of being dark friend, like right after she says, "You, Leandrin Garale, are a dark friend." It's like right after she says that.
Okay.
Kevin did Photoshop some popcorn into a picture of her for me.
Did he? Amazing.
I'm fully aware of the scene that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm ready to hit pause. Just yell when it comes up.
You'll know. She's on the left part of the screen.
Yeah, right there.
Oh my God!
Look at her face.
Perfect spot. Look at that face. She's laughing.
She's like, this is the best thing that has ever happened.
Like, the tea. She loves the tea, I feel like. She's here for it.
She must hate Leandrin. Like, hate her. There's some backstory here.
Yeah.
There's got to be something. Okay, right. So let's skip to the end of this and see what yellows are alive. Obviously, sister in the middle here, she's one of the black, right? Is this
yes,
or is it this one?
No, the one in the middle is the black eye.
In the middle, she's
the one in the business suit.
Yeah. Okay, so she dies. So we're looking for Big Bow and Popcorn Lady at the end of the scene. Okay, so I suppose this is kind of the moment we're looking for here, then.
Yeah, I think somebody's leaning over her.
This is them getting out.
Also, real quick, go back a little bit. There's a fun. It's not fun, but all right. Press play right here. Just let it go from here. There's a when they come in to the aftermath of everything. They step over a severed arm, and there's just a severed arm in the foreground of the shot, like right in the front of the shot, and it's pretty great. It's after the fight scene though. It's when they first come in after the fight scene, like when they first walk into the camera, and it's pretty great. It's like a real quick couple seconds. I'm not seeing the yellows in this scene though to see
the big boat.
Oh, there's a yellow right there on the ground.
Oh, there was just to the right.
Yeah, I couldn't see if it was her though.
One of the yellows is healing.
Yeah, the one from the right, the one with the big bow healed.
I think the one that heals Suan is our popcorn yellow.
No, it's the other one.
Wasn't? No, it wasn't. Okay, there it is, right there. That was the hand.
Oh yeah.
If you go back like a half a second, you'll see. Right when they step onto screen after the door blows up, there's a severed hand.
Wait, that's Popcorn Queen.
No, that's the bow lady.
Is that Big Bow?
That's the bow lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think she's right there.
Right, you think?
And I'm like, is she moving?
Oh yeah, she doesn't look like she's having a good day.
I know. I'm
There's
very
a white
sad.
over her, a white Aja over her.
I hope somebody's healing her. I need her to.
I can't. She looks like she's got her hands in like the healing, like she's got her hands together, like she's trying to heal her.
Yeah.
So Northwood's Muse says popcorn yellow is on the floor. Polka dot yellow black Aja who leaves with
Yeah. And then she ends up dying. The polka dot, the black Aja one.
Oh right, yeah. So
I also want to.
Anthony reckons that's Alviarin over her.
Yeah, that is.
It is.
Yes,
Yeah.
Alviarin is one of the other sitters in the room who does not.
Interesting that she did not obey the call there.
If she's black, like if she's a black Aja, like I mean, obviously we are assuming.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to like give them the benefit of the doubt that Rafe may play with our minds a little bit.
I mean, he has been, so definitely fooling us.
Yeah. I feel so bad for Annalise and Baron.
Isn't there like when Lan runs back into the tower, there's an overhead shot? Am I right?
Yes, you are right. When he walks in, yeah.
Here we go.
It might be at the end of that scene, or it's either at the end or the beginning of that scene when he goes in to find Nynaeve. I think the scene ends with the overhead shot because it's like you see the cracks in the floor.
Yeah,
it makes me think like I was hoping we'd get a shot of like the cracks in the floor, and it's like the cracks are between all the Ajas.
Oh, that would be really cool if they'd done that.
Like they
cleaned up the place very fast.
Very fast.
I know, right? Yeah. I mean, magic.
They definitely let them use the one power to clean this room. They didn't make the novice come in and
bucket mop and a little dustpan and brush. A little bit of super glue to.
Oh, see there. That's
there it is.
There looks to be some blood pouring out from that yellow right at the bottom.
She seems to be just hanging there now. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think she's having a good day.
Popcorn girl.
Oh,
she is not having a good day.
I'm gonna manifest, but it does seem like they've left a lot of people.
And you can see the cracks in the ground. I was waiting for like a like one of those like shots of like the different Ajas being on the outside of the cracks or something.
Yeah.
They do have the teardrops, the flames and the different colors on the floor. It would have been a cool effect to see that. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Smitten's asking, have the Grey Men been found? Most have been found. So
are we counting?
One thing I want to point out from the showdown at the Tarvalon Corral scene that we get in the streets, which was fantastic. The music was 100% Western showdown themed.
It was. It really was.
Or just like the two guitar beats that they play. The warders targeted the Aes Sedai when they attack them. They stab them directly in the hearts. Like the 2 or 3 Aes Sedai that they killed, they stabbed directly in the hearts. And I thought that was a really interesting thing. I'm wondering if they did it on purpose so that they could show like the warders know how to fight a channeler and they went after them so that they can kill them instantaneously. But at least when you see them very poignantly, they stab the 3 that they do kill in the hearts.
I mean, you kind of have to, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, that would kill them pretty much instantaneously.
Yeah.
It also stops the ability, from healing. So good. So gangster. Like I said, I can't wait to see them fully prepared for battle.
Right.
Like I want to see her, right in the heart.
Yeah.
Dead instantaneously.
Yeah.
No chance at healing. And then Ivan also, Maxim also does it right here. Right in
Oh,
the
yeah,
heart.
but he's just
Real
like
quick.
in and out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure they get one other.
Yeah, I think they kill the yellow too, right?
Maybe in a second. Obviously, they try.
And they kind of miss Leandrin. Like, if you look, they're obviously they miss her heart because she's not dead. But like, maybe one's like Maxim is off to the left and Ivan's is off to the right.
Yeah.
I knew Ivan was going to be dead because this is our third actor playing him. So.
Yeah, and on top of that, seeing Maxim in the Two Rivers later on did really imply that.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot that they showed that in the trailer.
Yeah, that's in the trailer. So that heavily implies that Ivan.
Yeah, that it's not Maxim at least that she's crying about.
Yeah. So it's.
And again, just want to point out the red streaks in Leandrin's black portion of her dress. Just saying, just leaving that little tidbit there. She might, she might do the whole thing. Maybe get redeemed. I don't know. Or
I never thought I would be pulling for that, but here we are.
Yeah. I don't, like I said before, I don't think, I don't know if you guys heard it, but like, I don't think she's gonna like go back to the side of the light or anything, but I think maybe she might just end up being like pissed at the shadow enough to just fuck up their plans. Oh, sorry, screw up their plans and help the side of the light inadvertently or even overtly, maybe.
I mean, I'm definitely interested in her ongoing relationship with Nynaeve because they have they've laid so much track for this, and they're giving her so much trauma. That third episode. That's the third episode. That's where that happened, right? Oh yeah. I mean, she just ripped a guy's heart out of his chest. Like,
so cool, so cool.
Missed that. Just a fraction back.
I was like, Mola Ram, Indiana Jones.
Yeah, it was.
Mola Ram would be impressed at her heart ripping. I'm just saying.
He would, yes. That was highly impressive. There's a moment I want to grab. Right here. There we go. Just because I think it's great having Ivan in it as well. And everyone in the background. Do you remember the conversation that she had with Nynaeve? Talking about why would I use a sword? Why would I use a weapon? Why would I use a man? When I have the one power, I very much paraphrase that conversation, but she's having that with Nynaeve. And then her conscious and deliberate choice here to pick up a sword and then fling it towards Alanna.
Yeah. But also like not just a sword, one of their swords.
Yes, one of their
to kill Alanna with. One of her own warder's swords.
Which does feel targeted because she's so dismissive of them for having warders to begin with.
Yeah, like here's another reason you shouldn't keep them around. I can use their own weapons against you.
Yeah, but it also feels like, I've read it in a few stories, most recently in the Steelheart series, around Steelheart done by Brandon, the superheroes gone bad thing.
Yeah.
Like the main nemesis in that series, his favorite trick to do is to kill people with their own weapon if he deems you worthy of notice. And this kind of felt like that. Now, I'm not saying like, Brandon said, hey, you should get Leandrin to do this. I'm not suggesting that, but it felt so vindictive and beyond I'm a black archer, I'm evil, I'm this, I'm whatever type thing. It was just like, I have a personal vendetta to you. And I'm going to kill you with one of your guys' swords. Like, yeah. So
100%.
She is Queen of Petty.
She is indeed. So, yeah.
So good. So good. I've loved everything about this whole everything that we've seen from this whole season.
Yeah, it's been very, very amazing so far. To continue the amazingness, and it's been a long time since this wonderful person has come and joined me here, which is a crime that I've said that, so we're fixing it right now. Please welcome one of the most known, most loved people in the fandom, one part of the also wonderful new podcast that's had me on to discuss about Kiri Khan and What a Holiday and things like that. The Delvers, Delving the Chronicles podcast. Please welcome Zool.
Hello, everybody.
Yay!
The Mod who is not a Mod.
Wheel of Time season 3.
Oh my gosh.
I love that. That's amazing. How you doing, Zool?
I'm of course tired, like everyone is, but wow, it's incredible. The first 3 episodes. So
I agree. Were you up late yesterday, last night? Sorry, this morning, whatever it was. For you?
Yeah. I stayed up until like 6 or 7 in the morning.
Wow.
They dropped at 2 a.m. my time.
Okay.
So here in Central Time Zone, and so I watched them, and then I went over to Dusty Wheel and hung out for a little while until my brain just could not handle it anymore. And I set a bunch of alarms because I knew I was going to have to be back here. And so, and then I was like, oh my God, I need coffee. And now I'm on the Dr. Pepper. I've switched to Dr. Pepper.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
So, was that the cat?
That was Avienda. That was Avienda. She almost ripped these out of my ear. So
I love it.
Villainous little felines.
So, Zor, you've done the late night stream, sleep catch up moment type thing. I'm going to ask you, as I've asked everyone and they hopped on, what's your favorite moment from these 3 episodes, if you could pick one?
Good God. Favorite moment. That's so hard. I can tell you that when I recorded with my podcast, Delving the Chronicles, for a reaction to episode 1, that some things I was really liking and looking forward to were both Matt and what they were doing with him, like his mental struggles. And so for me, really watching that grow is part of my favorite. And I really did love what, the healers trying to heal him and his trust in Nynaeve that she's going to be the one to help him. And that bond, that really, I love that so much because we don't get enough friend relationship bonds and moments in the books. I feel, especially like Matt and Nynaeve are always so contentious with each other. And I do love that they're connecting them so well here. And then for me, the other is the whole grief thing. I was really looking forward to what they were going to do with both Alana and Perrin. So him getting his ring cut, because we had the ring moment in season 2 where he tried to let it go but couldn't, and then we see him bury the ring, and I find it very interesting. And then Alana coming to him, and so I knew we were going to have that Alana and Maxime would both be in the 2 rivers. And so all of the grief stuff that they're addressing there is so good, and the way that Maxime is really struggling with it and their bond is super fascinating to me.
Yeah.
So I really am loving all of that. I'm totally into it. I mean, I will always and forever want Meridian. That is my favorite section of the books in the entirety. And so I know I'm going to get it. I know episode 4, I'm going to just eat. But for me, it's the setup of the relationships. It's giving motivations for why everybody's going where they're going, and making them feel real, and making the relationships feel real, and making me believe that, yes, these people were on a boat with each other, small confines for a month. They have their little shorthands with each other physically, and the way they talk, things they talk about, they have all of that. I completely believe it, that they've been on a boat for a month. Maybe they were even in Falm for a month before that. I don't know, but they made me believe in the characters. And that for me is everything. We can talk about everything else and how beautiful it is and all of this, the action and everything else. But for me, if you don't have the characters right, you don't have it. And I think they're doing the characters justice and giving them nuance and making us believe that they suffered trauma and are dealing with it. So any moment that had anything to do with that, I'm gonna just, eat because it was just amazing to me.
Okay, the apple trees though. Can we talk about what their take on that?
We will. I need to do. There's some chopping and changing, and we will go to the apple tree discussion and perhaps a grief discussion. That's fine. I've got Koala, another member of Delving the Chronicles podcast, just arriving in the background. Hello, Koala.
Yay. Hi, Koala.
And Tom.
Hello.
Tom, perhaps we might do chopping and changing and let you go and just enjoy squeeing out and being a fan.
I've been squeeing. I want to before
you
I
go,
leave you guys. I want to leave you
your
guys
final
with,
thoughts. Yes.
Yeah. So I have one thing I want to leave you guys with to chat about because I'm interested to see what you guys think. But I want to mention Perrin real quick. I've been saying from the beginning, like Perrin's not going to be able to evolve as a character until he's able to start having closure with that. And I've changed my mind on my favorite scene. Now that I'm listening to Dana talk about it, when Perrin gives his speech.
Oh,
okay.
To the people?
Yes.
No.
Yes. It's a foreshadowing of end stage Perrin when he starts to really own it and accept it. And I feel like this is his first step after owning the grief, like you said, and burying it. And the apple blossoms, he talks about how it grew since he's been there and things. But yeah, definitely. I think that's it. But the thing I want to leave you guys with is one of my theories that I've had from the beginning is that we're not going to have the Galad White Cloak storyline and that they're going to give the redeemable White Cloak storyline to Dane. So forget about whether or not they cut the Galad portion. But what we've seen of Dane, especially and his father in the seasons, like his father was open to Aes Sedai healing in season 1. He told Moiraine to seek an Aes Sedai's healing, the only thing that could heal a Trolloc blade. A White Cloak would never have said that. They would have been like, well, sorry, you're going to die now. They talk about being open to defending the people of Falm no matter what, because the Shanshan invaders and they go in there and they're defending people and things like that. And that's all by the leadership of Geofram. And then Dane, we're not putting the people of the Two Rivers to the question, and his resistance to being fully dark, even though he's suffering grief and trauma and stuff for the loss of his dad and all that, and he's trying to deal with it. So I just want to leave you guys with: are we going to get a redeemable White Cloak storyline from Daddy Dane Bornhold? Because I want.
I say why? Yeah, I say why not both?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'll accept that. But anyway, I love all of you awesome nerds, and I'm so happy to see your faces more than, once or twice a year. Have fun, and I can't wait for you guys to watch the rest of the episodes.
I love that. Thank you, Tom. You take care, mate. We'll catch you soon. Bye.
Bye.
All right. All right. Right. I have had Zul's favorite moment, Koala, as we're going around. By the way, Uno and Bree, if you guys want to stick around, you're welcome to stick around for as long as you want, obviously. So you just
I got a little bit more, and then I'll have to bounce.
That's totally fine.
Better write a book.
Yeah. Okay. Well, why don't we do Koala? You tell us your favorite moment, and then Uno and Bree, we finish off on a couple of things you guys want to talk about, and then we'll head up from there. So, Koala, you've watched all 3 episodes.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
You've managed to get some sleep in there somewhere.
Yeah, I've got about 4 hours. So.
Oh, nice, nicely done. Okay, cool.
So that that's decent.
That's decent. You're energized, you're ready to go. All right, tell us your favorite moment from these 3 episodes, if you can pick one.
Everything, Matt. Everything, Matt. But obviously, the quarterstaff fight lived up to every expectation, except that I would have liked more people to witness it. I would have liked. I would have liked all those girls that the Elida and Galad banged to have actually seen Matt slap them. But it was everything. Just in the whole, Galad is so Galad. I've always been a Galad hater. Right.
Okay.
I like Galad.
Yeah, that's fine. I've never liked him. and he is the essence of Galad. The way he just steps in, like, I know what's going on. I'm going to fix this. And Elayne's, you can see the tension between him and Elayne. And
It was so good.
It was just like, and when he stepped in with Min, you could just see it's coming.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I loved the way it was initiated with him just trying to step in between Matt and Nynaeve, and then slammed it. But everything, Matt's just hit every beat. But I have to say, Matt, only a ginger can call another ginger.
All right. Amazing. There was something I was about to say. Galad, he is the epitome, to me, at least in what we've seen, the epitome of someone who revels in being a mansplainer.
Absolutely.
It's like, let me tell you why you are offended in this moment by this man doing this thing or this person doing this thing. He's the epitome of that. So love that. Uno, what would you like to, what should we talk about before we wrap things up for yourself?
I mean, I love all things Matt as well, and I was really hoping to get the Finns in one of these episodes, but we're not.
Yet.
But otherwise, I just want to say how much I love Shorey, and I'm loving Elida.
Yeah, I don't like saying that myself either, but I'm also loving Elida.
I could listen to Shorey's voice. She talked me to sleep every night. She's got an amazing voice, and it's just like, she's the perfect Elida.
She's very, very, very awesome. I'm trying to just find a clip of her, and I've had it and I've lost it. That's frustrating.
And I really enjoyed the scene with her and Min.
That's exactly the scene I'm just trying to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good, like perfect exposition of having two seers explaining how visions work. Like it's just perfect exposition, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a few dresses.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot how low Shorey's voice actually is in real life.
Your sister once gave me a good piece of advice. Watch which servants have been
It's like a little bumblebee.
Find out why. You're seer, Min. Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I think she gives that up a little too easy. She's like, it got me sweet. Okay,
Also, like Aes Sedai intimidation. It's like,
yeah.
And she's been shoved from Aes Sedai to Forsaken to Aes Sedai. Yeah, so she's like, fuck, found me again.
It is amazing. Yeah. That was probably my favorite moment of exposition that I've seen in these 3 episodes, just because it's they can understand each other in terms of having visions of various types, so the exposition doesn't come with a, well, you don't understand what I'm trying to explain to you vibe, because they do understand each other. So it just made it smoother for me as a result. So,
and they have different views of it. Elida clearly revels in this power of knowing the future, and Min thinks it's a curse. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see if that evolves for Min.
And so when Elida's like, can just this one thing stay between us? Is this clearly her saying, giving this to Min, knowing Min's going to go tell Swan, so that Swan will get Sutama out of the tower, so that she can move in as a sitter? Okay, got it. Because she's like, okay, Sutama and I are butting heads, and that's not going to do. So
yeah.
Sulin, I do think the blue sister who gave her that advice is Moiraine. I absolutely do.
Definitely.
Because we know that Elida is the one that Moiraine was talking about in the season 1 finale, right? Because I think Rafe kind of confirmed that that the
one who beat the.
My dog is trying to participate a little bit.
Oh, bless. What does your dog think would be the best moment to wrap up your time with us on about? What would you like to hit up quickly before?
Oh, I mean, so here's the thing. I didn't say this is my favorite moment because I live melted down over it on the Dusty Wheel when we watched the episode 1. Elayne and Avienda.
Ah, yes.
I manifested that so hard. I have been begging for it since before the show started. I'm very happy about that. So that is I'm really looking forward to how they're going to play out all these various relationships. And they just seem so much more mature and interesting. Oh, my girls.
There we go. I love that line. That's why I got that finally.
Finally.
It's just like,
Finally.
goddamn, took your time. Is anyone surprised by, I suppose how far this went for the first episode? Like,
I didn't expect. I thought maybe I might get some clues of yearning.
Yeah.
And then they kissed, and I'm like, wow, I got a kiss, and then they kept going.
Yeah. And this is not just the actresses like going with the moment. The camera pans to specifically, do this. I was like, oh, okay, all right. But then had I previously seen perhaps the moment where Matt is, shall we say, experiencing a cacophony of sounds, I might not have been surprised by how far that scene went.
Yeah. They are. I laughed pretty hard at that.
It's going to be Matt like this is going to be definitely one of the images used for the Valkyrie meme off this year. I'll tell you that right now.
Nice.
I would rather hear like violence and people dying than what I'm doing.
Yes,
for sure.
Yeah, that is so true. Amazing. Well,
and this really sets up the whole "not a bloody lord" for Matt. He's like, oh my gosh, that's his idea of what a lord is, right? Those two. Like in his head, he's like, no.
Yeah.
I also just love the whole thing with Swan, where she's like, definitely not get a picture painted of you.
No.
Like, you're not someone who would like show it around or like get a photo or
must have been someone else, wasn't me. Yeah.
Oh Matt.
And he's there just like,
Donald is so good. I always had a love-hate relationship with him in the books, but in the show, I just love him. Full stop. 100%. And he's so... I feel like the show is just managing to nail this thing where he is... obviously, he's a hero, but he doesn't think he's a hero. And he does all of his best stuff just sort of accidentally. And, like, that's a hard thing, I think, to show on the screen. But so far, they seem to be doing a really good job, so...
Yeah, Matt's character goes not
If everyone in the world had that goal, then we would be fine.
Yeah,
the world would be fine.
Amazing.
Excellent.
Brian, Uno, thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate your time. And
thank you for having us.
Yes, it was
anytime.
so fun.
And I look forward to more reactions and live streams and squeeing with you. So, but yeah, go enjoy the rest of your evenings and such, and get sleep and rest and hydrate and all those good things.
Hang in there, Rob. You got it.
I got 2 hours and no more than that. I got 3 hours, basically 3 hours to go. So it's okay.
Snap.
You're in good company.
And 2/3 of the way, we're sorted. It's good. So
almost there.
Almost there. All right. Take care.
Later, y'all.
Bye.
Amazing. So I'm gonna put myself here. Oh no, where did I hit the wrong button? I tried to do this. There we go. I was like, let's put you two there.
Move over there so we can see. My shelves are always so messy because this is all like crafting stuff. I mean, I'm a mother of two, right? And so we always were doing crafts and stuff. And so I was like, I need to make something for season 3. So while I was waiting between the dusty wheels, because I was like, I wanted to take a nap, but I couldn't. So I just got out a piece of poster board and a couple of boxes of old markers and tried to find some that were still good and just, freehanded it.
Amazing. I love that. That's perfect. So, is there anything particular either one of you would like to discuss? You want to talk about, dive into?
I would talk Matt and Perrin.
Matt and Perrin.
Oh, Perrin, very interesting. I'm so fascinated with what they're doing with her.
Any particular moment with Perrin comes to mind immediately?
Well, I'm really excited because one of my big followers of my koala work has been slowly sucked into the wheel of time. And she went to school with Verin. Right? She lives in England. And
With
she went to,
Really?
yeah.
I want to
so
meet
she,
your
yeah,
file
so
so badly.
how's that for name dropping, right? And I only got to have a really quick chat with her this morning, and we haven't really talked about the show. She finished watching the last 3 episodes of season 2 yesterday, or would have been the day before for her, and then got up at 6:30 in the morning to start watching season 3. So like she is sucked in. And all she said to me this morning, we've only had a quick text chat, was, and I'm not trusting this Verin. There's something about her. and and I didn't even reply to that. She said a few things, so I just didn't reply to that. But yeah, nice. I love how they are portraying Verin, because the switching of Sheriam and Verin in the Grey Man scene in the hallway, spot on.
Yeah.
And it always made us think, what is it about Sheriam? But there was nothing else that we could nail anything on. But of course, it came back to mind later. And then, seeing the little bits about Verin, and it's like in the books, we always knew there was something about Verin, but again, you couldn't pin anything on it until you could. So, yeah, I'm loving that. But
and something we didn't get about Verin was she did not give the dream ring to Elayne or to the other 2 girls that we saw. And when we saw the 2 girls looking in the brown Aja room at the drawings of the things that Verin was cataloging, the dream ring was one of the ones with like the black balefire rod and the luck dice. Like it was right there with those other ones. And so I'm really wondering, because I was kind of predicting that she would give it to one of them, but did the Black Aja actually take it, or is she snowing us by maybe she took it herself and she's included that ring in with the other drawings to snow everybody else to think that the Black Aja took it and she really took it. And so I'm kind of like, and then
yeah. That's a good little thought, that maybe she's snowing everyone. But I kind of thought too that Elayne doesn't have any time to start doing dream ring stuff with the other girls, you know what I mean? So maybe it makes sense to just have Elayne going straight into the dream world without it. I mean, because they can always bring things around a bit later.
Yeah.
That ring can still come in. And it really killed me though, that the reveal about Naomi, and just to know that Verin has been cataloguing all those Black Aja.
But no spoilers beyond Do My Spells.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So where's our spoiler level?
Do My Spells, which is
Do My Spells.
Yes.
Okay. Just that conversation with Moiraine about, I thought I had the measure of this person that I knew.
Right, yeah.
All my life kind of thing. And bang, she was the one who betrayed her. I mean, that just was like, oh my God,
Yeah,
it
is
really added, to the level of Naomi's betrayal, and the way she looked at Vera and went, I don't have to put up with listening to your bullshit anymore, was not for the last month, but our whole lives, it was just absolutely stabbing through the heart.
Yeah, like a really, really good friend. She was one of the Brown Aja Detective Agency people, right? She was one of the two that Varen went to see when she came back to the tower. That was really a stab in the heart. And then to take for a Brown to take her sister's mind, the thing she treasures the most is her mind, right? So I'm wondering how many times did we see Varen and Lyanna talking, or working together? Because obviously Swan is trusting the two of them to a degree, but then she tells her two hunters, I can't, you're the only two I can trust. I mean, even Varen and Lyanna, like, can I trust them? But like, how many times do we see them together? So when Swan says that, we're like, ooh, can we trust either of them?
Yeah. That's
like, I like that gives us like doubt. And I have no idea how many times we actually saw those two together. And sometimes they're like down a hall talking or whatever in a background. And like, I really love the way the show is playing with us with that. Like, can you trust them? I don't know.
Yeah. Because Lyanna comes across as quite hard, doesn't she?
Super
like
fierce.
Even in episode 1, the way she just throws that cup at Egwene.
Yeah.
When she's walking past her in the hallway, like, it just, I mean, poor Gawyn and cups of water, jeez.
Oh God.
Yeah. Right. But, so I think Lyanna is a really good example of an Aes Sedai that you don't know what to make of. I mean, you got to be careful with any Aes Sedai, but she really, she does give that vibe. And so, now her and Varen having little chatties. Has anybody counted how many times we saw them?
I don't believe so, but I think twice.
Oh, it was definitely more than that.
2 or 3 times in my brains, but I've only watched 2 and 3 once.
Oh yeah, me too. And I was like, half asleep. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I just found that pairing, having them work together, was pretty interesting.
I'm trying to run through the episodes now to see.
But we do, and especially like, I wonder how Lyanna feels about Varen, because Varen misled Lyanna, and then it was Varen who let go of the Dragon Reborn shield. So we don't have a resolution to that. Like, we didn't hear anything about that. So I'm super fascinated about, like, how is that going to come out in the future? How is that going to play? And I had a prediction that Varen was going to be the one in the tower who will help save 2 of our characters who we think will be taken down and possibly stilled or killed. Like, if they're stilled or killed, if one of them is still alive, if they're both still alive, if they're stilled, whatever, I think Varen might be the one who's still in the tower, because we kept trying to place her in Tanchico or the Two Rivers, and we couldn't place her anywhere in any of the promotional stuff that we got. And so I thought, well, maybe she is still in the tower, and that's what we're getting. And we don't have Shiriam here, so she's taking over a lot of those things that Shiriam might be doing, like you said, the Gray Man.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
and so
because I was going to ask that next. I was going to say, where do you think Varen's going to go? And you knew what was in my head, of course.
Yeah. So
I'm hunting specifically for Varen and Lyanna having like little chats.
Yeah.
I found one at the very beginning of episode 2. Oh, it's just the 2 of them. I'm not counting times when they're with like Swan as well, because
correct. Just when they're on their own. Yeah.
I think there might be,
and I know they stop Elida together.
Yes. Oh yeah.
And I know there's at least another time when they're together. So I just find that very interesting. They keep putting them together, which is kind of another clue to me. I think I might be right here.
Well, Max Silver has just put in chat, with all the references to Varen going to the kitchen for sweets, maybe she's partly merged with Laris, which would be cool.
What?
That could be interesting.
And like anything is possible.
I mean, anything is possible.
Anything is possible. It's the
we've-
most fun thing.
Oh, absolutely.
about it.
Yeah. I'm
The most
100%
fun
down
thing
for
about it.
all of this.
Yeah.
They
Jumping crazily, like Gabriel.
Yeah. They're behind
Right.
we get our main characters talking, and they're behind them, like down the hallway. Or
So I think that's like 3 times then. Unless there's another one. So we've got the beginning of episode 1 when they stop Elida going to see Swan, and then when they're behind the girls when they're discussing the mission they're being sent on. I don't think.
And you got the one where
But
where
3
Elayne
times is
spies
enough.
them.
Yeah.
The one
And you
with
got
what, sorry?
that time when
I think
Sorry,
that's the
Koala?
beginning of episode 2. Yeah.
What one, Koala?
that's the one where Elayne spots him. Is that the beginning of episode 2?
That's the beginning of episode
Right.
2. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, I've only watched them once, so my brain's already having trouble slotting when I saw something.
I mean,
yeah.
that makes sense. So don't worry.
Yeah.
Let's scroll for
Because
episode
I think
3.
that time is when you become alert to thinking, hang on,
Mhm.
Perrin and Lyanna. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because ever since last season, I've been kind of wondering how Perrin was going to be treated by both Lyanna and the Amyrlin, right? And so I don't know, with what happened with Moiraine taking Rand, and the fact that Alana and Perrin were kind of working together with that, and I don't know how Swan feels about all of that, and I'm really like, how did she work that out? Because then she had to work with them to take Leandrin down. So I think maybe she understands their intentions, and maybe I really don't know. Because I thought maybe Swan was afraid that that her love had somehow gone to the dark because she lied to her. Like, I think I got the impression at the Waygate in Kyrian that she was afraid because she was like, "Oh, you told me you were stilled, and now you're channeling."
Yeah.
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 So
Unreliable narrator. Yeah. Making presumptions because of miscommunications. Yeah.
I did think I'm pretty sure I speculated that that situation would lead to the Tower coup, because people are like, hold up, your girlfriend is Black Aja because she's working with Lanfear, and then Swan would probably believe that because she's like, well, she told me she couldn't channel, and then I found her channeling, so she must be lying to me, and only Black Aja can lie, and I felt that would sort of lead into it.
Notice though,
not been the
Lanfear
case.
has not been discussed at all. Leandrin gets up there, makes all these accusations, but doesn't mention Lanfear.
Oh no.
No.
And she just willingly let him go. I think she was like on the ground, nearly dead.
Yeah, I mean, and like if you're talking about when he gets away from Kyrian, well, she was pretty, distracted by stopping the Foregate from burning down. So, it definitely wasn't.
Well, she was at the Waygate, and Lanfear had, slammed her into the ground, and
But yeah, but I was just saying, like,
she didn't willingly.
No, yeah, whether you mean like when he got away from his shield or when he got away through the Waygate.
Right. Okay,
Like,
got away
even,
twice.
Yeah, even
Yeah.
time, it doesn't matter. Like one time she's been knocked out, the other time she's busy elsewhere fighting fires,
Yeah.
literally. So,
Mhm.
It's like
And had only
No
just realised that actually the one she left shielding him had handed him over to someone else and buggered off. So yeah,
this is
yeah.
true.
Still not willingly let him go.
Yeah, but Swan can't start talking nitty gritties of what's not true, because then you start saying, oh, well, then the rest of it's true. Okay.
It's a
So
minefield.
I do like how they very much in that first 11 minutes set up, like, this is how the Reds are going to take her down, because these other things are true.
Yeah.
There's a quorum in the hall. A whole Aja has been excluded. Swan said if this is true, they could, limit me. They could depose me. They, I don't know if she mentioned stilling, but she might have, which is all the things that we get in the books, right? So
yeah,
I do like how all of that is set up.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Because in season 1, she and Moiraine talked about the fact that they could be stilled for what they're doing. So that has been put forward.
And that's very, very book accurate.
Yeah.
Right. I just like how they they gave us some like setup and exposition without us even like realizing it. And I think they're doing that much better.
Did we lose all?
Yeah, she does have shaky internet sometimes.
I think we might have lost you a little bit there, Zul.
Oh, here she is.
I think you're coming back now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you now.
So, Rob, I was asking you, what are your thoughts on Varen and how
What
they're
are my
handling
thoughts on
her?
Varen? So,
yes.
I think in season 2, it took me a small adjustment period to not have the lost in my books, don't know what's going on sort of Varen that we get in the books. However, I didn't mind her awareness of the world. Like I wasn't watching her and being like, "Well, this is crap." I was like, "Okay, this is not the Varen I expected." So I'm just like resetting my expectations, sort of thing. And Mira Xiao is such a great actress. I've seen her in so many things here in the UK.
Me too.
That it's always a pleasure to watch her, whether she's playing a funny part, a serious part, something in between. Like she's got the acting chops to really back it up, and she's actually a genuinely really awesome person. Like I don't think I've ever heard anyone say anything bad about her, which is always great as well. So I did by the end of the season, I was like, no, I like what's happening with Varen. I like the confidence that she's got with, Moiraine when she's being like, hey, I assume one of the kids is the dragon and all that stuff. I was like, yeah, this feels good. This season, I mean, I still like what I've seen so far. There's nothing wrong there, but I like she feels herself a little less sure about things, but she's still giving off that confident vibe. And then we also got the book tribute moment when Elayne tries to push by and see the Amberlin, and she's like, "Oh, well, I was rusty on a tower etiquette. I'm sure you must have been with your time away." So like, I feel we're still getting the human side of Varen. The unsureness, the shock of the Naomi situation. We're getting the confidence that we got introduced to in season 2. And then in the appropriate moment, we then got, here's a little book moment of, airbrain, airhead, forgetfulness, easily distracted type Varen that we see in the books that, we grow to love so much. So she's not like a character I'm like, oh my God, what's Varen up to the whole time? But she's definitely someone I enjoy watching. So it's she's it's just Mira Xiao, she's great to watch, so
it is.
Reminder for Sulan hanging out in chat. Sorry, folks. You can go and rate the TV show. You can go do it on Rotten Tomatoes. You can sign up there and do that. I think there's a whole section you can do it on, and you can sign up to IMDb. And on IMDb, you can actually rate individual episodes, which is what I do.
Oh, good.
Yeah, out of 10. So I actually, of course, I just went 10, 10, 10.
Of course.
But here's the interesting tidbit, folks. IMDb is something that Amazon actually regularly keep a track of. So ratings, reviews, things like that on IMDb. How often you search the show on IMDb, things like that is something that Amazon actively tracks. So if you haven't done that already, folks, you can do that today. But yeah, Varen she's always an interesting character. I like the changes, whether she's going to stay in the tower or go. I don't know. I don't see space for her elsewhere, if that makes sense. I don't see her running off to the Threefold Land. I don't see her running off to San Chico. I don't think there's space in the story. But then, it took me 3 attempts to realize that Gabriel was compulsing people. So,
well, that had to be puzzling.
That was perfect.
Yeah. What about?
Oh no, it was, but it wasn't until he was sat with Elayne, and they were sharing wine. I was just like, I'm really not getting this. If he is a Forsaken and been
exactly,
how has she got this? Like, I was like, in my head, I was like, when did she meet him prior to this visit to the tower to get these memories? And then at that moment, it twigged. I'm like, oh, he's compulsing on the fly, and I'm like, oh, that's why Leon forgot his name when he came in the tower, and it just went bing, 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 all the light bulbs. So when it comes to Varen, who knows? Because I can't even pick up compulsion.
Exactly. Well, Tari and I were thinking at first that he had killed Gabriel and was using a mask of mirrors and had stepped into his place.
Oh, interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
Because we're going like, but even Elayne knows him really well. And so that was the theory we were coming up with. And then it just slams us with the answer where we're like, that's better.
Okay,
That makes way more sense. It's just, but it was so good because it sucked book readers all the way in, right? Going, how is this happening? How? What?
Right.
Oh my god! Oh my god! And that's what I love about the show is that they can surprise us all over again.
Oh yeah,
and yet it's the story we love, and they can just surprise us all over again. I just
and my mental gymnastics when Elayne was sitting there drinking with him, because I was trying to piece it all through and I was doing the timeline in my head, like you said, and I was going, well, is it possible that they just made him a dark friend and he's going to be the dark friend, a dark friend there being used by Samael or somebody else, and he's not actually going to be a Forsaken? Like I was going, what? And then I was like, oh yeah, okay. So Lyanna, he definitely, did something for Lyanna there. So I loved that whole reveal. I think it worked well for me. Another thing that I think worked well for me was the struggle that, interesting question.
Good one, Trian.
We'll save that one and hit that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
The struggle that Elayne went through with her duties, where does it lie, and how she had to kind of go through it step by step, and each person in her way kind of helped her put that together. And I do like that we got to watch her go through it to get to where she is. She doesn't just go, oh, I'll come with you. Oh yes, Swan, mother dear, I will do what you say, and not what my mother says, but what you say. So like she actually had to puzzle through it. And so I did really appreciate that. Okay, Trian, let's talk about what Trian said.
So Trian's asked, and now this is this will be at the end of the cold open to episode 3, I believe. Did Robin use compulsion on McGideon when they met as she smelled him? I mean, I want to firstly say I fully, after he said like, oh, I'll tell you the others about this little meeting, and obviously Lanfear's like, I fully expected at that moment, prior to that moment, that McGideon would be there. So when he was like, I'll tell the others, I was like, oh, they're in cahoots. I just saw that coming. But whether he used compulsion on McGideon, I don't think McGideon might be the weakest of the Forsaken, quote. But don't think she's weak enough that even Mr. I can compose 2 or 3 people on the fly and not be noticed. I don't think he could compose her and get away with it. I don't think he would. I think she would see it coming.
And maybe maybe he tried a little bit and she just let him think that it was all okay. But
and I do really like that, because it's something we do see in the books, is in Teleron Riyadh, where she's like spying on the meetings of others, and she's getting information from someone else who's going to the meetings, kind of thing. We always have like,
and she's we have the like serving woman.
Oh, I loved her as the serving woman.
You mean
everything?
Maid Gideon? No.
Maid Gideon.
Who's like Bliss or somebody in the books, I don't know, but I completely love that. And so, and your point, and I really hope that we're going to get later with like Grendel like being like working with different Forsaken and taking information from one to another, and I like this whole interaction between them, the push, the pull. I liked that they kind of faced off together, and Ravine's like, can we cut the crap? We don't, why are we doing this? Let's, work together.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
beautiful.
I did kind of like that they all have different relationships with each other, and you can see that there is a lot of history there.
Yeah.
Yep. There's all the background is just there in a couple of seconds that you can just see it. Yeah.
Another reason Anthony coming in here, Grendel was the one who's the master of compulsion, right? So if it was Grendel and Magidian, maybe I could see that, but probably not. I also like Rapunzel's comment. Her smile felt a bit more, at least to Rapunzel.
Yeah.
Nice try, little fella.
Nice try, little fella. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a fun scene. Just that
it really is.
The dark friend, the chosen all getting together. I did like it a lot.
Yeah, and we're going to get more of that. I know we are. So.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, cannot wait for that. So, all right, now you did mention earlier the apple blossoms moment.
Yes.
With Perrin and Alana. And I thought we could hop over to that, unless there was anything else about the compulsion or Varian that you wanted to hit up. No? Okay.
I was just going to piggyback off what Zul was saying about Elayne, if I can just
absolutely
chuck that in.
Yeah.
Because I loved the flow of all of Elayne's political standing through these. So we had the conversation that she had with Rand, and she sits and she talks to Rand about the best way to conquer nations is to do it peacefully, blah, blah. Then we see the coronation.
Yes.
And it just struck me. That conversation with Rand, like she's not spouting stuff she's, had to learn through books. She grew up, she was there in mum's belly, and she grew up with the results of all of that. And I thought that was really beautiful. And then we get to, and now mum says, you're coming home. Swan says, you're doing this. Nynaeve says, you're just, the royalty piece of shit I thought you were. And she, really takes stock of everything she's been taught, everything she's experienced, everything she knows is going on, and makes the decision for the reasons that she should make the decision. And I was and the Easter egg of her sending 2 letters. That just tickles.
Do you know what?
Someone else, my fancy.
Yeah, someone else had to say 2 letters and the Easter egg of that for me to pick up on that, because I was just like, oh yeah, that's the 2 letters she sends. But in the books, they're to Rand. In the show, they're to Tyr and her mother. But I was like, oh, okay, yeah.
And that's what makes it an Easter egg, because it's like it's no. It's no big thing. Like people have said, oh, the snakes and foxes board's an Easter egg. It's not really. That's like a whole big part of the story. That's not just something hidden that's just for the cluey people to see. But to see Elayne, she could have handed 1 letter, 3 letters, 4 letters, right? But she hands 2 letters, and you just go, oh, snap. And then she tells Rand that she did it, And I just thought, that's just anyway. But I loved her, just the way we saw her work through so much political stuff in a really savvy way. Just
for me, the way she stood up to her mother there was confidence to it. She was just like, this is what I think I should do. This is what is right. This is what I believe in. And she just had the conversation with her mother, and she wasn't like, she didn't yell, she didn't raise her voice, she didn't run off 1,000 reasons that are just like emotional or whatever. She she wasn't petty. She was very logical but passionate, and and it was like she said it with respect to her mother, understanding her mother's position. And like, her mother goes, it's not the choice I want to make, but okay.
Yeah, I can respect it. Yeah.
And something about that I really liked too was in the books we have her multiple times thinking about queens of the past and living up to that as part of it, and that helping her make the choices that she's making, and being more courageous in a certain situation or whatever it is. And here she compares herself to her mother, and she says, at an age younger than I am now, or at my age, whatever, you had to go through all of this. And I would not be worthy to be queen if I did not do what I have to do now. And if I went through something, terrible and dangerous, but it's helping shape me into who I need to be. And I know that we have a duty, and I'm doing my best for Andor as well. And I like how she put this out, because we still need to have that connection with the Dragon Reborn and the White Tower. We need to have that. And I'm going to be that. And I'm still working for Andor, right? I still have that. I can do both. And I really like how she laid that out. And in this whole conversation, we got Tigraine.
Yeah.
Tigraine's disappearance.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
very nicely just
a nice
woven.
little just dropped in there. Okay, so you wanted to talk about
but
go ahead.
The ending of that is then she leaves Elida and Galad and Gawyn, and she's going back with Gabriel to have and we know
That's
who
gonna be
he
bad.
is, and now she's got none of her family, no Aes Sedai advisor, who obviously wasn't doing all that well because Gabriel had compulsed and filled her, but now she's on her own with Gabriel, and what we saw at that coronation is nothing compared to what she's going to start doing when she gets back to Andor. It was
to the houses,
just
you mean?
fantastic.
What
Sorry?
she does to the houses?
Yeah. Because Gabriel's just got free reign now. He's got rid of everyone. So did he, make her come to the White Tower hoping to be able to dump everybody there so that he'd have her all to himself? I mean, if he's compulsing that well, it wouldn't matter. He's compulsing all of them anyway. Yeah.
I'm saying
sorry.
she was
Now we can move
rational, political, reasonable, firm. I believe she's well translated from Book Elayne. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Totally. For the more mature Elayne that we get in the books, as opposed to obviously because they're aged up, the younger ones that we get initially. So I do like that. And Ami's pointing out that the cold open with the the coronation definitely lets you know how brutal things could get. What it's like. Makes you it's rough politics in Andor, I'll tell you that. So fun. So, but I wanted to talk about the apple blossom stuff and the grief scenes. So I'll just play them on screen a little bit. But this is for me. This there are so many moments that gave me goosebumps. Many moments that gave me goosebumps. I must have cried 4 or 5 times over these few episodes. I just this moment had me crying again. It's just so moving. But look how many trees are there, how many apple blossom trees. It's like you look at that
and he hasn't lost his family yet.
And it's clearly just something that Perrin does. Like Perrin's family, it's not necessarily a thing. But this is in these 2 episodes the 3rd example, well, not this specifically, but there are 3 examples of how people deal with grief. He, like his is the planting of the blossoms and the trees. Alana's is the ash, the clay, and the water. And then we've got Leandrin's, which is the the painting of the chalk. And
yes.
But I think I've just missed the line here where he says it, but oh no, here it is. It hurts and comforts me to see how a tree has thrived in my absence.
Yeah.
Such a simple line to explain how he's feeling. You know?
Yeah.
And then Alanna shares, you know, without saying I've lost someone. He knows, obviously, he can tell. But she doesn't point out or say like this is it. She just says, "Oh, this is our, you know, our processing our grief moment." And it's
we get Maxim when the maidens approach him to play Maiden's Kiss, and he's sharpening his sword, and I don't know if they say cleaning the dirt off your sword. He goes, "It's not dirt; it's the blood. It's the blood of my lover,
of the only man I've ever loved."
Whatever. Yeah. So
how do you feel?
Was that in fact his? Was that in fact his sword that was the one that stabbed? Like that Leandrin picked up off the ground and stabbed. Can you imagine the mind?
It's just fucking layer upon layer, isn't it?
Well, now you're making me have to go back and look at episode 1 again. So
And
excuse
figure
me
out
while I go
and
back.
do it, and track the swords and where they fall. Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay.
That's
And what were you
horrible.
going to say, Koala?
I'm just asking how you two feel Alana's dealing with her grief.
I mean, she could be doing worse, that's for sure.
I think she's shoving it down. I think she's shoving it down because I think she seems to me to be like shoving it down in order to handle Maxim's grief. And I know she's keeping that bond on him to keep him from running off and going after Leandrin, right? Like that's what that seems like to me.
Yeah.
Because he wants to be let go. Do their swords look the same?
I think they might have the same swords.
They look pretty similar.
It's such a moment.
I know. How did Leandrin survive that? No, it doesn't matter.
I think
great
she's
television
on either side of her
great
heart.
television.
I don't know whether they get either side of the heart, but I think it's just a case of the yellow sister
She
who
doesn't have a
heals her
heart.
Is right beside her.
Is right there and starts working straight. Because if you get stabbed in the heart, you don't die instantly.
Right,
you know,
correct.
you still have to wait for all your blood to pool out and you know to for your heart to
Your
give
heart.
up.
Yeah, the brain will definitely keep living.
Yeah,
because
so
there's enough blood.
I know,
still
but
there.
Ivan was dead like immediately.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
But
Anyway,
there was no yellow there to heal him.
That's just great
That's
television.
yeah,
you know.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's television,
It's the least of my worries. I'm
trying to see if I can get there like the hilts, but you can't really catch them very well.
No.
So it might just be a case of seeing where they end up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I think she is like just trying to not control him, but like trying to make sure he's all right. Okay, so
contain him from going wild.
I do like she says that she's lost warders before. And we do have from season 1 that maybe she is good with rehabilitating people. She was going to she offered to take on Stepan.
Yes.
In his grief and help deal with that. So I'm wondering, there's a later character that we get that has that as part of her character, where she helps. She tries to help in her own way, whether you agree with it or not. Questionable. Warders who have lost their Aes Sedai. So in this scene, I didn't realize, I thought that each warder had an individual bond with Alanna and that they couldn't feel each other. Like that they could each feel Alanna and what Alanna felt, maybe towards each of them, but that they didn't have a bond that was connected to each other. So I was very surprised at the moment when Ivan gets stabbed and you just see Maxime freeze and say, I can't feel him. Like
he
feels
told Nynaeve about that in season 1. He was really clear about how their particular bond worked in season 1 when he was talking about he couldn't take everybody being in his head.
Everybody being in his head.
Yeah.
So I don't know if she just has a very special bond that she has somehow bonded the warders to each other, but she can turn it on and off.
No, I would
to let him out. I don't know how that works.
So
mask it.
I would say that when she is bonded to more than one person, like they can feel what she feels, and she can feel what they feel. And if you think about that, so she's feeling what Maxim feels, okay, and Maxim is feeling what she feels. So by that logic, Ivan can feel what she feels. What she feels is also what Maxim feels. I think it's just that,
Yeah. So he feels through her there's the severing of the bond, because obviously she's going to be have that
she was
massive shock. Massive
she
shock.
was unconscious and he felt it.
Yeah. I think that, because he can feel what she feels and she feels what Ivan feels. Like I just feel there's a lot of feels in there. Sorry.
She feels, you feel, I feel.
I feel, yeah. She feels.
We all feel.
Yeah. Honestly, I do think it is. I feel like I need to draw. Hey, I feel.
Yes,
I need to draw a chart.
This triangle.
I'm going to draw a chart.
Let's draw a tree. I feel like
Elayne.
I'm a very visual person. I appreciate this, Rob.
Okay.
I need to see it.
I don't know how well you can see that. Okay, so
it's a triangle.
We have Elayne, we have Ivan, and we have Maxim. So you can feel what each one is thinking, yeah? Okay, and then in return,
Elayne feels them, yeah.
And then in return, they can feel Elayne. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But in this, say right here, this Maxim like feeling Elayne, that connects to her feeling Ivan.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So there's not actually a bond somehow between the two warders. It's through him, which is very interesting because in their polycule, Ivan, I don't know how to say his name.
However you want to say it.
Ivan was the hinge in their polycule romantically. Right? So they've lost their translating, balancing hinge that was the real key to how the three of them work together.
Mr. Stovey actually spoke about this earlier. Losing the viewpoint of your triad, your polycule, whatever, is a real, it's disastrous. And Ivan is that because, Maxim became Alana's warder because he loves Ivan. Ivan loves Elayne. Elayne, they were the connection.
Didn't love either of them.
Yeah, apparently. I don't think that's true.
Sorry. I was just being, contentious.
Yeah. No, you've got no. It's an appropriate comment. Don't worry. Yeah. Andor does like the idea that maybe there was a bond between the two of them. It is possible, I suppose. I just don't think it would work that way.
There is.
I think there is. So if there is, then she has to be able to turn it on and off for them.
Yeah, because he speaks about not being able to feel those two.
Elayne was unconscious, and Maxim felt Ivan die. He didn't feel it through Elayne. She was unconscious.
Was she unconscious at that moment?
I think so. Because she was unconscious, and he looks up and he's like, and then she starts waking up, and then she goes running. So that's my take on it. And I've been wrong about many things, but I've been right about a few. Can I say what I was right about?
Yeah.
What's it? What
it was Lanfear, not Renner. I said
that.
Yeah,
you did.
You did. Days. I did. It was Lanfear, not Renner. And it was.
Ladies and gents, the Innkeeper has arisen.
Innkeeper, hope you're well rested.
And loves that we're now at the we've all seen this, so we can theorize stage.
Absolutely.
So true.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And kudos. And I'm going to say big props to both Rob and Matt for being. You love the theorizing part, and you are in that camp of, hey, I don't want to see all of. I'm not. Even if I have all of them, I'm not going to watch all of the episodes because you want to theorize and be genuine. Give us your genuine takes and theorize with us as the fandom as we go. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that, because I think this is and has always been the core of the fandom. Right. And I know Robert Jordan loved this part of the fandom. And you're keeping it going. We get more with the show. And I was never in it when the books were being, coming out. So for me, this is just everything. We are eating so well. And I know Rob and I have this thing. Rob likes to come up with these wild theories.
Ideas. And then no.
And I like to immediately logic brain go, okay, no, this wouldn't work because of that. That wouldn't work because of this. And I'm not being like petty or mean or anything. No. It's just the way my brain works. And we just, it's like a brother and sister thing.
It's a great chuckle. Yeah. I'm like, what is Zul going to say to this one? And you're like, that's fine. It's okay.
I love it. It's so much fun. I love that people have the brain where they can come up with these wild theories, but then you also have the white Aja people like me, like Meg, where we go, okay, I'm going to work this out. How does it work?
I feel like I've got Meg's number though, because Meg's had a few things recently. I'm like, no, it's this, and I've been right. So,
we totally fell for the Hall of the Servants. We totally fell for the Hall of the Servants thing. We thought it was Age of Legends, and it wasn't. And
absolutely, totally.
Matt, yes, we have been sharing that Toby got this.
Yes.
I have. Let me actually pull out that image.
Did we find
in that window.
Yes.
Is that the one?
Did we find more yet?
We've been hunting for a few others. Actually, we'll share the ones we have been trying to find. So let me throw this on. So this is
I saw the one Toby found. Yep.
Yeah, which is that one there.
Good.
Which is just
so
great.
I was still up last night when that was all happening.
Yeah. So that was at 20 minutes and 9 seconds into the first episode.
Correct.
But we think we potentially found one other. So this is at 39:12. And it's 1 second while I move along. Now you have to be very. This is Rand and Moiraine on the balcony thing where they're having their discussion.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite scenes.
We're not. Let me turn the captioning off on this as well, actually, because that makes a difference. We're not 100% sold on what this is, but something is happening. We're not totally we're not sure it's a great man, but something's happening. This window here, okay? If you look at that window is very dark right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, watch that window as closely as you can, everybody.
Oh
yes.
Yep. Oh yes, absolutely.
I buy that 100%.
Yeah,
man.
So it goes from dark to white. It actually goes a bit darker again, and then whiter.
Yeah.
I buy that.
It moves past. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This
well
is
spotted.
exciting.
Whoever spotted that.
So, oh god, I didn't start the comment. So I do apologize to whoever it was many hours back now who spotted that. I don't know if I could possibly scroll back the comments in that.
The grey man spotter, please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand
right.
up.
And we know that there was one following Nynaeve and Elayne when they went to where Leandrin had her son. There was one following there. So there was one following Moiraine.
Oh, was there? Okay. So that's
there was
three.
one following Moiraine when she's coming down the stairs.
Yes, that's 4.
So that's
so down the stairs.
4. And then we saw him moving through after that as he was heading towards the common room where Nynaeve and Matt are. So that's 5.
Yep.
So there should only be one more to find because they're supposed to be
before
6,
he attacks. Yeah, before he attacks. There were supposed to be 6 before he attacks.
Yeah.
Before
Didn't we just peg 5?
We've already counted 5.
No, the one following Nynaeve and Elayne, that's in episode 3.
Oh, that's in episode 3. You're
so
right.
that's not one. So we've
that's the
got
one.
4. We've got 2 to
Yeah.
We
find.
got 4.
So, yeah, it's
The hunt
Crazy
is
Cat.
on.
Yes, Aram, Crazy Cat Lady. That's who it was. Crazy Cat Lady, like
Yes,
4 or
yes.
something like that. So brilliant.
Well
Yeah,
done.
but there's definitely we
That's
need to do more
fabulous.
window watching. Ah, there we go. 42. That's what it was. I pointed out one there, but it still isn't. That still isn't the one. I think I see. Oh, okay, right. Crazy Cat Lady. Let's pull up these details. We've just hit the.
You have to give us a timestamp so we can go.
We're at the minutia moment of the episode. I don't. So
Let's go for it.
I can't minutia the way Matt does on Dusty
Sure.
quite as well.
We'll do our best.
We do,
We'll do
yeah.
our
I'm always the organic one, but this one has really captured me. Hunting for Grey Men is just really, I'm in for this. I don't know why it's working for me. So.
It's so much better than a hunt for the horn. It's
I
like
mean,
a
it's
hunt for the grey.
better you love that hunt for the horn. You love that hunt for
I
the horn,
do.
koala.
Okay,
Yes.
look, which tells you how good this is because
Absolutely.
we love the hunt for the horn, right?
This is true.
It's better than Where's Waldo.
This is true. Andrew, this comes from the VFX director's name is Anthony for some reason. I'm thinking
something. Yeah.
Okay, the number 6 came from Rafe.
Oh, did it come from Rafe?
Yes.
I thought it was the VFX director
on
who said it.
Saturday when we were watching, and there was the chat going on the side. Rafe was there, and apparently, when the one stabbed Nynaeve, Rafe said that there were six of He said that there were
sightings,
6 sightings before that moment.
Before that moment, so that's all got to be in
Before
episode
the stabbing,
1 then.
yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
right. Kat says same timestamp, but the center arch, not a window. Okay, so we'll go back and just for a moment to do that. Before we do, please welcome someone I haven't seen in a while, but I'm so happy to see again. Shanice, how are you doing?
Hi.
I want hugs.
I have all the hugs for you.
Looking fabulous.
Good to see you.
Good to see you all too.
How are you doing? You're excited about the season? You've seen the episodes. Where are you at?
I have about 10 minutes left in episode 3.
Okay, that's good because we're talking episode 1 right now. Also, she hasn't seen the end of episode 3, ladies.
Wow. How exciting. You've still got a bit to see.
That's some good stuff there. Okay. But we're going to go back to this moment here. We're hunting Grey Men, Shanice. So in the first episode, before Nynaeve gets stabbed by the Grey Men, according to Wraith and the VFX guys, there are 6 I love Susan's comment, by the way. I'll bring that up in a second. 6 appearances in the background of the Grey Men.
Oh, I have to rewatch that.
So, for example, let me.
Oh, I missed it.
Let me show you one.
We
So
all did.
when they're all on their balcony chatting away, and Matt's like, "Well, I'm just going to go for a drink anyway," even though Moiraine said, "Like, just stay here and hide, please." This is the window behind him, and if you look in that window,
shut the front door.
I know, right?
Seriously, right?
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
So
this is where we're at. So we're gonna hunt. We're gonna try and hunt for some more tidbits. So apparently,
well, how many is that so far?
We believe we've got.
We think we have 4.
What do we say? 4. We think 4.
So we have 2 more to find. Okay.
We have 2 more to find. So we have that window there. We have at the top of the stairs behind Moiraine when she goes downstairs. We have crossing the rooms or something before it actually goes to stab Moiraine, Nynaeve, we said. And we think this window right here, okay, it goes from dark to white. Yeah, watch carefully. It goes from dark to white just there.
I saw it. Oh.
Yeah. But then on top, do you know what, Kat? I've also just seen what I think you're talking about, Kat.
Oh.
So let's play this
But
again.
no, that could actually be like a blowing curtain. Which the blowing curtain, the blowing curtain reminds me of book 2 on the hunt for the horn when Lanfear is walking around in her white, and in the like Uno and I think Perrin maybe see her in the window, or Matt, somebody sees Rand, maybe, I don't know, sees a white person right in the window. So now I'm not so sure about that one. Okay, what are you seeing in this other arch?
So I think Cat means here. Yeah, this spot. I'm not sure. So what we're going to do, what we've been doing is, well, I've just repeated my phrasing there. Getting out the handy snipping tool, and we're going to snip and see what we can get. I'm just going to take a little clip of that, and then we are going to save it and bring it up and do some editing. I don't know. This one I think is a maybe. This one feels like a maybe.
Because that would be 2 grey men, you know, if if the one moving is 1, then that would be 2, which doesn't feel right.
The moving one is very odd to me, because it looks like it comes in, but then it comes back in from the, like it comes in from the left and then stops and comes in from the left again and stop, or something weird. Like it could be like a blowing curtain.
Yeah. So I'm
not sure about that one.
Screenshot of that middle arch. I'm not really. I don't think we've got anything there.
I don't think so either.
We need higher definition for that.
Yeah, like this, I think is just
I'm not seeing it.
Some window design. It's not moving the entire time either. I looked at it very carefully. So yeah, so I don't think that's the case there. But we will keep looking. We'll keep trying.
Can we ask Sharnice what her favorite moments are so far?
While we continue to hunt Sharnice, what is your favorite moment? I've been asking everyone. What are your favorite moment? We've got notes. I love this.
Only episode 1?
Episode 1, 2,
no,
or 3?
Anything you've seen.
Mhm.
Anything that you have seen.
Okay. Okay. So, I don't know how I feel about. I kind of like it because it's first of all, I like when things are unexpected, because we know these books in and out.
100%.
Right? So it's kind of fun when something happens and we're like, oh, wait a minute, I didn't expect that. So I think I like the whole Lanfear and Moiraine working together.
Controversial.
It kind of made me upset at first, but I'm like, Sharnice, you have to take your book hat off. And kind of appreciate it for what it is. It's very, I like it because it means that, okay, I can be 100% fighting for the light, but that doesn't mean that I can't associate myself with dark friends, with Forsaken to reach my goals. And that says a lot about what Moiraine is willing to do to in her mind protect the Dragon Reborn so that he can reach the last battle and win. So I kind of like it. I kind of like that. Wait, what else?
No, that's a great one.
Yeah.
I had to do some mental gymnastics there too, but yeah, I have to agree with you in the end that it was a smart decision, and I like the ruthlessness of Moiraine, and she has told us flat out in the past she's willing to let 1,000 people die if it means saving the Dragon Reborn, and she feels he needs to be separated, and they do have a common goal. And who is it dangerous? It is a very dangerous thing for her to be doing.
Yes.
And so I like that. I'm kind of like on tenterhooks. What is going to happen here? Because we've seen a lot of scenes that she sees in the rings that are the two of them together. And I don't know.
Wait, am I going to see the rings in this episode 3?
No, we're just from the.
No,
from
I'm
the
talking
trailer.
about promotional stuff.
From this, okay. I'm like, wait, am I?
So no,
am I
so
about-
I love.
Did you stop just before the ring?
No, I love that in the promotional stuff that they showed us those two together, and then in episode 1 we have the two of them. It's the two of them together working. That's where we see Lanfear coming in.
And then it also, like, for people who haven't read the book, I would imagine it kind of makes you like, oh my God, can I trust Moiraine? I'm supposed to be able to trust her.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I kind of dig that. I like the difference that they did with Ravin. His compulsion makes everybody think. I was so confused. I was like, wait a minute. So like, oh God, it's Lord Gabriel. How you do? Always a pleasure. I'm like, always a pleasure. Like,
yeah.
Liana
Yeah.
has met him before. I'm like,
exactly.
It totally went over my head that you can kind of make anybody think anything with compulsion. So I do like that they like, it's only been a month, but everybody thinks, oh no, they've been madly in love for 10 years.
Yeah.
I like that. I like
that. And Gareth Bryn's gone. Yeah.
Gareth Bryn is gone.
Oh, I do like that name drop.
Gareth Bryn.
Bryn.
Well, I didn't like it being Bryn, but you know, hey,
that's fine. We all know it's
they're made up words.
It's all good. It's made up words, exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to say that.
I know it's just
it tickled me when they did that.
it.
I think my reaction was like, "Oh, we're calling him Bryn." Okay,
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'm also interested to see what's going to come out of the fact that Lanfear has been abusing Egwene in her dreams.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Right? Posing as Rena in her dreams and like beating her up, and then Egwene is waking up and she still has the bruises. What's gonna happen?
Which
when
tells
Egwene
you that
finds
it's
out?
not a dream, it's Tel'aran'rhiod.
It's Tel'aran'rhiod.
You know?
Right?
Yeah. Oh,
absolutely. Yeah.
So brutal.
Yeah, that was my theory. That was my theory when I first saw the bruises and Moiraine's asking her about it, and I was like, "Oh yeah."
And then why didn't she heal her?
Those are Tel'aran'rhiod dreams, because if she's coming back with at that moment, why didn't she heal her again? Because she healed her in Tar-Valon, but after the attack, which is why she's saying, but. Why did she not heal her at that moment from her new bruises? I don't know.
Yeah. And well, we know in the books, Moiraine was always grabbing somebody's head, and whether they wanted it or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also noticed that just like in the books, we don't see Elayne's accepted test.
Yep. Which is fine with me.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much we have to do. Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is, I'm sorry, I have a lot. I'm sorry, I keep talking. I have so much.
No,
in my head.
keep talking.
We love it. What's interesting is our Two Rivers, not Emmonsfield, our Two Rivers folks, they don't have that reverence for Aes Sedai. Like Egwene is like, oh, word. So I'm accepted now. I don't have to do what you tell me to do. Like, how do you talk to the Amerlin seat like that?
Yeah.
And like that's a theme. Like they all of them. Like I don't care about your Amerlin seat. I can talk to you whichever. And there's no like repercussion for it. Like it's weird to me.
The Swan's in a desperate place. She's just nearly been killed a couple of times. She's nearly had the whole taken off her, Black Arger invading everywhere. The last battle's coming. The Dragon Reborn's in the world. This is not usual circumstances.
True.
If this any other time, Egwene would have, had her sorry ass whipped with those switches we saw, and she would have been scrubbing pots for a month.
Yes.
But yeah. And that's, how it was in war, or how it is in war. Very young people find themselves suddenly in extraordinary circumstances, and, things are not like they are in the normal world.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
Yeah.
I just got to the part. Wait, let me see where I just passed the part where we meet Melindra.
Oh, yeah.
So I find that very interesting that Melindra is is Malkiri,
Mm-hmm.
who was
Mm-hmm.
raised
Mm-hmm.
as a
Mm-hmm.
maiden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she's
Yeah.
looking at you. No, she's looking at you. No, she's
Yeah,
looking
like,
at you.
yeah.
No, I reckon
You
she's
want me?
looking at
She want you?
you.
Yeah. And then, will you join me? And then it's like, who is she talking to?
Yeah, who is she
And,
talking
and
to?
Moiraine,
Yeah.
Moiraine looked like she was just starting to consider.
She was a little
maybe I
disappointed.
will.
Moiraine was a little disappointed.
She
Yeah,
was.
She wanted to try it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She wanted to try. She was like, she was about to be like, you know what? F it. Just one night.
Mhm.
When in the waist,
We're
My
in the
book.
waist.
What state
Snugs all the
goes in the
way
waist
at the
stays in the
tower.
waist.
Yeah, whatever happens in the waist stays in the waist.
Yeah. God.
Yeah.
Threefold land, threefold fun.
Yeah.
I'm torn between. I think I might have found a grey man. I'm really not sure.
Oh, let's look.
Okay, so
Ooh, show
it
us.
is. It's in the Elayne goes up to Avienda moment. While they're all downstairs
Oh.
drinking. Now,
How perfect, because all we're looking at is Elayne and Avienda.
yeah. So I think it's going to be, and I'll pause it when we get there. I think when the camera changes, it's just here. I see some slight movement here. So I'm not 100% sure. Alternatively, I don't know what this is, but we will play and just watch. And I could be completely wrong, but I'm just we're trying to find these grey men. We need to find these grey men. I don't know. I didn't see. I don't think no.
Is that just flickering? That could be flickering light. It could be just flickering
It's
light, like
hard
candles
with
or something.
Yeah.
Candles and torches make it so difficult, don't they?
They
Because
do.
everything's just shimmering a little tiny.
Oh my god, grey men like to watch. Shanice, they're suggesting if you want to
I
go
guess so.
finish out the last 10 minutes and come back, we will wait for your excitement if you wanted to do that. So if I could play you the last 10 minutes right now, I would, but I can't, sadly. Otherwise, Amazon
It'll
would
be
probably
strike.
Well, you
they'd
could
be
get
like,
taken down. Yeah.
yeah, they don't like that. So which
It's
is fair.
okay because I have to rewatch all 3 episodes anyway because I didn't start taking notes until episode 3. So everything else I was talking about was from memory. So I have to go back. I have to go back and like really, really, really take notes.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So but it was just a great few set of episodes.
Koala and I will be recording.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Koala and I will be recording tomorrow, and I will have to like sit down and take some notes. Did you know that we're in a podcast together, Sharnice?
I did not.
Yeah.
It's Delving the Chronicles. It is a full spoilers podcast, and Koala and I are one half of it. We also have Beth Doman and Morshadi in there. So yeah, we just for people who just like to get into the nitty gritty, and
it's so fun.
We just like to get into the nitty gritty. We also talk about. We try to bring in real world things.
It was a great experience. I've been a guest.
And, tie it together.
Yes, you have.
Deep.
Yeah. I came on for the Malkiri Con. For the Water Holiday. Recording.
Yes, that's right.
Sorry, because we did talk about
Water
Malkiri
Holiday.
Con. It was the Water Holiday one.
But I did interview you at Malkiri Con.
I found it. I'm subscribed.
Nice.
On Apple Podcasts.
Fabulous.
Mr. Survey suggesting we want to find the grey man. We should start checking all the sex scenes.
Yep.
because
the grey man likes to watch.
The grey man likes to
that's
watch.
the best time for one to flick by.
Goes all.
So everybody go watch a bunch of sex scenes. Let's just go. Yeah.
Give us all the timestamps for all the sex scenes.
Yeah. I'm actually
somebody make a compilation.
And what is the trailer for it? Just Matt stuck in the middle going, "Oh my god!" Because it's like the guys.
You just do
Oh
that
my
every
God,
at
Matt
every little
listening.
scene. You just show Matt going like that, and then you do the next scene.
That
and
was
then
so
Matt going.
hilarious. Matt listening, trying not to listen to
Gawyn
Galad
and
and Gawyn have sex.
It was quite a moment.
Hilarious.
It's perfect.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
that.
those
I like that we
fucking
get scenes
princes.
with Gawyn and Galad having sex, right? Like it's like it just makes it more real, you know. Like
Yeah.
everyone wasn't chaste. But
Why
you
else
would
were they
think that
showing off?
You would think that they were reading the books. Like there wasn't really a lot of sex in the books. Not
No,
like
it was
a
all
lot.
off
Yeah,
page, wasn't
correct.
it? So.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
In general. So yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh dear.
I wonder. So I see we met Lord Luke. Is Lord Luke gonna
Yes.
be? Are we gonna do the same thing with Lord Luke? I'm just curious.
I hope so.
About that whole thing. Are we gonna have a whole battle in a wolf dream?
Slayer.
I
slash Tellerarian.
Actually, I'm really bad on remembering what starts in what book.
No, that's fine.
Personally.
That's a lot of Shadow
We do
Rising.
know about Slayer
That's book
in
4.
the early books. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Slayer's book 4. Yeah. So
Book 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sulin did think it was hilarious. A few people have laughed about it, to be honest. She's like, she was. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Didn't really like the icky power dynamic with men and younger novices because I mean, yes, the channelers, but they did look still pretty young, didn't they? And being novices, who knows how old they are. Although they would have been 18 at least, surely. So
Matt didn't like that dynamic either.
Yeah, it's not great. For me, I'll probably talk a lot about it later on tonight after this stream and a few hours of break. And you're all over watching Anis do his first watch reaction. Oh god, that's going to be funny. I don't think
has Anis not watched yet?
No, Anis
he's watching tonight.
Yeah.
So in approximately 2 hours time, at 4:30. Is that right? 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern. Does that sound right? Or was it 4:30 Eastern? No, yeah, that's right.
I don't know. But I don't.
I
don't know. I don't know what time it is. I know normally it's 9 Eastern, but if they've moved it up, they've moved it up.
Oh, because the 24-hour thing, he's taking over from me.
You.
I finish at 4. I'm pretty sure it's 4 Pacific. 1 second, I've got.
Just tell us how long that is from this moment.
It's about 2 hours.
It's almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah. So he's going to start watching then and work through the episode. So that's like another live watch.
It's going to be at 7:30 Eastern.
Right.
4:30 Pacific. Yep.
There you go.
Yeah.
So that's 2 hours.
That's 2 hours.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
2 hours and 10 minutes from now.
Yes. So love that. But what were we doing? I'm still trying to hunt grey men. I don't know how well I'm doing at it. I've currently
how about Fail?
Yeah, we can talk Fail. Let's do that.
She's tiny.
She's so pretty and little.
She's a pocket rocket.
Tiny. Yeah.
Yeah, pocket rocket. I
Yeah.
really do love that they picked someone who is so small that was going to be so feisty and against the gentle giant. You know, like to show us even physically they're kind of yin and yang. You know, the push and pull that they're going to have in their relationship. And I really loved the little smile on her face when she's walking away and he asks for her name, her real name. And he says,
the second
"Please."
time. Yeah.
Yeah. And he says, "Please." And I just love the little smile on her face. That like, okay, I got him, you know, like,
yeah.
But
and
it is
it
interesting
wasn't as
that they
icky as in the books, you know?
And I do, of course, she's aged up, thank God. But I do love too that they're simplifying the whole name issue. So the name that she gives him is Fail, which
we still don't know if that's
we still don't know if that's going to be
yeah.
But it could be a name that she was called in Saldea
Yeah.
That's not
I reckon
her,
we'll find out.
because maybe she never liked her girly name.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
yeah.
It was funny when we were watching it, Tari starts going.
Did you find?
I found a grey man.
Something you're stretching?
I
or
just
is
saw
this
your
a
excitement.
hallelujah, Rob?
I found a grey man. Hallelujah. Okay, so this is at it is of just after the now this might be a moment people think is obvious. It's just after the grey man at the back of the stairs from Moiraine, and it's when Matt is downstairs in the bar drinking by himself, and Nynaeve appears. However,
yes,
pop this on screen. Okay, so this is the moment here in
Please do.
question. Look at the figure over his shoulder. Okay,
I see the shape.
Literally in a second later, he turns around and goes, "Oh!" and there's Nynaeve. However, when you zoom in and you lighten it a little bit, I'm like,
That is not
Nynaeve.
That is not Nynaeve's
That's
shape.
not Nynaeve.
Right? And I really do think that is someone like.
But is that a grey man?
Well, I think the shape's right, because if I reset everything, look how dark that is. That totally in the shadows. It's just if I bring it up, you can see the shape. Really, to me, feels really grey
And
manish.
what's the timestamp on that one?
That is 48:14, and the Moiraine top of the stairs grey man is 47:59. So we have the definite one at 20 minutes 09. That window, which could be a curtain thing, maybe that's at 39:12 to 39:16. Moiraine on the stairs 47:59, and this is 48:14. But it's pretty soon after this that stabbing happens. So
yeah. Keep watching through this whole scene, because I felt like before it actually stabbed her, I saw it like 2 or 3 times. So I don't know if that's counted as one time or like.
Let's find out. I'll keep watching.
But yeah. I felt like I saw it coming 2 or 3 times. Okay.
I mean, that could absolutely be Nynaeve, but I don't know. I just feel like it wasn't.
I don't feel like that's the grey man. Like I feel like you can see a definite like dark hair. Face, that's not a face that's not gray. Like it could be Lan. It could be like, but Lan is upstairs.
It could be a fake
out. No, Lan wasn't down there. It's such fun.
Yeah. So, but yeah. Anyway, Fail. Sorry to interrupt you there, folks.
Oh, that's all right. When we were watching it, Tari starts saying, "Oh, I really want her to say Mandar, but she's not going to say Mandar. We're not going to get that." And literally 20 seconds later, she goes Mandar, and we scream. We're so good.
I was very excited to hear her say it also.
Yeah. Because, every line is precious. They've got to keep things so tight that she'd just become convinced we are not going to get it, and it just came out, and we were rolling about laughing. It was just such a great little joke.
It was.
And you know what?
Her face and
Goat Brother made a point in the chat. He said, "I just wish they had called the horses by name in season, I guess prior season, so the Mandar bit would have hit harder." It would have been nice if they would have been naming horses the whole time.
Yeah.
Did they never say they? I'm just gonna.
I don't recall ever hearing Mandar.
I hope somebody does the transcript for season 3, because I know that James from Reddit is kind of not around at the moment.
I know.
I rely on that transcript.
Kate, I believe Kate from What Series is working.
Fabulous.
Yeah, I believe Kate from What Series is working on that. I'm sorry, my internet is so janky right now.
You're okay.
Yeah, it's so janky right now that I'm talking over people. I really apologize. But yeah, I believe Kate said yesterday or earlier. I said yesterday. It's because I slept for a couple hours. I believe Kate said in chat that
you're a hero,
she
Kate.
had been working on a transcript, because she is one of the people with What Series, I believe, who got the whole season. I don't know that she's watched the whole season, but so she's been working on it.
Great.
She's had some time.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. It's so valuable. Like I just searched the word Mandab, and no, it has definitely
Hasn't
not
come
been
up.
said in the first 2 seasons. Yeah.
Yeah.
And because I've put all of the episodes into one document so that I can do a search, on a word and find out how many times it's been said really quickly. Yeah.
Is that a Google Doc, and can you share it with me?
I can.
Amazing.
Happy to. Happy
gonna,
to. Yeah. I mean, I just pulled it off Reddit and combined it into one document because otherwise you're like, oh, which episode was something in? So yeah, dumping it into one. And I really want to add season 3 in. Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll get that. That'll be sorted so you can add that in, because that does sound like a really
Yes,
good.
it really helps.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you want to know exactly what were the words, that were used in a situation, because words are important. And yeah, it's great.
It is indeed.
I do have a question
what
for y'all,
else?
and it's
Yes.
it's still 2 rivers. So we have a new casting for Moiraine and Lanfear, and at first I wasn't taken with her.
Right.
When they first show up in the 2 rivers, but then later she kind of grew on me when like some other stuff started happening, and she started feeling more natural in the scenes to me, and like I liked it better. But she tells us that Bran, Abel, and Tam had taken Perrin's family to safety. Okay, so we at least get those 3 named and hidden them. So what do we think about that? What do you think is going to happen with later episodes? Are we going to see those 3? Are we going to see Perrin's family? Is Perrin's family going to get killed by Fain? Like, what? Tell me, what are you thinking?
I think that with the how they really stepped up with the gore and the violence, I think we might see the family get killed. I think we might see it.
How much harder is that going to hit?
Whose family?
If the family are killed.
Perrin, the Abar family.
Perrin's family.
Yeah, Abar
Abar family.
Because I saw someone speculate earlier the possibility that, and I'm going to have to sue Rafe if he does this, but the possibility that Perrin describes the Corfon family as, basically family. They've been family. Yeah, they've been grabbed by the White Cloaks, and now I've got visions of Natty and Matt's sisters being murdered by the White Cloaks, and I'm like,
no, but who is going to get murdered by the White Cloaks? It's going to be Abel Corfon, who is going to get his redemption arc, and he's going to die for his family.
Could that could work?
That
could work.
Yeah.
No, I think
look, I have to say Tari started that one with me, so I will credit her with that. But I think that it makes a lot of sense that we'll get that redemption, but we won't get him alive.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that we have to have. Well, first of all, Dane has told us specifically that we're not going to let you even torture these people because they didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
They're not dark friends. We're not, we just have them as bait. We just have them as bait for Perrin to come here to us. And so I think that Abel gets his redemption arc. And but I do think we will get somehow Fain doing something to Perrin's family.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Just going from some of the comments in live chat now.
Great.
People are asking, they're not sure if, here it is. They're not sure if Abel was filming this season. So possible. But Sulin coming in with, we haven't met Perrin's family. I think if we were going to get them killed, they would have to been introduced in this episode.
Not just mentioned.
Not just, I mean, I feel like if you're going to kill people and try and have an emotional impact, that maybe you should have met them. I don't know. but
the
they're not.
impacts
We don't
for
meet
how
them in
it
the
hits
book.
Perrin. You know,
Right.
Perrin
Yeah.
has another loss.
Right.
I don't think the impact is, oh, those poor people died. The impact is,
yeah, that's true.
Poor
Ladies and
Perrin.
gents, we must change the safety banner. Okay, and we must now have something else on screen. So allow me just to edit this, because we're doing something here that I don't normally do on my channel, and that is we are going to have a show only discussion. Because I
Ooh.
have a very special guest joining us with us. So let me just change this. Show only discussion. Now
It's going to be so hard for me.
No book talk.
Okay, no book talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do watch with a
So-
I'm excited about this.
friend, so I have
and
to
put that
now
up.
pretend I'm with Kathy.
Yes, there we go.
Yes,
Because
yeah.
please welcome, and I apologize if I say this wrong. Someone told me how to say this. I was right. Aisha, welcome. Did I say that right?
You did.
Hi.
Yes.
On the point.
Oh,
Aisha.
amazing.
Hello.
So please introduce yourself
Welcome.
and tell folks who you are. Welcome. Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Aisha. I have a YouTube channel where I do reaction videos, and that's kind of how I jumped into Wheel of Time. I had not heard about the books before, but I was like, "Ooh, anything fantasy and magic? Let me jump in." And yeah, thankfully the WOT community just embraced me and threw me in. They're like, "Yes, you're gonna love it." And yeah, they've been giving me a little bit of context where it helps with what they show on the show, but no spoilers, thankfully. So I appreciate that you guys are kind of holding back from me. But yeah, I'm loving it so far. I enjoy it.
Yeah, they are honestly. People are chat's just starting to explode a little bit now. They're so happy to see you. So I'm so glad you could join us. There's been multiple.
I watched
people,
your reaction, so
yeah. There have been multiple people. Lesbian Nerdy was on earlier, and I was just like, "Oh, we're going to end it out with like a book only, a show only discussion." Because Aisha's joining me, and she was just like, "What time is she on? Maybe I can get up. I might be." And she was so upset that she couldn't be here because she's like wanted to be here. Bree, who loves you, who's how I found you, wanted to be here and just couldn't make it work with her schedule. So folks are very excited that you're here. I'm excited that you're here because I never do discussions like this. So. How many episodes have you managed to watch? And
I just finished like the third one. So I rewatched the first one, which I didn't have to, but I wanted to do a reaction to it. So yeah, I've watched all three because I'm like, yeah, I need to know because I know it's going to get spoiled if I don't.
I love that. And what's your initial thoughts?
I really like it. Like if I always end the episode with I want some more, then I feel like it's done well. And I think they're doing a great job. I'm always a big fan of character development, and I think they're doing a good job with that. Like the first episode was a lot, like it felt like they were throwing a lot at us. And I'm not gonna lie, the other two also gave us a lot, but we only have 8 hours. So I'm okay with it. And I mean, I'm going to rewatch. So I think it's all still going to be digestible, but I'm loving it. Like I am loving seeing how people have shifted in the way that they're acting this season, and it feels natural. And I like following that. I like that they're taking that time because this is about the weaving and stuff is cool, obviously, but it is about the people. So
yeah,
that's almost exactly what I said. I agree. And I'm a full book spoiler person. So I love that we're, seeing the same thing with the characters.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. So I don't know, you're fresh out of watching. What do you have a favorite moment of the three, possibly?
I don't know if it's a moment. I think there's concepts I'm loving. Like I am loving I don't know, we need to name the spy agency of Nynaeve and Elayne, please. Like, can we do this?
We can do that. Absolutely. What would we call that?
Their detective agency. They're Black Aja hunters. So I don't know.
Ooh, some spin on that, right?
Yeah, there's got to be some fun there.
We have to workshop it, but yes, I'm loving that dynamic because they are so different, because Nynaeve is just so bull in a china shop, and Elayne is like politics. It's a great balance. So yeah, I'm loving that, and I'm also loving. They talked about this a lot, the actors, anyways. I'm liking watching Rand and Moiraine also kind of switch, right? Like season 1 and 2 was very much kind of Rand being the pouty kid who didn't want to, you know, kind of resisting the whole way, and Moiraine being like, let's go. And now it's the other way around where like Rand's like, let's go, and Moiraine's like, I don't like not being in charge.
Yeah,
so I'm liking that dynamic too.
She does like to be in charge. It's kind of her thing. So
Aisha, I'm Sharnice. Hi. What is your YouTube channel name?
It's Aisha Wilson. My name, my first name and the last name Wilson.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've just got it here in front.
Yeah, I'm going to find you and follow you too.
Oh, I found you. I found you. Oh,
It's-
and okay, it's in chat.
I've just popped it in there now, folks. So you can go.
Thank you.
And if you're not already subscribed, please go and subscribe. And just I love the reactions. So.
Can I promote another show only reaction show that I absolutely love?
Of course.
These two ladies came to WatCon. They watched the seasons 1 and 2, and they had never been to a convention or anything, and they just decided to come to WatCon last year. And it's Tori Talks with Dr. S. And so you can go back and you can watch their stuff too. But and they have had a couple of episodes on where hi Tari.
Hi Tari.
Tari came to WatCon 2 years ago. Yes. So she was wearing a WatCon shirt. So they came to WatCon and as show only watchers, and I think that was just absolutely lovely. And they have Tori's brothers are book readers. I don't think that they've read through like maybe book 10 or something. And then one of her brothers is married to Dr. S. And so they've had them on, and the discussions that they have had where the brothers talk in code and the audience asks in code things that book readers will understand and show watchers will not understand, and they think they're totally being punked because some of the words that are being used and thrown around here, and they're like, oh no, yeah, we answered that question, that's totally going to happen. And they're like, what? So do you Aisha have any particular, do you make up any names of characters or anything? I haven't watched all of your reactions. I've watched some. So do you come up with names to help you remember who these different people are, characteristics? There's so many characters. Do you have any tricks to trying to remember any of these characters? Because I've seen other people do that where they're like, you know, like
a nickname.
A nickname like Sister Strongjaw for Leandrin, or Brother Book for Loyal, or, you know, do you have any tricks to help you? Because there are so many characters and you haven't read the books.
That's true. I typically, it is. It's either like how I remember how they're connected to somebody, or something about their personality trait that'll come through. Because I do forget names quite a bit. Like there's been a lot of new introductions right now. So yeah, some of them are flattering, some of them are not. It depends on my mood at the time. But yeah, like right now, I completely forgot the name of, I call her the Queen Spy, right? Who I just know what the actress' name, Shorey, right? She's a new introduction, and I'm like,
the Red Sister.
Yeah, so I just call her the Queen Spy because that's what like I can relate her to, you know, to remind me of who it is. But that's what I kind of do. I'm like, I relate it either to something they've done or a personality trait. Yeah, that's kind of what I have to do until the names stick, because there's a lot of names.
Yeah. So like, here's one of the here is your sister, your Queen Spy coming in. Another new character here. There's Gabriel. What did you think of this guy? I'm curious.
So I was a bit confused because I'm like, Elayne calls him by his first name. Like, is that not her daddy, or is that just what she calls him? But I was just kind of like, okay, sure. I mean, Mama was clearly busy, so maybe that's just a man. I don't know. I wasn't sure, but he's interesting. I like this. Oh, there she is. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, obviously he has. Oh, sorry, wrong screen. He has a reveal in episode 3. Did you see that coming?
No, and you know what? It took me a minute because when I was watching, I was kind of like, but that's the, but he yeah. Sense. But then I was like, but that's not the name that she called him. And I was like, Oh, so yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Crazy. Especially because I don't know anything about the Forsaken, right? So this is all like a lot again coming at you during the episode.
And can I say to you, Aisha, that us as book readers were watching all of that going, what? Hey, who? Because they did it in a very clever way. And we were not sure if it was going the places we expected or not. So they did it, once we got the reveal, we were like, okay, it is what we think it is. But yeah, it was done very cleverly to have both show only people and book readers going, oh my God, what the hell is going on? It was fabulous.
Yeah, it was a nice change for us. It definitely kept us on our toes, which I think we all appreciate. We're getting a few questions in chat. I'm throwing a couple in, which is brilliant.
Yes.
Do you have a favorite new addition so far in this season?
We've had some good ones. I think I like Fael. She's new, but I kind of like that she's, I feel like, the right mix of she needs to push Perrin a little bit, but also kind of letting him do his thing at the same time. So I'm kind of liking their vibe. I think it's a toss up between her and I don't think she's going to be, actually, I don't know, but I don't think she's going to be that big, but I like the names. The leader of the Aiel, the old lady who walked into Egwene's dream. She seems really cool.
Her name is Bear. Bair Bear.
Thank you. There were so many introductions when they were doing their names, so it was just like too many.
Yes.
That's totally fair. There are a huge amount of names. Even we get them mixed up. So don't feel bad about that at all.
We're such wetlanders.
And she did say to Egwene, after we get to this place that we're going, I will help you, and I will help you like sort of block your dreams because somebody is doing this to you. And I will help you with that. So I feel that they're saying we're going to give you more of this character.
Thank you for you just clicked that puzzle piece in for me. These are things that come in because I was like, when she was saying, no, if you're actually getting hurt in your dreams, that person's alive. And I'm like, there's no way that girl is still alive. Like, there's no way. What do you mean? But okay, that clicks in. It's because we know, I figured out Lanfear is doing it, but
yeah.
Right. Yeah. Oof.
I love that you figured that out. I don't know that I would have if I was not a book reader, I don't know if I would have figured that out.
Right.
I'm not really caveat. I'm not really that savvy generally when it comes to figuring that like things need to be spelled out for me. So I'm always impressed when people figure things out.
Yeah, my head just keeps going with things like that, right? Because I'm a detail person, so I'm just like, "What do you mean she's still alive? No, the cuff came off, the collar came off. She's got to be." So like, it just takes me out. That's why my.
I love that. Yeah, I still sometimes don't pick up on things. There was something earlier which I don't want to raise because if you haven't picked up on it, to explain it would give book spoilers, and I don't want to do that. But I was just like, oh, I didn't get that until like the third time it happened or something. And I'm like, oh, that's what's going on. So don't feel bad if you like things take a while to click. It definitely happens. RM also would like to know if there's any like characters you think are really hot that have joined the cast this season. Who do you think are the hottest characters we've got?
I mean, if we're talking aesthetically, yes, obviously, Elayne's brothers, but I'm someone where like, you're hot till you open your mouth sometimes. And
accurate.
So right now they've kind of sank. I'm like, okay, you were hot till you spoke.
Till you started talking.
Yeah.
Right. But who else? Is there anybody else that's pretty? I mean, it's not a new character, but I'm really liking the way Perrin looks this season. I don't know. Maybe he's
Let me tell you something.
Different.
Those eyes, those golden eyes, They doing it.
They're
for me.
doing it.
Yeah.
They do. They doing
There we
it this
go.
season. Mhm.
Yep.
And for me, Liana has always been so gorgeous, and I knew that the actress had worked in some very physical roles before, and so I have been waiting for the Liana that we got in the first 11 minutes in the shredding, where she is just defending the Amerlin seat, and she's just going to town, and she's twirling that staff around, and she's always been so stunning. And now she is fierce and stunning, and I'm just loving it. She is probably my favorite in like the whole aesthetic the whole time, and now we're getting to see her as a character, and I'm waiting for more. I want more, and that's where you want to be, right? You want the show to get you to that point where it's like, I want more of X, and I love it.
Yeah. In my reaction, I was saying in episode 1 that like seeing her face off against Leandra, I'm like, it's the battle of the cheekbones more than anything else, right?
That. Yo.
Accurate. Very accurate. Yes. Oh my god. Did I mean, so the shredding so the showrunner
Is that what is that what we're calling those?
That's what we're calling it. Yeah.
From episode 1.
Yeah.
So it comes from Rafe, because he described it one day as like, a scene where, what was it, like 30 or 40 women are just shredding each other or something like that.
And women in their 40s
women
and 50s.
in their 40s and 50s.
That was it, yeah. Women in their 40s and 50s shredding each other. So it's been called The Shredding as a cold open ever since. As the beginning of any TV show. Hi, Shanice. You're
sorry.
loved.
My work phone was, I'm like, I'm off, y'all. What's my work phone ringing?
Go away.
No, it's personal time.
Right.
It's quite a dramatic opening to any TV show. What like watching that? Was that something you expected? Were you? Yeah. What were your thoughts about all that chaos and carnage and a lot of blood?
I loved it because listen, one of the things I loved about what drew me into the show, why I kept continuing to watch it, was in episode 1 of season 1. I mean, it was interested anyways, but when Moiraine started to just like show these people like, okay, Trollocs, let's go. I was like, love the character stuff, but yes, show me the magic. Show me the magic fights, right? So I love this, and also just being a woman, like, this is the way women fight. It was catty, it was petty, but effective, right? Like they waited till the end to do the massively destructive thing. In the meantime, some of that stuff was personal. She's like, I'm slicing you in half because you said something about my hair that day. I'm gonna throw some rocks at you because of this. Like, I loved it. So I'm like, yes, I want more of this. And I think it's also good because not every watcher of the show can maintain the attention for the longer detailed part. So these are the kind of things that kind of break it up and give them something to be like, some action at least.
Yeah, that's true. There's some good action in there. Oh God,
and it really makes you understand why they put the 3 oaths on them, because if they have the power to be mass weapons of destructions without being the men who are insane and can do all of that. Like, I'm not a fan of the 3 oaths, but it makes you understand why they are not supposed to use the one power as a weapon. Yeah.
I mean, Rob, you're the odd person out here, but let's be real. Like all those cycles aligning in a tower.
Oh,
that kind of power and no regulation.
Yes. No, I understand that. Yeah.
That alone.
Yep.
The warders would have been wiped out.
Easily.
The warders are all in hiding for like a whole week every month.
It's for everyone's best interest.
Oh God, that's brilliant. Yeah. Goat Brother sees you now just yelling like Tom Cruise and Jerry Maguire, be like, "Show me the magic." That's brilliant. They are curious.
Yes.
If you have any plans to read the books, Aisha. I do. I'm probably going to start maybe on some of the earlier ones now that we're kind of 3 seasons in, and apparently this is book 4. So, yeah, I just didn't want to I'm really enjoying taking it in as I'm getting it, without the expectations. So yeah, I do plan on reading them. I'll probably jump into book 1 pretty soon here. I've got like 3 books on my list right now that I'm trying to get through. But yeah, I definitely do want to read them and get more of that context and see, like, because yeah, what's in my head is always going to be different than what I'm seeing on screen. But yeah, I definitely do want to read them though. They're on my list.
Yeah.
Now, would you be interested in reading physical copies or audiobook? What kind of reading do you like to do?
They're on my Kindles just because I do love physical books, but a girl moves a lot, so they're very hard to look around. But yeah, audiobooks I don't mind, but I like to, although I heard Rosamund is narrating them, so that would be lovely. But yeah, I'm probably gonna read them.
That's actually the second narration. That's she's not the original narrator.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's
there's a husband and wife team that have done all of the books already, and Rosamund is now doing them. She just does every voice herself.
Yeah,
she can handle it.
Oh yeah.
I just
Rob, can I give a shameless plug?
Oh, sure.
So Aisha, hey girl, hey. So I have a podcast that's on hiatus right now. However, if you're gonna start reading book 1,
yes,
I think you might enjoy listening to the 17 episodes that I've published so far, that I haven't finished yet. It's called Wat in Color, and it's me and my bestie, and she's reading the books for the first time, and she and I talk about it. But it's a little different from the other Wheel of Time podcasts because we put a lot of ourselves into the discussion because we wanted to do something that was from the lens of Black women. So yeah, if you're interested, as you're reading along, we talk about it chapter by chapter. Maybe check us out.
Nice. I have noted that down. I will definitely check it out.
It's a great podcast.
And we will be back eventually, but taking a break.
We need more of you, Innkeeper. We need it.
Absolutely.
So I would be curious to know, we'll get back to more questions in the chat. We haven't actually talked a lot about these, I haven't actually put the scene on screen. Pretty much the whole 8.5 hours we've been live now. But I'm curious, White Cloaks in the Two Rivers, and they have, we'll play this so it can just run for a little bit. And they have captured a couple of our friends that we know from season 1. This is how do you think this whole White Cloak Two Rivers situation might end up going down? Because yeah, we know, but I'm curious.
Well, I noticed his white streak got wider.
Yeah,
I know. He's stressing about things.
Skunk streak. Yeah,
he deserves it. This one, I forget his name. I just keep saying he's the son of the one who died because I forgot his name.
I'll tell you, his name is Dane. Dain.
Yeah, most people. Some people call him Daddy Dane, but he's a saddy Dane right at the moment because he's very sad. So.
Well, you know what? What's giving me hope is that I do think it's going to potentially get to a prickly place, but the fact that he is still maintaining the entire Two Rivers does not deserve to pay for what Perrin did gives me hope. Valda, obviously, it was Valda, we would already be in bloody chaos, but I think he might be the tide. I think he's going to be willing to listen to Perrin because they definitely connected last season. We saw that. And I think he's more wondering why, right? From what he saw of Perrin, this is not something he would have done. So I think he wants to know why more than just get pure revenge. So yeah, I do think it's gonna be interesting though. I just keep singing Who Let the Dogs Out because I'm like, yes, I want Perrin to show up, call his little wolf buddies. But there's boys there, there's babies there too. Like God, the White Cloaks and their child labor. That's why I don't want it to get
children
messy,
of the light.
some of them, they don't deserve to get hurt. But yeah, I'm hoping that I'm hoping Dane will be the thing that stops the full-on craziness, but I don't know if he'll be able to do it by himself.
Yeah, look, people are loving the white streak situation here. Velda visited a hairdresser, so that's amazing. God, yeah. What does everyone else think about the whole White Cloak situation? Obviously, not doing book discussion here. Like, do you like how they've put it in the show compared to what we thought would what would happen without discussing further in the books? Obviously, that's a
I
nice
want to
tough
see
question
more.
for us.
I want to see more. We've only
Yeah.
just kind of got the beginning of the setup of how the White Cloaks being there are going to play out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of ominous, and I do like how there's kind of this a lot of like push and pull with the Two Rivers folk saying, well, if they leave, then we'll have no one to help us with the Trollocs, and they're kind of there to help protect us. And Perrin is like saying, well, if we all stay together, we can protect, we can at least fight together as a group. And so I do kind of like the push and pull. And I like it's ominous that like, hey, they can just freely roam right through the main street, and we know they're out there. And so I am interested to see how this threat keeps manifesting itself. And Dane is having a rough time. I mean, he looks rough. So his decision making is probably not the best because he's in his cups. So not sure how much longer. He said, did he say that he asked for more reinforcements to help him deal with the Trollocs, and he was giving Valda until those reinforcements arrived, that if they didn't get Perrin by that time, then they could start torturing the woman and children.
Yeah, that's what I heard, that they basically had that period of time, and then it would be I'm in charge. But yeah, I agree. Anything under Volder instead of Dane is going to be messy. It's not going to be anything we want to be seeing. Yeah, very very bad.
Can I also bring up, though, I think that you mentioned Dane being in his cups. I think the third episode did a good job of kind of touching on different ways of grieving, and how different people might deal with it. Like, that's how he's dealing right now. We saw finally Perrin get to put to bed the situation with his wife, which kind of needed to happen. I was like heavy on the symbolism with the ring being cut, but needed. But also Alana giving us some background into her culture about how they handle it, and then seeing the way that she and Maxim were talking about it, about how he thinks her compartmentalizing her grief means she doesn't care. But she's like, and I forgot about the bond until she's talking about it. That's like, no, I'm like dealing with your grief and mine. It's too much. But just showing different, right? For him, he's like, I want to do something with my grief. And she's like, no, I gotta have to sit with it. So anyways, I just really like that they showed that grief is not a linear path, and that it's so different for different people for different reasons. And I thought that was a really cool underlying theme.
Same.
Yeah. We have all spoken at various points today, being like how we see grief done in so many different ways, and not just grief, but like different sort of funeral methods, different ways people deal with the actual death of the person. So like Perrin, you get the blossom tree. Lana is like, they're clearly cremated, and their ashes are mixed with clay and water, and we wear them. And Leandrin's is paint the marker on the ground where they died, and then go back to where they were born. It's grief is a big part of the third episode. So I'm glad you picked that up. That's
and I don't know if you're, maybe I shouldn't give this. It's something you could look up about the author, that he was a Vietnam veteran. And so I always like to look at the way he deals with trauma in various situations. And so we will get, obviously, like Perrin and his trauma with the Trollocs and what he did in that moment. But I think all of these other people are going through their various traumas. And I think that the show is doing a great job with that in general. So I think this extension into grief, as they're all grieving people they have lost in battle, is, you know, part of the whole. Robert Jordan did 3 tours in Vietnam, and he saw various people grieving and compartmentalizing when they had to in different ways. And so I didn't know if you were aware that he was a Vietnam vet. And so I think that's a big part of his writing.
Yeah, and I think that also, thank you. I think someone did tell me in season 1 that I did forget, but it also, I think, feeds into too which I like, is they're showing Egwene and her PTSD.
Yes.
You know, too many shows, like when people have gone through during experiences, are like, you know, they talk about it one episode and then would never talk about it again. Now they're back to being badasses. And it's like, no, not quite the way it works. You know, depending on, of course, the person, there's going to be remnants. And I like that it's showing it's not just her memories and her dreams, that even affects her connection with Rand. And that's the way it works. And again, him being a vet, I'm sure he's sadly intimately familiar with PTSD. So yeah, good way of them bringing all that together.
Yeah, really, it is. It's quite the story. I've read his blog that he wrote before he died, and it's quite detailed, not graphically detailed, but quite detailed for how he's feeling and the symbolism he uses. And it is really something. I did a podcast recording many years ago about it with my friends on pacifism within the books, and it's really, when you dive into that sort of stuff, it really shows.
Wise what?
With
Wise One Shelley?
Yeah, it really does show you like how he, you know, put that into the books and dealing with violence and things like that. So it's I'm glad someone told you about that, because it does come through in the writing. It does make a difference. So I love people in chat like, I've just finished my second watch of the episodes 1 and 2, and my brain is fried. My favorite episode, I think, was episode 3.
I have a question for Aisha.
For me too.
There's some.
Gozul, your internet's playing you up. Go for it.
I'm sorry, Aisha. I'm having I'm having connection issues. I'm sorry if I'm talking over people. But my question for you is, what is some of your favorite fun or funny moments or lighter moments in the first 3 episodes? Do you have any that you just really enjoyed?
I really like the scene where Suan had to sit Matt down and sun him a little bit about the horn. Someone had to do it. The way she just, you could tell she's like, I've had, like when she said the uncle story, I'm like, yep, she's dealt with this person before, where it's like, I know you don't mean anything bad by it, but I'm going to need you to settle down. That was funny. What else was that made me cackle? What else was pretty, I mean, Matt's been really funny this season, honestly. Him again with Matt, you know, basically it's either hearing the harrowing screams of people dying, or Galad getting it on with the initiates. Poor man can't get any sleep, one way or another. That was funny. Oh goodness, was there
no sleep really for you, sir?
Right? Like just give it up. Was that pretty much the? Oh, actually, I honestly like the whole scene when the queen first arrives, and there's, you know, clearly her and Suan are not besties, but again, that petty infighting. Like, I think, considering the fact that the showrunner is a man, I think that they capture the way that women do battle so well, in that this is how we do it, right? Like the way that the barbs, the underlying currents, the fact that Suan had to remind you, like, yes, you're a queen out there, but in here, I'm the one who wears the crown. So, you know, I just kind of like, I found it funny just because I'm like, the fight that's going on beneath the words is so entertaining.
And Swan made her wait outside the doors.
Did you see her rolling her eyes? Did you see the queen? Morgaze was like, really? Like, she really gonna make me wait? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Swan,
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. Perfection.
This is my house, you know. So.
Right.
It's so good. I loved it.
It was good. I'm curious. The Matt line at the end of episode 1, where he goes, "Has anyone ever noticed that the tower looks like a giant?" You know,
that was hilarious.
I missed
it was
that
so
one.
Matt. It was so Matt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone had to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if anybody would have said it, it had to be Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Matt is the perfect perfect person for that. I don't think anyone else could have said that line. That was absolute fan service, by the way, Aisha. That is not.
It was.
That's not from the books. That's not anything that's RJ's ever written. It's literally like, you know, us as fans. It's out there in our zeitgeist, and people are just, yes, it's made its way through to the show, and they're like, yeah, we're going to put this line in. Just, you know, it's like fan service, and it's brilliant. So
it felt natural, so I love it.
Yeah. That was it. It didn't
Yeah.
feel forced at all. It felt very
No.
natural. So
And I'm just waiting for a point where he'll be looking at a map and he'll go, "Hey, and look at the island." I mean, they have to, you know, they've done it once. Now they have to match.
Somebody's
it up.
gonna
'Cause I
say,
don't
"I
know.
found
Are you
North
sure if you've
Harbor."
looked at a map and seen the shape of Tarvalon?
And somebody
Oh,
has to say,
it's
"I
worth
found
looking at."
North
yes.
Harbor."
And we have found
Yeah.
your father. Do I need to get up
Yeah.
a copy of the map now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. This is what you get when you join this. This
Yeah, you're-
podcast.
No, it's all good. I never thought to. Like, I
Hey.
figured there had to be one, but I never thought about that.
Okay.
It kind of looks like the opening of the Waygates, you know.
You'll see. You'll see.
I was saying, why is that? I don't need a GIF of it. Jesus, I just need an image. Just give me a simple image. Come on.
I'm dying to just tell her what it looks like. I just want to tell her.
So I know they've talked about like when Dragonmount was formed, a river split around an island, and that island is the island of Tarvalon, and that's where the White Tower is. So this is the map of that.
I have seen it, you know. Okay.
And we have
If
North
it's- I'm
Harbor
curious-
and South Harbor. Uh-huh.
Mm. And there's a lot of jokes about being able to find North Harbor. Yeah.
I was about to say, like, someone's had to say something about the North Harbor for sure.
Yeah.
There is a
Yeah.
podcast called the North Harbor Podcast. And it's
Yeah.
women, of course.
Yes. And they always have to take the after hours slot at the 24-hour charity event. that
Yes,
happens every
yes.
year.
It's a very
So,
after dark podcast. Yeah.
It's an after dark podcast.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
Jokes around
So,
the
yeah.
lines, like, no male channelers will find us in the North Harbor because
Yeah, they can't find it.
Right.
Nope. Can't
Exactly.
find
Yeah,
it.
because I wouldn't know where it is anyway. Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Lovely.
if we need to get Matt at some point, just being like, hey, has anyone ever looked on a map and said, you know, that would
Yeah.
just be so funny.
It would be the perfect bookend for
would.
yeah.
For the moment that we've just
I feel
had,
like
yeah.
it'll happen. I just love
Me
the
too.
way Rafe and everyone just pays attention to us,
Yes.
Uh-huh.
because there's so
That's-
much of us
Fans. Absolutely.
in the show, and it's really
Yes.
kind of dope to see.
Yeah. It is
Yeah.
brilliant.
Definitely
Absolutely
is.
brilliant. All right. Aisha, do you have any sort of major sort of predictions for what you think might come in the rest? Did you watch? Actually, that's a good question. First, did you watch the bit that shows you, like, you know, coming in the season type
I don't
thing? You know,
watch
there's
those.
there's like an
I
extra
did-
trailer thing.
Yeah, I just saw the first trailer, and I think that's kind of enough. Like, I kind of, I haven't watched a lot of the go aheads. Yeah, I think the biggest things I'm curious about is that, you know, obviously I kind of want to see, you know, Nynaeve's my girl, so I really want to see her figure out the source of this block. I have my theories as to where it is, but I'd like to see her work through that, because I think that Zoe's killing it with showing this frustration. And that was another thing I wanted to bring out, I guess, about her character in general, was, again, seeing how the difference, season 1, we saw that Nynaeve was very, like, brash, very bold, very, I take charge, you know, I'm taking care of my littles. And, you know, Egwene was kind of the person who was kind of sitting back and letting her do that, and very like, oh, the tower is so amazing. And then this season so far, Nynaeve is in the back, quiet. We're not hearing her say very much. She's letting the group kind of take over. Annie Gawayne's the one who's standing up and more the progressive, like, no, actually screw the tower. We're doing things this way. And, I got Nynaeve's back. So I think we're starting to see Nynaeve show on the outside what she's been feeling in the inside since season 1, which is a bit scared and insecure. And
I love that.
I just kind of like seeing that. And now that she's kind of gotten her spy agency, she's gotten somewhere to channel her energy rather than thinking about how blocked she is, but she still has to deal with. But I really want to kind of see how that all comes together. Like, I'm hoping through her doing this and not being so focused on, I can't channel what I want to channel, she'll be able to maybe work through the stuff that she needs to, and that will happen because she can access it, but it seems like it's only when she's extremely like dire. It's always been like an extreme
dire need.
Yeah. And that's not the best way because it's obviously always explosive when that happens. So I'm looking forward to see that. And I kind of like that we're seeing that difference in her and in Egwene too, like that she's got a little bit more of like, actually, I do know what I'm doing and I can do this thing, and maybe a little too much hubris, but I'm not mad at it because it's better than being scared right now. Oh, and sorry, side note, speaking of scared, Lanfear scared made me scared. That's all I'm saying.
You made us scared too. We're like, oh no, Lanfear's scared.
Yeah, when she's scared of something, it's real scary.
Yeah.
Zul,
Aisha, what do you think? I'm sorry, I was going to ask. What do you think about Maggedian?
Oh, she is. She's an example. She exemplifies the expression that, it's not always the strongest that survives. It's just whoever, survives, right? And she's a reflection of where a man basically came from, right? At one point, if you were the strongest, person with the biggest club, you ran everything, but eventually the smarter people won out because they figured out there's other ways to win without brute strength. So right now, I think she's leading this in that she figured out the most important thing in a battle is information. And she's got the most information, I think, right now. She's, it's interesting that Lanfear said she's a coward, but I'm like, is she a coward or she just know when to make her move? Like she's not out here to prove. She knows she can't go like head on from the sounds of things, but she's following the right trail. Like she's following Liandrin, who has a plan that right now has the most merit. And also it looks like she's after Nynaeve from what I'm seeing. And she knew that Nynaeve and Liandrin have a connection. So that's probably going to lead those two together, 2 with 1 stone. So I'm like, she's winning right now. Like she's using her head more than, Lanfear following her heart in her crotch, so it's not really getting far right now.
No, that's an accurate way to describe it.
I love it.
Zul, I know you're having some tech issues, so you're gonna hop out. Any final thoughts you'd like to leave us with before you do that?
I'm really looking forward to exploring the threefold land, the Aiel Waste, and the Aiel culture, because we're already seeing this push and pull that the Wetlanders don't understand the way things are done with the Aiel culture, and vice versa, and they're trying to navigate that, and they don't even know what they don't know, which is fabulous. And so I'm really looking forward to that, and that's all I'm going to say.
Amazing. Awesome. Well, thanks for hanging out, Zul. I really appreciate it. And I will see you in the Dusty Chat, I'm sure. So, bye.
See you, Zul.
All right. So we have about 45 minutes left before this segment is done with. How is everyone feeling?
I'm hyped.
So hyped.
Hyped. Good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I'm hyped. Everyone's still good.
You brought up a really good point there on our exit. Sorry, I thought about the dog piling on Rand of more problems. Like, yeah, when we got there and saw that the Aiel, I'm like, because they haven't talked much about the Aiel, but coming in and being like, oh, and by the way, there's different tribes and they hate each other. Great.
Right.
So I gotta be a peacemaker and make these people fall. Great. Thanks. Awesome. I'm like, Rand, you annoyed me in season 1, but now I'm starting to feel sorry for you, bro. This is a lot.
Oh, you're starting to feel okay. There's some folks out there to be happy to hear you feel sorry for him. He's got a few things on his plate, bless him. But yeah,
just a little bit,
couple bits here and there. We do spend a lot. We do know from things we've heard and seen the trailer scenes and stuff like that we're going to spend a lot of time in the Aiel Threefold Lands this season, which is obviously a brand new space. And the Aiel culture is complicated, shall we say? I think that would be a fair way to do it without spoiling anything.
That's fair.
Yeah. Do you have any? I don't know whether you're like expecting anything, what you're hoping to see out there in the Threefold Land, like.
I would just like to hopefully meet an Aiel that finishes a sentence. Like they're so cryptic. It's so annoying. Like I'm with Rand. Like these people are always just like, oh yeah, this massive thing. It's really important. Why?
That's Wise One's business.
And they walk away.
That's Wise One's business.
It was like, oh my goodness, like no wonder Rand's just kind of like, I'm kind of over you guys. Like, can you just give me just A to B, please? So I kind of wish Loyal could have gone with them, which actually, sorry, talking about Loyal. So it's a good thing I watched those little snippets that they did in season 1 where they did the little lore pieces outside the episodes.
Oh, yes.
We saw in the last episode. Yes, that Loyal is going through some stuff because the longing is hitting him. And I would have forgotten all about that, or I wouldn't have known about it if it hadn't, because they didn't really talk about that at all in the show itself. So I guess my question, maybe, hopefully it's not so much a spoiler. Do they ever talk about like how long? Because listen, Loyal's got my heart. Okay, I'm stressed. I'm like, wait, no. What do you mean that where's a steading? Forget the two. Get my man back to a steading. So how long? Because I think in that little snippet they talked about that they usually don't leave their forests or their steadings. I think they live longer than most. But yeah, how long? Because since season 1 he's not been in a steading. It sounds like so. It's been a minute.
Wow. I don't think it's a real spoiler to say.
I don't think so.
Rough sort of timeline.
It's historical. It's historical. So
yeah, it's historical. So so usually the 5 to 10 year mark is where it starts to get the risk starts to increase as you get closer from sort of 5 years to 10 years. I would say. Most Ogier probably spend a year or two out at most. 5 years you're getting frisky. 10 years, well, you're at the top end of the possibilities, I believe. But how long do we think the show's been? Like, he's probably been out a couple of years at this stage, maybe
a couple of years, I'd say.
Yeah. So
well, the show's been going for a couple of years. How long he'd been out before he got to Tarvalon? So it would be 2 to 3 years. So it would be not like approaching fatal yet, but you can see that he's starting to
feel it. Yeah. So
is it spoilery to talk about how they age, how Ogier age?
No, I don't think it's different.
I think that's lore about the character.
Yeah, it's lore. Yeah. So Loyal is like 90 years old, which is,
but he's like a teenager.
He's basically a teenager.
Like a teenager.
Yeah. So what's that like? They live, I suppose, if
like he snuck out. He snuck out.
Like he literally did sneak out. Yeah. So they live like, I don't know.
So he might have trouble
6 times longer than human beings.
Realizes
something like
that he's gone.
Yeah. And that puts the longing in context.
Right.
That it sounds like a long time to us, but for an Ogier, like they can take a year just to decide what the meeting is going to be about,
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why the man said, like, let's depart after breakfast. What's the hurry that Moiraine's always in?
Yeah. Don't be hasty. Yeah.
Honestly, I was just getting so many. There were some Lord of the Rings vibes in these episodes.
Yeah.
Like when Avi ever turns up with the rabbit, I just got the whole Sam and the brace of conies and potatoes conversation from the movies. And then the second breakfast thing I got when he's like, "Why can't we depart after breakfast?" Like
yeah.
And I was like,
valid question.
Yeah, you have a question? Oh, valid question.
It was a valid question.
Right, yes.
That
is a valid question. Yeah.
It was, indeed.
I got to rush off at first light. Who needs that? No.
Although I did see one story in the chat from Max Silva asking about do I agree with Lanfear's assessment that the boys amongst the Forsaken couldn't execute a plan even if they were under compulsion?
Oh yes.
Saw that in a little meeting in episode 3. Like they were already really like willing to whip it out and start, measuring right there. So I was like, no, there's a reason why. Like I can see why Ishmael did not want to unlock them. Like he definitely seems like he was the most level-headed of the group.
Yeah.
They all feel yeah, exactly. And then you've got the one who's pretending to be the king, and I mean he's more interested in like seeing how much he can play around before he does anything. So yeah, no, they're very, very divided.
Yes.
I see why they fought before.
Yeah, it's a whole dynamic. Like it was just, how was it they described the girls? How did the Lanfear describe the others? Do you remember Koala and Shanice in the previous season?
Yes. So he said Megidion's insane.
Yes.
But what was said about Grendel? You know what I'm doing?
Yeah,
transcript.
That's fair. Like something about Grendel's nothing but vain, Megidion's insane, and the boys couldn't organize anything if they were under compulsion. Yeah, it's so accurate. It really, really does fit.
Grendel's a vain idiot.
There we go. Then Grendel's a vain idiot, Megidion's insane, and the boys couldn't organize anything if they were under compulsion. Yeah, it's so true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, another question. So we're talking about Megidion.
Of course.
Yeah.
This might dip into book. Hopefully it doesn't go too far. So in the first episode, we saw her creating a gray man.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
She kept asking if he wanted to. Do you know if that consent thing is needed, or is she just doing it because she wants to? Okay, it was needed. Okay.
Yeah.
I had to that. I was like, maybe she's just
book canon.
Yeah, so they have to.
I mean, she pushed him to consent.
Oh
I mean, yes, definitely coercion, but
yeah, it's
when is
dubious
consent?
Yeah, it's consent under duress. That's for sure. She was freezing his blood. I dare anyone to say no. Yeah,
it's a choice. Yeah,
you're about to be a slave anyway. Like, I'm gonna choose death. Just freeze me out. But
yeah.
I'm
the same with the zombie apocalypse. I'm out. It's okay.
I mean, yeah, I got a busted ankle. I'm not outrunning zombies. I'm sorry. No. It's just it's just not working out for me. But yeah, this is an interesting thing. I love this portrayal here of the Grey Men, but the dubious or otherwise, the consent thing is part of book canon. So for they have to give up their souls for Yeah, it's there we go. Like Max says, it's kind of like a sell your soul to the devil type thing, to get to be this. So, Alexander Erickson would like to ask about nameless. So this is a new phrase for nameless that we heard today.
Good question.
When you heard this, what did you think it was? Did you understand what they were trying to mean?
I tried to pull from context, and it sounds like it's a leader of some sort, like an appointed leader. I'm assuming since I think Ishi was the leader before, and now that he's gone, they don't have anybody. Because we heard Lanfear say that maybe the Dark One is mourning him, which I'm like, Dark One doesn't come across as sentimental to me. But could be wrong about that. Ishi did seem to be a fave. But that's what I'm getting is like maybe it's like his general who he wants. He maybe only tells somebody that certain plans, and then he or she is supposed to corral the rest, which looks like a Herculean task, which is why Ishi left them sealed up. But I don't know. That's what I'm getting. Is like kind of like a lieutenant of the Dark One.
Yeah, I think you're pretty spot on there. I don't think there's. Yeah, it's like a leader. Yeah, so it's nice that here we know that a question we did ask earlier. It's nice that that's coming through for you, because I had this debate when I was on my podcast when I was rewatching season 2, and I'm curious as someone who's just watched the show, whether this landed for you as well, because someone else commented that it landed for them being just a show watcher. In season 2, when there's that whole moment between Alana, Maxim, Ivan, and Lan, where they're at that little like dark friend temple type thing, and they're suspecting like, are you a dark friend because you've got this, you know, curse and things like that. Do those things translate? Did that make sense to you, that scene, or you're like, this felt a bit weird? It didn't seem to make sense that they were accusing him of being evil. Don't know, calling back a couple years.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what I took from that more was just because they've been hinting since season 1 that Moiraine is extraordinarily secretive, and she was still not even talking to Alana when Alana was trying to talk to her. So I kind of just took that they were like, okay, you guys are out doing your thing a lot. You're quiet. You're acting. You're moving weird. Maybe like what we don't have any reason not to believe it. It's not like we hang out with you. So that's kind of more what I took from it. I mean, I figured if they were talking about some of the other stuff, they would tie in later, because that's what happens sometimes. It's like, okay, this makes no sense now, but later on. But that's more what I feel like they were accusing him. Was like, okay, I get it, because they made sure in season 1 to drill in that people were like, all right, you're in the town. When's the last time you were here, girl? Your bed's dusty. Like, it's been a while. So I was like, okay, maybe no one trusts her, and they don't trust Lan by extension, because they're also very tight. They made that very clear that Lan and her are very much on the same page. So I didn't think it was a far off accusation, really. Because yeah, it's like, we don't know you. You haven't been here. Maybe you are a dark friend. I don't know.
All right. No, that's really good. I love to hit these things. Hear these things are landing. So yeah. Chat, continue to throw in questions or anything. Actually, is there anything from these episodes you're like, I would love to talk about this more? This fascinated me, or I'm curious. Obviously, we won't give you book spoilers or show spoilers if for some reason we know them. But
I guess I'm trying to, I thought it was intriguing. I don't know if we're going to delve into it more this season. And honestly, I won't be super mad if they don't. But we got the flashback in season 2 of what went down with Elayne's mom. Not a nice lady.
Yeah.
Understood though. Like, it's one of those things where I'm like, that was dirty. But you know, the actors who played the executed kind of let us know that at the first chance they got, they were definitely going to go after her. They weren't happy to be kneeling, so it was a good call. But it gave me a little insight into potentially the world Elayne grew up in. So I do have more questions now about Elayne's character, because she came across as very sweet and endearing and, you know, supportive in season 2. But seeing now that she kind of grew up in a nest of vipers, I do wonder how altruistic she is. I'm not thinking that she's bad per se, but she would have grown up to have schemes within schemes. So I am a little bit curious around, like, because we know there's trouble in, or is there trouble in Andor? Because now we don't know if the sense is not actually the real man who's sitting there. Maybe he just lied about all that. But yeah, I'm a little interested in what's going on with the kingdoms, and if that is another problem, because obviously united front against the Dark One is necessary. And if the biggest kingdom's in trouble, that's probably a problem. But yeah, I'm a little curious about that little intrigue, and I don't know if we're going to delve more into it since we've sent the queen away for now, or if that trouble is the result of the Forsaken stirring a pot. Why'd they take out the girl? Sorry.
Well, here's the thing. I'm curious. The whole like the girl thing is sad. Let me just pop forward a couple. I'm curious if you picked up, and I only got this because of the captions, and I love to watch shows with captions just because I don't know, I pick up more.
I do.
It's that way around.
Yeah,
I do because I can't hear. So
yeah,
me
that
too. Me too. Yeah,
I'm an old man.
And you can
I'm
be
deaf.
certain of the words.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
like I remember
this moment.
after we. Sorry.
No, that's fine. You carry on, Carla.
I remember after we watched the live event, I can't remember, I think it was Lauren said to me that he thought Moghedien was first saying to Joachim, do you want to be great? And I was able to say, no, it's definitely grey, because I could see the caption, you know, so that really helps me that I do actually know what I thought I heard.
It does make a difference. Because of the captions, I picked up that it's actually their family members that are killing them in this. Like, that's her brother,
who probably wanted the throne.
Yeah.
so grim and just like, oof. Just
and like, why have the kids in the throne room and then cover their eyes while they hear the screams? Like, what? I was like, what was the point of?
They tried. They tried.
Because it's only traumatic if you see it.
Yeah.
If you hear it, well, that's who knows what that was? Like that was someone. I don't know.
It's like saying we're not going to torture Natty, Cawthon, and the two girls. We're just going to stick them in a cage in the middle of our tents and do really scary shit all around them. That won't be traumatic.
Yeah. So that is so true. So true. Okay. Shanice, I know that you are probably going to head off now. You still have the last 10 minutes of the episode.
Yes, I got to finish watching episode 3. Yes.
You ran in here 10 minutes out before the end of episode 3. What was the last thing you saw?
Okay, let me go to where I'm paused. Hold on. I am paused on Elida is let me just go back 10 seconds and see.
Oh, this is Elida in the Red Azure quarters?
Elida's in the Red Azure quarters. Liana just came in and was like, y'all going to Tanchico right now, tonight. Let's chop.
Let's boogie.
I saw that scene. I'm like,
So that's where I'm paused at. I'm paused at that scene right there.
Okay, well, you got some scenes to see, girl. Like honestly, you are. I love this. Like, Aisha, how does
then
it
I gotta
feel
watch
to
it
know...
over again because I gotta take notes.
This is true. How does it feel
I've got to go and do my second watch.
More than someone who is a book reader? You don't often get this. You know more than Shanice right now about the last 10 minutes.
10 whole minutes.
10 whole minutes. You got on me, Aisha. 10 whole minutes.
10 minutes, but it equals chapters now. That's that whole scene though with Leanne. Honestly, I'm like, girl, why are you exasperating? Coming in talking about rats, coming in talking about
follow the rats.
Yeah, it's dusty in here. Like, can we stop?
Right.
You want to know why the Red Aja be beefing with you guys? Can we just? But it's again, it encapsulates the way that women fight so much, like at the petty for no reason.
It's true. It's so true.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. One message, one job.
Yeah, indeed. So go check out those 10 minutes, Shanice. When you finish it, pop back in chat and just throw a comment at us because we'll still be going.
I will.
We got 25 minutes left. So I can't wait to see it. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me always, Rob. Koala, when are you coming back to New York, Koala, so we can hang out? Aisha, it was lovely meeting
I would love to have dinner with you again.
Yes, that was so
much fun.
Yeah, it really was. It was.
I will let you know. I promise. You'll be the first to know.
Well, I just have to come to Australia. Like,
you have to come to WhatCon.
Yeah,
I have to come to WhatCon. Yeah, I haven't been. WhatCon is always around like a family reunion or something like that. Like, y'all, is this a bad date? Like that July date is. There's a lot of Black family reunions in July. Like, it's
that's fair.
It's hard for me. But Aisha, let's.
I want to see the two of you talking. Definitely.
I love this.
That would be dope. I would love that. I would love that. All right, guys. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Sorry, side note. Where in Australia are you, Koala?
So I'm right where the cyclone was just hitting the other day. So I'm on the east coast, just below where New South Wales and Queensland meet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I lived in Melbourne for 5 years. That's the only reason I ask. So.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm near Lismore. Near Byron Bay. Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
This time of year, I'm definitely missing the weather. Yeah, I think the only other thing I want to bring up that I thought was interesting as well, it was a short part of the episode, but I loved it, was the Elida and Min conversation. A seer talking to another seer. I thought that was great for Min. And I think what I picked up, if I picked up correctly, is that while Min can't change the actual outcome of her visions, she could potentially manipulate things before and after it. And I think that was really important for her because I think Min's been feeling like a bit of a victim of her power. So I thought that was a really good moment for her. And maybe again, kind of with what she saw in this episode, maybe that gave her some ideas, and that's why she's running after Matt now.
Yeah. It's I'm glad you like this scene, because for me, the exposition is I don't know if you found it this way. I obviously know more as a book reader, but I think the exposition that's been in the television show throughout all through these seasons has been really effortless. Like, it's very realist, and I'm watching a scene and thinking, oh, this is kind of, you know, hard work trying to figure out this exposition or this story that they're trying to drop on us right now. It always feels like it fits the moment and is very easy to follow. But when you're trying to explain, you know, telling the future in two different ways, you know, that's going to be, that's heavy sharing, that's heavy information, surely, like, or it's complex information. But I don't know, I watched that scene, I'm like, that was the most logical way to share exposition on how different seers in the TV show use their talents, or how their talents work. Did it come across like that to you, or was it a bit more tough to follow, sort of thing? Like, how was that for you, not knowing?
I feel like they did a good job of showing that, you know, they both have a similar ability, but it doesn't work the same. And I think what I picked up from that is Min's a little bit, I don't know if you want to call it more powerful, but like she said that like Min gets basically daily visions, whereas it seems like it comes a lot more, not as reliably when it comes to Elida, but hers are still, I think, equally as powerful. Still want to know why Elida's hand was shaking in the beginning of the episode as well. They didn't show us that for nothing. Trying to figure out if that's physical or because of her ability. I don't know, one or the other.
I mean, we don't know that either, so we're all in that one together.
Yeah, I was like, I wonder. But yeah, so I just think it was just nice though, because Min, I really love the line that Elida had where she said, being a seer is lonely. And we think we saw that last season, but I think it was good for her to articulate that Min is in a very weird place. You know, no one wants to be around the girl that sees death all the time. And she doesn't really want to be around people because she sees death all the time. So it's a very lonely place for her. And not a lot of people can understand, like they can cognitively understand it, but this is someone else that genuinely understands the burden of that. And that she's twisted it, or not twisted, she's chosen to look at it differently. Min has been like, we saw, like she explained to Matt, like, I was trying to get rid of my powers, like this sucks. But now you've got someone like Elida who's like, no, girl, like this is, you're not looking at it the right way. This is something we can use, or you can use if you look at it differently. So I think Min really needed that, because last season she kind of let us know she was miserable because of it. And obviously she was also used and abused for it, which didn't help. But yeah,
True.
I thought that was powerful, and it was needed for her to hear that from someone who didn't really have an agenda, at least in that moment. At least I don't think she had an agenda for telling her that in that moment. I think that was just a moment of, hey, two seers, let's just talk about this really weird thing that we have for 2 minutes, you know?
Definitely. It's got to be a rough life, that situation. But speaking of visions, I would like you to predict a vision. So, because we did see this in the 3rd episode. Okay. Tell me what you're seeing, what you're thinking. If you feel up to it, give us a prediction. We won't hold it against you if it's wrong. We'll cherish you if it's right, but we won't tell you. You know, just...
Oh, no, we won't tell you.
No, that's it. We won't tell you at all. Not until after, if it happens, not until after. So, you know.
Yeah, with this one, it was, I mean, obviously Matt in a death, or at least what could be a death. It looks like he's hanging from what I'm seeing, and I can't figure out the arch, but they're showing us the color, I'm sure, for a reason. That'll come up. So I think what I took was last season, we saw that Min foresaw Rand being stabbed, but she did not necessarily see him die. So I'm looking at this as, okay, she sees that Matt ends up in trouble, but now combined with what she heard from Elida, maybe it's something where she can't stop this from happening, but maybe she can stop it from being the end of him, right? Because depending on how that happens, he doesn't necessarily have to die from being hanged, right? If you cut him down right away, he can survive that. Or, you know, or maybe she knows what leads to this point, or do something so that it's not as, so they can stop it, because usually this is kind of morbid, but I was like, well, usually when people hang, they break their neck, but maybe she can do something to make sure that doesn't happen so that he can actually be rescued. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. But again, what leads up to here at this point, I think there's just too many factors involved, because Siwan let us know that him walking around town and telling everybody about the horn, not good. Someone might have heard that. Could be some of that. But now that they're headed to a place where Leandrin's kind of running things, I don't know. It could be also just something like that. So anyways, that's what I'm picking up from that, is that this was shown to her. She doesn't want it to happen. And now that with Aleda's little flicker of hope she gave her, maybe she's thinking, I can do something about this.
Okay. So
do you remember seeing anything similar to what we're seeing there last season?
Not last season. Koala?
Was it season 1? Ooh.
Yeah, in season 2. With the mushroom tea.
Oh, right.
I don't remember Matt's vision. I have to go back and rewatch it now.
I have to do a rewatch.
What I remember the most of that is the scene with his mom, but I don't remember this part. I have to go back and watch. Okay.
Yeah, that's the scene. Yeah, do a rewatch of that. I don't know if it'll give you any more clue as to what might be going to happen and what Min is seeing. But I really like what you just said then about how this might influence Min's actions after her conversation with Elida, and now she's seeing this. So yeah, I like that.
Like maybe she wouldn't have tried to follow them if she hadn't heard that or had that conversation, right? She'd have been like, there's no point.
It's possible. It's possible. She does very much have the I can't change it, so I don't care vibe, doesn't she? You know. Whereas Elida definitely has a different vibe to that. So, but yeah, there is a lot in this imagery that you may have seen things that might remind you of this, shall we say, through previous episodes.
I will have to rewatch, because my first watch was like part of my reaction, so I definitely have to go back and just kind of watch and look a little bit more slowly. But yeah, I think for that hint though. I'll go back and rewatch Matt's his Vision Quest scene there.
Yeah, that one will pay dividends. I was thinking something slightly different when Koala said that, so that's what confused me.
Yeah,
she was spot on. Koala knew what I was thinking, and I was like, "What, last season? Not this season?" But yeah, awesome. It's it's very, very cool. We got excited when we saw this, because we know a lot more about this than is obviously presented on the screen just there, and it's very interesting.
I have one other question, which hopefully I think it's dipping into book spoiler, but as much as you can tell me. So with Matt, we've seen that one side of this whole thing of blowing the horn is that he's constantly, getting these auditory hallucinations and, memories, like he said, that aren't his.
Yeah.
Which gave the end to me at first. I was like, okay, so he can't control any of this. Like he needs help to figure out how to, access when necessary. But then we saw him, thankfully, spank Elayne's brothers with that bow staff, which he clearly called to one of the other fighters to get that skill set. So does he have some control over it, or is that something that, or is that, because it seems like he did that on purpose. It wasn't like I just feel like I'm in this guy's body right now. But I don't know if you can give me any insight into that.
So Matt's situation here in the show is a little, I suppose you could say, a little different to the books. So it's unique. It's not. They've deviated his journey from the books in certain ways. One of them being the horn connection and things associated with it. I think it's just to say that. Yeah, but it will get explained. Yeah.
I mean, he did blow the horn in the books.
Yeah,
but the order of how things are happening to him has been slightly changed, and the reason for it. But you might remember when he blew the horn and all the heroes appeared, he had the he had that pole that he tied the dagger to,
right?
And like he was fighting that way then.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, and
he does say
kind
in
of
the
hasn't picked
episode-
it up since then. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. He does say in the episode, like as Sulan's pointed out, he does know how to use the quarterstaff, but in terms of like that fighting skill, probably not to that caliber.
Yeah, I was saying I don't think a boy from the Two Rivers would have had that level. That gave years of using that. So I don't know. I took that as him, especially because they showed him kind of almost meditating before he did it. I was like, is he tapping into something, which is good. I mean, we want him to harness that, but yeah, I was just kind of like, that's different than I can't shut the screaming up.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, there's a few changes to Matt and the horn and his I suppose abilities that might be in there. But yeah, like Koala said, he does blow the horn in the books. But yeah, some of the individual components and connections and attributes are a little altered for the TV show. But I don't want to say more than that because it will lead to spoilers and tell you things from the books and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's
It's
people
more
are just
the order of them that are a little bit altered. You know,
yeah.
There's in the show that scene was one we were like, the amount of discussion that happened leading up to season 3 of will we get to see Matt beat Gawyn and Galad's ass with a quarterstaff, right?
Yeah.
We were, and they were deliberately not showing us. They were, you know, in the trailers and things, we were seeing enough that we'd be going, they have to do it. They can't show us, you know, them fighting and him knocking the swords over and he doesn't end up doing it, you know, but that particular scene is like exactly what happened in the book. It's just the order of some of the things that had happened before it that have changed a little bit in the show, but yeah, it was fabulous.
One slight sort of book change around the source of some of his attributes, I suppose. But
yes, that's
it.
Yeah.
But yeah, mostly it's an order thing. That's all it is. So
yeah. And Rob,
Which
can
I
I
think
say anything about his father from the book and abilities?
Oh, yeah, I think that's perfectly fine to say. Yeah, like his dad is. Yeah.
In the book, his father was the best quarterstaff fighter in the Two Rivers. He won the competitions every year. Yeah,
we only saw him be
farmers
drunk and
are
hit on
actually
women,
pretty
so.
good with weapons like sticks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're out there and there's bears and there's wolves and livestock and children to protect, and they're actually do tend to be pretty good with things like sticks and bows and arrows. Yeah.
He's just not a drunk in the books.
Yeah, I was about to say, all we saw him was getting drunk and hitting on women. So I'm glad there's more to him.
I know.
Do you know what? I'm okay with that change. Like,
I mean, me too. But it makes you cry.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah,
but, you know,
like it's like, oh,
it gives Matt more depth of character, I think.
Correct.
And it gave me some theories about his family that obviously are not book related ones now. So yeah, I liked it. Awesome. Right, we're down to our last 10 minutes of this stream, which is mad to think I have been live for 9 hours and 20 minutes now.
This is insane.
This is what we get up to as a fandom, Aisha. So welcome.
Just another Tuesday.
Just another Tuesday. They are asking in chat when you think they might be able to see your reaction video to episode 301.
Yeah, so this is I'm here not editing right now, so when I get to doing that,
my fault.
Yeah, I should probably no, it's all good. It'll probably be later today. That's going to be my aim to get it done. I'm definitely going to get something to eat, but yes, 1 tonight is my goal, and then 2 and 3 possibly tomorrow. But yeah, I'm going to jump on that as soon as I can get to editing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and I'm sorry. Actually, no, I have another question, but I feel like there's no way it's not spoilery.
I mean, try it and we can say
ask it. Yeah.
We can always just say WAFA, which is watch and find out. So
right. So is it Malkia? Is it gone? Because with this naked moon back tattoo lady, You know, like really, you could have just said, "Hey, can I talk to you?" and not be like, "Here are my titties," and then let's go. But anyway, got Moiraine all worked up for nothing.
Yeah, Moiraine, she was feeling it, right? She was just like,
she was.
She was like, I'm a get up. I'm a, you know, oh no, she wants you. Oh, okay, what a shame.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, when she was like, okay, you know, you've still got your royal duty. I'm still a person, you know, kind of indicating that if I'm alive, there's probably more of us. But season 1 said that the whole place is just like rubble and roots. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, are we mistaken, or is it, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if it's symbolically like we should try to raise it up, or is it because we saw a lot of blood in season 1, like a lot. So
she's kind of talking, and she's kind of talking the difference between the city and the people.
Okay.
You know, yep, the city is gone, it's under. And I mean, he didn't know that she'd survived. So, but you know what? That's a good point, Rapunzel. Rob, take it away.
Asking the Malkir question to the Malkiri guy that hosts the Malkiri Con on the Malkir Talks channel. Good question. Yeah. Yeah, like Malkir no longer exists. I can't tell you why. That does, you know, that does give you like book spoilers and stuff, but it's swallowed by the blight, which you've seen in the first season. So in fact, there's one moment where he's going along and you actually look sort of through the blight stuff, those blighted trees and things, and you can see various towers. And there was like 7 beautiful towers that Malkir is part of the heritage there, and you just see them overgrown by, you know, blight stuff basically. So yeah, he is you know, the uncrowned king of Malkir because it's gone. So she's just a refugee from it as well, basically, that ended up with the Aiel as opposed to, you know, in the wetlands.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, so it's okay. I was right that it's figurative. She's just basically like, don't forget about us.
Yeah, yeah, she's talking about other people in essence, I suppose. Yeah. So it's a whole thing for him, and hopefully they explore it fully in the story in the show, because it's great in the books to read.
His story's pretty much been heavily tied to Moiraine, which made sense, but I love the idea of him having his own kind of dilemma like Elayne had, as far as, you know, crown or greater duty, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely. So awesome. So I should obviously you're going to drop your first reaction this afternoon or later this evening, hopefully, and then 2 and 3 tomorrow is kind of the plan. You'll be obviously doing the rest of the season. Are you going to drop them on Thursdays? Like, people can find, I put your YouTube channel in the link, but like, where can they find you on socials? What other things do you do? Like, how can they come and support you? Like, sell yourself to the people watching right now.
Sell myself. Wow, how mad of me. No, I have my YouTube channel. I do like a lot of reactions there. I will definitely try to get my reactions for this one out on Thursdays. It's going to be my priority because I do react to another show that comes out today as well. I hate when it gets into busy season, but yes, I will aim to get them out the same night. Just because, between reacting and getting my editing done, it's just a matter of if I can get it all done in the same evening. But yeah, I definitely plan to continue getting these out. I'm looking forward to the next 5 episodes. I definitely want to try to join you again. It just comes down to the time zone thing. I know it's a lot of fun. We have 3-4 corners of the world here. But yes, I definitely want to come back. This was definitely very helpful for me. Very, very interesting. I love getting this contextual information because some of it you just need book readers and you can't risk Googling it. So
that's
you're going to get
so
the
true.
spoilers.
Yeah.
But other than that, like, YouTube is the main place to get me. Like, I do have my Instagram, but honestly, I'm just not on it enough for it to be like validly something to watch. But yes, definitely catch me on YouTube. For those who come and watch, I appreciate your support a lot. I know some of you are in here. Thank you so much. You guys are great with giving me context like these lovely people have, and helping me out where I've missed things, because in the live reaction, when I'm doing it the first time, I always miss stuff. I do my best, but
we all do.
Yeah.
Right. So the rewatch is where a lot of it comes in. So yes, I appreciate it. I'm trying to condense my commentaries afterwards because I tend to be a yapper, But yeah.
Yeah, I understand that one completely. And the missing things on the first watch, there was like the shredding moments, like the first 11 minutes when they dropped that. I did a little reaction video to it, and then I went and did live because I really enjoyed the live stuff. But you know, I wanted like just a reaction that I could just put out there for people to watch, short and sweet. And I'd seen something in it, a certain doorway, and like my lesbian nerdie who hopped on with me, we were like, oh, this is so cool. And then like we took a screenshot of it and like enhanced it, lit it up so we could see it better. And then we realized it had all these etchings and markings on and patterns and things, and we just all went, oh, no! And the mics all just maxed out because we were so excited. So like we miss things even when we're rewatching like that. So do not feel bad if you ever miss anything, because that's the joy of rewatching. So
it's actually why we rewatch.
Yeah, well, like, what did we miss this time?
Yeah. And every time you watch a new season, you go back and you rewatch from the beginning, and there's all these new things that you just you didn't have a context to absorb them the first time, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, you know, like you'll notice those 7 towers Rob was just talking about.
Yeah.
Because that's just been brought up, and then you'd be like, oh, you know, yeah.
And sometimes they're silly things, sometimes they're serious things. It's so good. It's so
yeah.
Thank you, Koala. Thank you to all my guests who have joined me today.
Thank you.
Yeah, this has been wonderful. I've loved it, folks. The Dusty Wheel is set up for part 3. I think it goes live. It's currently set for 30 minutes-ish from now, but they might go 15 minutes earlier. Going to wait on Anas, who is going to be doing a first watch. He's waited.
That's right.
And he's going to watch the next the episodes in the next sort of 3 hours or so, and he hasn't watched them yet. So you get to do like a live watch party with him, like you did with the Innkeeper last night, this morning, however it was for you, type thing. So you can head over there now, folks. You know, set your notifications. You will be directed there automatically if you have that up on YouTube when this ends. There's a pre-show poll up that's spoiler free. But yeah, get yourself a quick break in there. You know, top up your drinks, go to bio break, whatever you need, type thing. But because Anas has not watched the show yet, Innkeeper Anas has not watched it, please don't put any spoilers in chats, because it's going to be his first watch and we don't want to spoil that.
That's all right. Us mods will have our we'll have our eyes out. Yeah,
absolutely. The mods will be there, and on your way out, please make sure that you hop over, subscribe to Aisa's channel, subscribe to this channel if you're new and you haven't been here before, like the video, and you know, throw a comment, all those good things. And I'm gonna go take a couple hours break, because I'll be back later, much later, with Threefold Talk, my IEL theme show, which Aisha is full spoilers, so please don't ever watch Threefold Talk. You get so slow watching things. So, but you and I will talk, because I'm going to have a big party for the finale, and I would love to have you back for that. So, yeah. I'm going to say goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out, and yeah, go hang out and Dusty and have a great time. And I'll see you all later on Threefold Talk. Bye.
Thank you.